Chapter 1412. Ying Longtu's Big Dipper body was also known as the 36 acupoints true dragon body, or the Big Dipper dragon body. As the saying goes, one's muscles and bones are like dragons and elephants, and one's mind is as clear as the gods. Not only is one's physical body strong and vigorous, but one's mind is also extraordinarily sensitive. It is one of the rare innate physiques that are extraordinary in both body and soul, and it is even reflected in the power of comprehension. Although Ying Longtu was a bit slow and foolish in his youth, that was only in his daily life. When it came to learning martial arts, his comprehension ability was extremely outstanding. Body-refining martial artists and grandmaster-level martial artists placed great importance on tempering their qi and blood during the inner and outer invulnerability realms. Therefore, at this stage, Ying Longtu's rate of improvement was so fast that it could be said that no one could compare to him. His innate advantage allowed him to continuously break through bottlenecks. What others needed time to accumulate, he accomplished in a single step. After that, Han Longer also had a unique advantage in his cultivation. He was much faster than most people, but he wasn't as fast as before. However, after this, he would usher in another growth spurt. That was the moment when he broke through the void and saw the true God. To Ying Longtu and Broad Creed Mountain, who had just entered the clan and were still struggling in the Eight Extremities world that year, this seemed like something incomparably distant. After all, there had never been anyone in the Eight Extremities world who had attained the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm and ascended to the world beyond worlds previously. The only suspect was the former chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Zhong Chao. It was later proven that the Radiant Light sect had still been half a step away from descending into the Eight Extremities world. Of course, with the passage of time and the vicissitudes of time, the current Ying Longtu and Broad Creed Mountain were no longer comparable to the past. Han Longer had already reached the martial sage realm and successfully broke through the void to see the true gods. When his first acupoint experienced Seeing Divinity, due to his Big Dipper body, all 36 acupoints experienced Seeing Divinity at the same time. Having stabilized his foundation slightly, his foundation was already extremely robust. It was far easier for him to light up Starfire and attempt to break through to the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-Seeing Divinity stage. Because of this, Ying Longtu had even surpassed Xia Guang and Sikong Qing in terms of cultivation base. After this upgrade, Ying Longtu's rate of improvement returned to normal. While he was still faster than others, he no longer had any advantage over Xia Guang, Sikong Qing, and the others. In the cultivation of the martial Dao, the higher one's cultivation base was, the longer the time required for a breakthrough would generally be. Therefore, Xia Guang and Sikong Qing had gradually managed to catch up once more. In terms of martial attainments, other than Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, who had unique circumstances, Han Long Shu Fei, Sikong Qing, and Xia Guang were the leaders of the Broad Creed Mountain's third-generation disciples. They were known as the East Mountain's 4 heroes by the sky beyond skies. According to their current ages, in comparison to their cultivation realms and lifespans, they could all be said to be extremely young. They had great potential and great futures ahead of them. Of course, compared to Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing, Han Long was even worse at managing internal affairs. There are some good seedlings among the 4th-generation disciples. Senior brother Shu, why don't you train them as soon as possible? Yang Zhaoge smiled. Zheng temperament is more like junior apprentice brother Xia's. Now, he is also much steadier, and it is enough for him to take care of himself. However, if he wants to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the clan, he still needs more tempering. Xue Fei also laughed. Yes, there are many outstanding young people. Back when they had still been in the world beyond worlds, Broad Creed Mountain had already been sufficiently attractive to attract heroes of the world to join them. Now that they had established themselves in the sky beyond skies, they didn't have to worry about the source of talents anymore. Instead, they had to choose more carefully. As the two walked, they met Xue Fei's disciple along the way. He came to inform their master that his wife had come to the mountain. Xue Fei's wife was the Eight Extremities world's Turbid Wave Pavilion's successor, Xie Yuchan. In the past, Yang Zhaoge was also acquainted with her. Xie Yuchan had an independent personality. She was gentle on the outside but tough on the inside. In the past, after Broad Creed Mountain had stabilized themselves in the world beyond world's southeastern Young Heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea, they had started to lead their descendants to the world beyond worlds in batches. Compared to the Eight Extremities world, Vast Ocean world and other lower realms, martial art practitioners cultivating in the world beyond worlds were undoubtedly much more beneficial. Xue Fei and Shi Jun had also gone to the world beyond worlds from the Vast Ocean world. After Broad Creed Mountain's situation in the world beyond worlds had stabilized, Xue Fei had returned to the Eight Extremities world to meet Xie Yuchan. However, at that time, Xie Yuchan had hoped that she could break through to the Seeing Divinity realm and ascend to the world beyond worlds instead of being brought along by Xue Fei. Afterwards, when the world beyond worlds had been separated and relocated, the Eight Extremities world and other lower realms had been brought along with it. At this time, Broad Creed Mountain's significance to the entire Eight Extremities world was already completely different. Even though the Eight Extremities world still retained Broad Creed Mountain's ancestral territory and allowed the other sects and powers of the Eight Extremities world to coexist, in the eyes of Turbid Wave Pavilion, Jade Sea City, Infinite Boundless Mountain and other powers, this former neighbor was completely different. That was when Broad Creed Mountain had established itself in the world beyond worlds and even occupied the eastern Vast Heaven territory to confront Kunlun Mountain. The impact it had on the Eight Extremities world was far less intense. From a certain perspective, the current Turbid Wave Pavilion and the other sects already had the feeling of looking up to the Nine Heavens immortal realm when they looked at Broad Creed Mountain again. With this, the mentality of Turbid Wave Pavilion and its descendants had naturally changed as well. The two were on completely different levels. The way they considered things would naturally change as well. Xie Yuchan similarly did not need to persist. She did not intend to obtain anything from Xue Fei, nor did she need to act as a middleman for Turbid Wave Pavilion. When the disparity in background and status had reached a certain extent, everything instead became indifferent. This was because it was only related to herself and not her background. At this time, it was instead more important for the two to understand and stay together. A warm smile appeared on Xue Fei's face. "You've come out of seclusion?" Looking at the date, it should be within these few days. With his current cultivation and status, he could already establish his own Dao arena and cave manor. However, because he was responsible for the sect's matters, Xue Fei basically stayed on the Broad Creed Mountain. Naturally, his original residence had always been maintained. Just like Xue Chuqing, Xie Yuchan was not a descendant of Broad Creed Mountain. She usually stayed in Xue Fei's Dao arena and cultivated peacefully. After coming out of seclusion, she would stay on the mountain for a few days and reunite with Xue Fei. Senior apprentice brother Shu, there's no need to rush things. Let's have a good chat with senior apprentice sister Xie first. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, "I won't disturb you. I'll visit you another day." Xue Fei laughed and shook his head, "We're already an old couple. It's not as exaggerated as you said." The two continued forward and went their separate ways. Yang Zhaoge went to greet Yu Yi, who came from the roving Jade Heavens, while Xue Fei went to the assignment hall. After settling some matters, he immediately returned to his residence. Within the house, a woman was leisurely sitting there, drinking tea by herself. The woman had a tall figure. Her facial features were only above average. However, she had a straightforward demeanor. She was Xie Yuchan. "It seems like the results of your seclusion aren't bad." Xue Fei smiled and walked to her side. Xie Yuchan had already prepared a teacup and poured tea for him. Just as she was about to reply, Xie Yuchan was slightly startled. She stared at Xue Fei. "Is something the matter?" Xue Fei's expression was calm. "It's nothing much. No matter what the outcome is, the boulder in my heart has finally been lifted." Chapter 14:13. A huge burden. After hearing Xue Fei's words, Xie Yuchan seemed to have understood something. "Is it about Shi Jun and sister-in-law Yuzhen?" "Yes, it's imminent." Xue Fei sat upright and nodded lightly. Xie Yuchan extended her hand and held onto his broad palm. "Everyone has been preparing for so many years. We'll definitely be able to overcome this calamity." Xue Fei held onto his wife's slender palm. "The 9 underworld's infernal devils have been preparing for so many years as well. The odds are only 50-50. Yuchan, I'm not a narrow-minded person. However, I'm quite concerned about it now. The mountain-like man's gaze was like water. I mind my own insignificance. Xie Yuchan held onto her husband's hand. As a married couple, she naturally wished for Xue Fei to be safe. However, she understood her husband and knew what he was thinking. Xie Yuchan was also a straightforward person. In life, there are things that we should do and things that we shouldn't do. There are some things that we shouldn't force ourselves to do, but there are some things that we should at least try to force ourselves to do a little better than the best situation that we can imagine. I'll just force myself. Xue Fei smiled. Don't force yourself. Xie Yuchan tilted her head slightly. Based on what you said, if the opponent is so strong, there's no point in me forcing myself. I can only try my best not to drag you down. Xue Fei hugged his wife. Yes. The opponent is very strong. Not only you, but even I can't interfere. His gaze was calm yet resolute. However, as long as Xue Fei can do his best, no matter what method I use, I'll do my best. On the other side, after Yang Zhaoge bade farewell to Xue Fei, he strolled around and went to the courtyard that was used to receive guests. When he arrived, he saw two ladies chatting within the pavilion from afar. One of them wore white clothes, which was naturally Feng Yunsheng, while the other wore green clothes, which was Yu Yi. Senior apprentice sister Yu, how have you been? Yang Zhaoge greeted her with a smile. Yu Yi turned around. Junior apprentice brother Yang, long time no see. I haven't congratulated you for pushing open the immortal door and ascending to the immortal realm. You've returned to the 9 heavens. You're too polite, senior apprentice sister Yu. Yang Zhaoge sat down and looked at Yu Yi. Senior apprentice sister Yu, you've also decided to sheath edge and nurturing sword? Yu Yi nodded. That's right. Grandfather, grandmother, and uncle all suggested this. The Yu Yi before him was still a 10th level martial saint, a human exalt. Previously, in the pill hall, the fake body created by the hall spirit, awakened sky using pills and treasures was torn apart. It transformed into pill chi essences and was divided among Yang Zhaoge and the others. One of them was Yu Yi. With her talent, even though it would be difficult for her to improve as a sword cultivator, with the boundless core chi essence as a foundation, she could save a lot of time and effort to push open the gate of immortality, transcend the immortal mortal tribulation, and become a leakless true immortal. For example, Nai Jingshan had pushed open the immortal door and achieved the true immortal realm after Yang Di. In fact, he had even achieved it earlier than Yang Zhaoge. It was just that he had spent most of his time cultivating after ascending to immortality. Back then, although the pill chi essence was split among everyone, when it landed on everyone, it was still a vast amount. Martial sages could not refine it all. After Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, Nai Jingshan, and Yu Yi ascended to the immortal realm, they would also benefit from it for a long period of time. Similarly, it would be beneficial to their future cultivation. For a considerable period of time, the few of them did not need to waste time on accumulating vitality. Just this point alone was enough for them to improve faster than others under the same conditions. The reason why Yu Yi remained in the human immortal realm wasn't because she couldn't push open the immortal door. Instead, it was because she used the prime clear sword cultivator's sheath edge and nurture sword secret art to temporarily suppress her cultivation progress. Her current temporary stop was for her future path to be smoother, and faster. However, this method could not be used by everyone. On one hand, one's talent had to be sufficiently high. Otherwise, it might backfire. On the other hand, it was related to the different martial wills of sword cultivators. Although they were all outstanding geniuses, some weren't suited for the sheath edge and nurture sword. For example, Yu Yi's uncle, Long Xueji, or the Cloud Conquest Emperor's disciple, He Mion, who was known as the roving Jade Heaven's twin prodigies alongside Yu Yi. Although most sword cultivators were fierce and prideful, they were all different. Jiao Xuebua and Long Xueji were siblings, and their sword arts were taught by their parents. However, Jiao Xuebua could use the sheath edge and nurture sword, while Long Xueji couldn't. If Long Xueji were to nurture his sword, it would only result in him losing his sharpness and vanishing into the masses. By the same logic, if Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di relied on the prime clear sword arts as their foundation, Yang Zhaoge would be fine with cultivating the sheath edge and nurture sword, while Yang Di might be harmed. However, with senior apprentice sister Yu's accumulations, you should be able to unsheath your edge in no time, said Yang Zhaoge. Although the sheath edge and nurture sword technique sounded mystical, it was still a support technique. No matter how talented a martial saint was in nurturing his sword, he wouldn't be able to pass the immortal mortal tribulation and true profound tribulation the moment he unsheathed his edge and ascend to the profound immortal realm. However, the sheath edge and nurture sword technique wasn't something that could only be used once in one's lifetime. As such, one could hide his edge again after unsealing the tribulation. After the second nurture, he would unsheath his edge again and soar to the skies. Let's nurture it first, said Yu Yi curiously. I heard from Yunxing that something might happen in the 9 underworlds. Is it related to the Astro Sovereign and Senior Chu? Yang Zhaoge nodded. Not just the Water Devil. The Earth Devil might be involved as well. 2 extinct devils seeking for a chance at rebirth. It's no small matter. Yu Yi was in a daze, the Water Devil, the Earth Devil, seeing the green-clothed woman in front of them spacing out again. Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Feng Yunxing secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Zhaoge. Zhaoge, would all those who possess the heaven-containing purified soul be like this? Something like that. Yang Zhaoge replied, those who possess the heaven-containing purified soul would be extremely compatible with the heavens and earth. As such, when one's concentration isn't focused, they would unknowingly enter a thoughtless state and automatically receive the laws of the heavens and earth. When Yang Zhaoge first met Yu Yi, he already knew that her soul was different from others. It was the rarely seen heaven-containing purified soul. Those who possessed such a soul would be closer to the profundities of the great Tao, allowing them to comprehend the various laws much easier than others. Externally, it would be manifested in the cultivation of martial arts. Their comprehension would be insanely high. This was also considered a type of talent. Its rarity and heaven-defying degree were on par with Nai Jingxin's earlier heaven-nascent form. One was manifested in the soul, while the other manifested in the body. In history, the most recent and famous example of the earlier heaven-nascent form was the head of Taoism's 4 imperials, the heaven-reigning purple tenuity Paularis Grand Sovereign Emperor. As for the most recent example of the heaven-containing purified soul, Yang Zhaoge was extremely familiar with it. His grandfather, Yang Xintang. Chapter 1414. But it's not entirely because of the heaven-containing purifying soul. As Yang Zhaoge said this, he pulled back the corners of his mouth. According to senior apprentice Uncle Gao's words, senior apprentice sister Yu herself was originally a martial fanatic. They are similar to the exalted fire luminary and junior sister Sikong. They are fond of martial arts and often immerse themselves in the boundless sea of Tao. Yang Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, if she possesses the heaven-containing purified soul, she would be able to comprehend the Tao without any thoughts at any time. She would be able to enjoy herself within, which is exactly what she wants. As a result, the combination of the two is extremely obvious. This is also a kind of happiness, Feng Yunxing said with some yearning. The state of thoughtless and thoughtless was a state that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. It was like returning to the primordial world of the mother's womb. It was the closest to the Tao. Practicing martial arts in this state was the most efficient, far surpassing the usual days when he had to think hard. But for the vast majority of martial artists, this was a state that could only be encountered by chance. In fact, most people would not even encounter it once in their entire lives. This was a rare experience even for experts who had ascended to the immortal realm. Only when one's realm reached a certain level would they be able to enter this state more easily. Feng Yunxing herself, after having a trip to the 9 underworlds, had entered the state of no thoughts and thoughts in martial arts cultivation. Only then did she have a knack for it. However, she wasn't completely confident that she could enter it as she wished. Apart from a few exceptions like Chen Qianhua, most martial artists who could reach a certain level would be filled with yearning and curiosity towards the mysteries of heaven and earth. The higher the realm, the more one wanted to explore further. Feng Yunxing was no exception. Naturally, she was envious of Yu Yi's current state. The benefits don't stop there, Yang Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice sister Yu is innately immune to the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Feng Yunsheng thought for a moment. That's right. Although she often involuntarily enters a state of no thoughts and no thoughts, it's very easy for her to withdraw from this state. When others use the sonorous voice of the great Tao to suppress her, it's no longer effective. A grand virtual immortal was accompanied by the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Those who hadn't reached the profound immortal realm and hadn't cultivated the immortal astral continent would be suppressed. Their minds would go blank as if they had fallen into a thoughtless state. Strictly speaking, there was still a difference between it and the true state of no thoughts and no thoughts. One was on his own, the other was being suppressed by an external force. But comparatively speaking, there were similarities. This kind of situation was naturally the dream of martial artists. Thus, in ancient times, there were virtual immortals who used the sonorous voice of the great Tao to suppress their own disciples, forcing them to enter a state of no thoughts and thoughts so that they could comprehend the Tao. However, if he did this for too long, it would be detrimental to the person being suppressed. Secondly, if he did this, comprehending the principles of heaven and earth might not be in line with the profound mysteries of his martial arts. Therefore, this method was only done by a few people by chance. Most of the time, the sonorous voice of the great Tao was a symbol of a virtual immortal's identity and a sharp weapon to defeat enemies below the mysterious immortal realm. Yang Zhaoge possessed the peerless heavenly scripture as a foundation, simultaneously wielding the grand clear Tai fist and the prime clear immortal exterminating sword. Moreover, he simultaneously cultivated in the three purities, having mastered many supreme martial arts as he wished. Only then could he resist the suppression of the sonorous voice of the great Tao at the true immortal realm. However, this was also related to the level of his cultivation. If Yang Zhaoge's cultivation base was too low, he would still be suppressed by the sonorous voice of the great Tao, his mind unable to move. On the other hand, Yu Yi, who possessed the heaven-containing purified soul, had an innate resistance towards the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Then, should we not disturb her for now? Feng Yunsheng glanced at Yu Yi. Yang Zhaoge smiled and nodded. However, they didn't have to wait for long. Yu Yi quickly regained her senses. This matter involves existences like the 12 devilish gods. I'll have to report this to my grandparents. I'm afraid that the incongruent's divine mother would be alerted. You don't have to worry about that. When we return to the sky beyond skies, we'll also send a message to the roving Jade Heavens to inform Senior Gao, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, and the others. Yang Zhaoge said, Senior Apprentice Sister Yu, you might have already left the roving Jade Heavens and headed towards us. That's why you don't know about it. Yu Yi came to a realization, oh, that's good. Senior Gao and the others would probably contact the incongruent's divine mother as soon as possible. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, we've also contacted the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Exalted Fire during our return. We naturally have to consider everything thoroughly in the battle with the 9 underworlds this time. After all, they have more than one expert of the devil path that's equivalent to a golden immortal realm heavenly exalt of our Tao sect. Even if the 9 underworlds are hated by everyone, we have to be cautious. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. The evil devils are the common enemy of all living beings. As a result, when the Taoism grows and the devils vanish, they hide in the 9 underworlds and only dare to act in the dark. However, the 9 underworlds' strength is still extremely formidable. Even if they've been jointly attacked for many years, they still shouldn't be underestimated. Of course. Yu Yi said, if we're talking about individual forces, the immortal court heretics and the blessed lands of the White Lotus might even be inferior to the 9 underworlds. Feng Yunsheng nodded. The righteous and the demonic stand opposite each other, like 2 extremes. Although they might not be equal, the evil of the demonic demons can be foreseen. Before the heavens were split open, when creation had just begun, within the primordial chaos, the 3 clear Grand Masters established Taoism, the 3 ancient sovereigns were still alive, and the Western sect's second patriarch started his own business. However, when the devil Tao rose, everyone could be considered to be on the same side from a certain perspective. As for the devil Tao, among the 12 devilish gods, the 6 peerless ancestral devils appeared one after another. Under normal circumstances, even if the last doomsday heavenly devil didn't appear, the devil Tao would have a total of 5 Tao ancestors. Regardless of whether there was a difference in strength between them, just looking at the numbers, the devil path would shockingly be the path with the most Tao ancestors in a single orthodoxy. In the end, because the ancestral devils didn't appear at the same time, they appeared one after another. The Taoism's grand clear lord of Tao and virtue transformed into the grand heavenly devil and occupied the third ancestral devil. As for the Western sect master, the guide Daoist, also known as the Amitabha Buddha, transformed into the faceless heavenly devil and occupied the fourth ancestral devil. With that, the devil Tao's fate was severed. Moreover, the various sects worked together to suppress the devil Tao. The first ancestral devil, the ancestor of all devils, the primordial heavenly devil, was suppressed. The second ancestral devil, the creation heavenly devil, was slain, and his remains transformed into the 9 underworlds. With that, the trend of Taoism growing and the devil's vanishing was set in stone. The devil Tao became the target of everyone's scorn. Although they had the 9 underworlds as their shelter and had been plotting in the dark, they were never able to make a comeback. However, even so, the 9 underworlds' strength wasn't to be underestimated. This time, it wasn't a normal reincarnation. Instead, 2 of the 12 devilish gods and devils of the 6 extinct devils were seeking for reincarnation. The 9 underworlds would definitely be extremely concerned about it. Even existences like the vast freedom heavenly devil, the heart devil, and the shadow devil would be restrained in fear of the other major forces' reactions. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. There are other powerful devils in the 9 underworlds as well, said Yang Zhaoge softly. Feng Yunxing and Yu Yi nodded in agreement. Chapter 14:15. The vast freedom heavenly devil hasn't shown himself for a long time. Is he still alive? Asked Yu Yi curiously. Yang Zhaoge turned to look at Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunxing said softly, there's a high possibility that the vast freedom heavenly devil has yet to transcend or perish. Instead, he's still alive. However, I can't be sure of his current situation. The great freedom heavenly devil was one of the 6 great ancestral devils among the 12 devilish gods. He was born during the early heaven era and was one of the devil Tao's Tao ancestors. He was the leader of the devil Tao, standing above the heart devil, the shadow devil, the water devil, and the earth devil. The primordial heavenly demon was suppressed and the karma heavenly demon had fallen. The Mahesvara heavenly demon fully deserved to be the strongest cultivator of the fiend Tao, the ancestor of the Tao that could compete with other Tao realm cultivators. Although he had not appeared for a long period of time, no one could ignore the existence of this ancestral fiend. The heart devil and the wood devil are still around. The water devil is bothering the astro sovereign, while the earth devil is bothering your sect's disciples. Yu Yi asked again, what about the aged metal devil and the fire devil? Yang Zhaoge answered, I'm not sure about the devil of tertiary fire, but the devil of aged metal was still in a perished state. There were no signs of him reviving. In the past, when Yang Zhaoge had entered the 9 underworlds to look for Feng Yunxing, he had encountered the battlefield where his grandfather, Yang Xintang, had fought against the previous devil of aged metal's incarnation, the sword devil, Yin Xiang. In that place, sword devil Yin Xiang's vital energy still had a remnant imprint, but it was withered, only a piece of history. If the new devil of Gungjin was reborn, the traces left behind there would most likely undergo corresponding changes. After all, that place was located in the 9 underworlds. Still, after having left the world beyond worlds, in order to ensure that his whereabouts were not leaked, Yang Zhaoge had no longer set foot there. He could not be certain of the current situation. Great demons borrow bodies to be reborn. Sometimes, we can discover traces of them in advance, but sometimes, it's very difficult to detect them. Yang Zhaoge said a little helplessly, or rather, even if it is detected, there would not be enough time to deal with it, unless the body's will is strong enough, being able to stably defend itself for a long time. For example, the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, or Chu Lili, who was under his protection back then. On the other hand, people like Ying Yuzhen and Shi Jun had problems with their health. Hence, they were forced to delay the process. However, there were quite a number of situations where the great devil actually came into contact with the body and reincarnated as an incarnation. It actually didn't take much time, and it was impossible to guard against it. Sword devil Yin Xiang and Chu Lili's father, Ice Devil Chu Heng, were both in the same situation. It was also because of this that the reincarnation of a peak great demon and the godfiend empowerment were impossible to guard against. Perhaps there was a relatively long incubation period, but there were few signs during the incubation period. Once it flared up, it would be like a wildfire that was difficult to extinguish. Otherwise, if it was exposed prematurely every time and needed a long time to prepare, the great demon's path of resurrection would definitely be blocked one after another, and very few would succeed. Although it was a little cruel, there had been cases in history where one's physique was exposed prematurely and then killed on the spot, ending things once and for all. It was just that Yang Zhaoge and the others naturally did not want to consider such a method. We are still a little passive now, but we can't be impatient. Otherwise, it would instead be easy for the other side to take advantage of us, Yang Zhaoge said. Let's just wait patiently. Feng Yunsheng and Yu Yi nodded. Yang Zhaoge looked at Yu Yi and smiled. Before senior apprentice brother Nai returns, senior apprentice sister, are you going to wait here or at the Jade Capital Crag? I'm fine with either, said Yu Yi blankly. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, let's stay here then. When senior apprentice brother Nai returns, he should be here as well. He should be arriving soon. I know. Before I came here, Uncle had asked about the Jade Capital Crag. He said that senior apprentice brother Nai would be returning soon, so he asked me to come here directly, said Yu Yi with a nod. Yang Zhaoge asked with interest, this should be your third battle, right? You've already tied twice. Senior apprentice sister, did you come here with something new? I've gained something. As she spoke about this, Yu Yi's eyes lit up, and she seemed a little proud. Then, I wish you victory in advance. Yang Zhaoge smiled and cupped his hands. Yu Yi opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Then, she felt a little dejected. Victory is hard to say. Senior apprentice brother Nai always brings something new. Then, she smiled and said, every time we fight, I've gained a lot. I feel that learning is boundless, and the myriad of profundities within it. Every time, I'm immersed in it. How joyous is sparring with the sword. In the past, senior apprentice Uncle Long went to the roving Jade Heavens. Although his words were a little intense, his original intention was to experience the prime clear sword Dao. According to him, my ancestor's fight with senior Gao and my ancestor's mother left a deep impression on him. Yang Zhaoge shrugged. Unfortunately, as the world changed, the anger between the two grew stronger and stronger, to the point that hatred was formed. He said sincerely, it would be a good thing if the hatred could be eliminated. As the roving Jade Heavens moved into the awakened sky cosmos, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, who had the worst relationship with the Jade Capital Crag, left. As a result, the conflict between the roving Jade Heavens and the Jade Capital Crag eased up slightly. Their relationship was still far from friendly. In fact, they were even faintly hostile towards each other. However, it wasn't as intense as before. However, it would be difficult to hope for them to let go of their past enmity. After all, when the two were hostile towards each other, casualties had occurred. Moreover, even Gao Qingxian, who was the friendliest amongst the prime clear lineage bigwigs, didn't forget about Yang Xintang's suppression of the roving Jade Heavens. Her greatest regret in her life was that she couldn't spar against Yang Xintang again to cleanse her past defeat. While her son, Long Xueji, was exceptionally talented, his father, Long Xingquan, had taught him the Jade Clear Sword art during his rise to power. Regardless of the outcome of his spar against the Jade Clear Sword cultivators, it would be difficult to judge the superiority of the Jade Clear and Prime Clear Sword arts. Fortunately, outstanding geniuses were emerging endlessly from both sides. Moreover, their ages and cultivations were similar. The Prime Clear lineage had high hopes for Yu Yi and He Mion. They hoped that they could defeat Yang Xintang's grand disciple, Nai Jingshan, and cleanse their past humiliation. He Mion fought against Nai Jingshan and was ultimately defeated by his sword. As for Yu Yi and Nai Jingshan, they would spar once every 10 years. 20 years ago and 10 years ago, they both ended in a draw. Now that the 10-year deadline had arrived, Yu Yi came to fulfill it. Nai Jingshan had previously left the sky beyond skies and traveled around the awakened sky cosmos. However, he would soon return to fulfill his promise. Actually, it's not really a contest. It's just that my grandmother and the others were still gambling. Yu Yi looked at Yang Zhaoge. If we were to compare, neither I nor He Mian would be able to defeat you, junior apprentice brother Yang. After all, you're the exalted gold luminary's bloodline descendant. Yang Zhaoge waved his hand. However, I'm not a sword cultivator. Honestly speaking, my attainments in the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword can't compare to senior apprentice brother Nai. I can't represent the highest standard of my ancestors' sword arts. Even senior apprentice brother Nai couldn't defeat you with the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword, let alone me. He smiled and said, I don't think there's a need for you to set a time limit. If you're interested, just spar. It'll be beneficial for everyone's improvements. Chapter 14:16. The clash between prodigies would often ignite sparks of inspiration. Falling in love with Luan, especially when they cultivated similar types of martial arts, but had different inheritances. However, a competition was ultimately a matter of winning. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation, and the easier it would be to squeeze out one's potential or discover the flaws. Time is needed to reflect and accumulate. Yu Yi seemed to be tempted by Yang Zhaoge's suggestion. However, after thinking about it, she still answered, 10 years is quite a good time. I can comprehend some new things and perfect them first. Then, I can compare them with senior apprentice brother Nai. Or, if he ran into a difficult problem, he might be able to use his knowledge to help him through a competition with Nai Jingshan. To a certain extent, the two weren't that close to each other. Compared to when sparring with swords, it would be more beneficial for them to perform better. If there weren't any grudges between fellow disciples, it wouldn't be hard for them to perform at their usual standard during sparring. However, it would be hard for them to perform exceedingly well. After Long Xingquan and Gao Qingxuan's marriage, sparring was a common occurrence. However, according to Long Xingquan, while they often benefited from it, it wasn't as significant as when he fought against Gao Qingxian when he first arrived at the roving Jade Heavens. The Prime Clear lineage and the Jade Capital Crags lineage had been entangled for thousands of years. Now, both sides had a deep understanding of each other's sword arts. It wouldn't be easy for them to innovate and further analyze each other's sword arts. Nai Jingshan and Yu Yi were both rare geniuses in the art of the sword. As the two of them clashed against each other, both sides benefited greatly from it. Most martial art practitioners were competitive. Even Yu Yi and Nai Jingshan weren't an exception. While their consecutive draws allowed their sword arts to improve by leaps and bounds, they were also trying their best to defeat their opponents. Due to the grudges between their masters, their seniors might still mind it. However, to the two of them, every sparring was akin to a sublimation of themselves. It was an exploration of the sword art's profundities, which further spurred them to climb higher. Well said, senior apprentice Uncle Long. After the battle between my ancestor and my mother, only when the two of you fought against each other did a pinnacle sword battle of the same level appear. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, that's right. Please allow us to spectate your sparring. Don't chase us away. Feng Yunsheng nodded with a smile. She was brimming with interest. Most of the martial artists who could reach a higher cultivation realm had a passion for the martial way. Although she didn't practice sword arts, and her current cultivation realm was much higher than Nai Jingshan and Yu Yi's, she still felt that she could comprehend and broaden her horizons. I'm fine with it. I'll leave it to senior apprentice brother Nai. Yu Yi nodded. What she said actually meant that there was no problem. As long as they did not interfere with the competition, Nai Jingshan did not care if there were spectators or not. Speaking of her duel with Nai Jingshan, Yu Yi gradually fell into a daze. The transformations of their sword arts appeared in her mind, and she recalled the contents of their duel, as well as the process of the duel. Seeing her gaze gradually lose its focus, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng could not help but laugh involuntarily. I still have some preparations to make regarding the demons of the netherworld. Yang Zhaoge didn't disturb Yu Yi. Instead, he sent a sound transmission to Feng Yunsheng, accompany her for a while and arrange her residence. Inform me when senior apprentice brother Nai returns. Feng Yunsheng nodded. Don't worry. After bidding farewell to them, Yang Zhaoge returned to his residence on the Broad Creed Mountain. On his way back, he had already thought through the relevant matters. As such, when he arrived, he immediately set up a formation within the secluded room. Then, Yang Zhaoge took out the ribbon of light he obtained from the crane demon. After cutting off another portion of the silk ribbon and packing up the rest, he wrapped the piece of silk ribbon in cinnabar talisman paper. Yang Zhaoge took out a small bottle, which contained the devil's sealing godly water. The cinnabar talisman paper rolled up the ribbon, and Yang Zhaoge placed it within the small bottle, immersing it in the devil's sealing godly water. He made a hand seal, and the formation's power augmented the small bottle. The small jade bottle gradually turned transparent, and silently disappeared. As for the devil's sealing godly water, it transformed into leaping flames. Yang Zhaoge sat in a lotus position and gathered the clump of flames in front of his chest. Then, his hand seals continuously changed, and seals after seals flew into the flames. Just like that, 48 hours passed. When the flames finally extinguished, only a talisman paper was left floating in mid-air. The cinnabar diagram on the talisman paper had also disappeared. The ribbon that was wrapped around the talisman paper had also disappeared. Only the transparent talisman paper that flickered with a faint radiance remained. Yang Zhaoge extended his palm, and the radiant talisman paper laid flat on his palm. Then, it disappeared and fused with his palm. He was still sitting on the ground. He didn't stand up, and instead, he slowly meditated. Only after this night had passed did Yang Zhaoge feel his fatigue vanish. He continued cultivating in his secluded room. After that, Feng Yunsheng ordered a young disciple to report that Nai Jingshan had returned to the sky beyond skies. Senior apprentice brother Nai. Seeing Nai Jingshan again, Yang Zhaoge smiled and cupped his hands. A smile also appeared on the cold black-clothed youth's face. Junior apprentice brother Yang, how have you been? If you allow me and my wife to spectate the battle between you and senior apprentice sister Yu, I'll definitely be fine. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Nai Jingshan nodded nonchalantly, of course. Feng Yunsheng smiled and said, sorry for disturbing you. As everyone was talking, Yang Zhaoge's expression suddenly changed. There's news from my father and senior Chen. Hearing that, Feng Yunsheng, Nai Jingshan, and Yu Yi all looked towards him. They knew what Yang Di and Chen Xuanzong were doing, and they had been paying attention to them, waiting for news. Please wait. As Yang Zhaoge spoke, faint blue radiances surfaced within his eyes. They interweaved into numerous troublesome runes, which streaked across his pupils like flowing water. After a long while, the blue radiances gradually dissipated, and Yang Zhaoge's pupils returned to normal. He let out a long sigh and looked towards everyone. There's news from Senior Chu Lily. Upon hearing that, everyone's spirits rose. Then, they calmed down and asked in unison, is Senior Chu safe now? I'm not sure yet. I'm still waiting for further confirmation. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. The clue is related to the exalted solar luminary. Feng Yunsheng asked, are we rushing over now? My father and the others are already there. We don't have to rush. Yang Zhaoge squinted his eyes. If Senior Chu had already fallen into the hands of the 9 underworlds, she might have been purposely released as bait to attract our attention. This means that the 9 underworlds' plan is more or less complete. They want the water devil and the earth devil to act together. Yang Zhaoge raised his hand and looked at his palm. We mustn't let them lead us by the nose. We have to turn the tables. Chapter 14:17. The best-case scenario would be for Senior Chu to be safe and sound. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. However, we have to prepare for the worst-case scenario as well. Nai Jingshan looked at Yu Yi. With such a sudden occurrence, can we postpone our competition? Of course. Yu Yi nodded. I've met Senior Chu once in the roving Jade Heavens. I hope that she's blessed by the heavens. Yang Zhaoge said, since the clues are related to the exalted solar luminary, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor should be aware of it as well. Let's contact Senior Suo and the Incongruence Divine Mother respectively. Yu Yi answered, I'll immediately send a message back to the roving Jade Heavens. Yang Zhaoge went to look for Xu Fei first. The two met up. After Yang Zhaoge explained the situation, Xu Fei asked, what do you plan to do? The worst-case scenario would be for the Water Devil and the Earth Devil to take action at the same time, causing us to lose sight of them. Yang Zhaoge calmly said, if we want to take care of both sides, we'll have to expend our manpower and strength, giving them a chance to kill two birds with one stone. Whatever our enemies want to do, we'll have to stop them from doing so. As Yang Zhaoge spoke, he waved his hand and walked outside. Xu Fei followed beside him, and the two headed towards the pill hall. After a while, Hu, who had already received Yang Zhaoge's orders, brought Shijun along and transported the ice coffin containing Ying Yuzhen's body to the pill hall. Under Yang Zhaoge's lead, the group entered the pill hall's core pill room. Yang Zhaoge took a deep breath and slammed his palm on the center of the pill room's floor. Then, streams of radiance were released from his palm and spread towards the surroundings, covering the entire secret room like water ripples. Countless runes surged and densely covered the entire floor. After giving some instructions to Shijun, Yang Zhaoge and the others left him and Ying Yuzhen in the room. If we stay here, wouldn't it be easier for them to locate the pill hall and the awakened sky cosmos? Asked Xu Fei. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. Unless the vast freedom heavenly devil personally makes a move, he would be safe for a short period of time. If that person were to act recklessly, the other Dao ancestors wouldn't agree. He let out a long breath and said, if we fall one step behind, we'll always fall behind. The other party has seized the initiative. If we want to act later and arrive first, we'll have to take some risks. You and Sect Master Martial Uncle should be careful too. Xue Fei nodded silently. I understand. Yang Zhaoge said, before I came here, I've already informed my mother to rush over from the Bright Connection Valley. She'll be taking over the pill hall on my behalf. With the pill hall's help, I believe we can hold on for a period of time. Xue Fei sent him out. Your mother's attainments in formations are outstanding, and she has just ascended to the supreme martial artist realm. She'll be able to display her strength better. It's naturally good to have her watching over us. After bidding farewell to Xu Fei, Yang Zhaoge met up with Feng Yunxing and left the sky beyond skies. He left the awakened sky cosmos and entered the void's boundless outskirts. The two traversed the boundaries of the void and flew through the void. They followed the clues left behind by Yang Di and Chen Xuanzong to meet up with them. It was hard to tell the length of time within the void. After flying for a long time, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing exited the void's crack. As they appeared, a person's silhouette appeared within the dark void. It was the exalted water luminary, Chen Xuanzong. Your father went to look for Lily first. Chen Xuanzong didn't waste any time and said, go and receive him. I'll proceed to the domain of 1,000 scales according to our original plan. Yang Zhaoge said with a serious expression, rest assured, Senior. We'll escort Senior Chu to meet up with you. Naturally, Chen Xuanzong couldn't wait to find Jie Mingkong and Chu Lily. However, now that he knew Chu Lily's whereabouts, he had to restrain himself and refrain from acting recklessly. After all, that might be a trap set up by the 9 underworlds. Now that the other party had released Chu Lily, it meant that their preparations were complete. Once Chu Lily and Chen Xuanzong met up, the Water Devil might launch his counterattack. As such, despite feeling anxious, Chen Xuanzong still maintained his calm. He let Yang Di, Yang Zhaoge, and Feng Yunxing search for Chu Lily, while he went to another place. No matter if it was Chen Xuanzong, Yang Zhaoge, or the others, they all had the same thought. They mustn't let the 9 underworlds lead them by the nose. They had to seize the initiative as much as possible. As such, during these years, Yang Zhaoge, Chen Xuanzong, and the others had been secretly making their own arrangements while searching for Chu Lily and Jie Mingkong. As Chen Xuanzong traveled by the void's boundless outskirts, he unintentionally found a strange starry sky known as the domain of 1,000 scales. There, everyone had been making their own arrangements. Currently, the domain of 1,000 scales could be considered as Yang Zhaoge's home ground. Mingkong's whereabouts are still unknown. Chen Xuanzong looked at the distant starry sky. His gaze moved and turned into a sigh, we'll meet again later. As Yang Zhaoge watched Chen Xuanzong's disappearing silhouette, he let out a sigh. If the Astro Sovereign's prediction is correct, the female emperor had been looking for Senior Chu all these years. If Senior Chu had already fallen into the hands of the 9 underworlds, the female emperor's situation would be worrisome. We have to be on guard against this. He shook his head, of course, This is the worst-case scenario. Hopefully, it won't be like that. Let's go. Let's go and receive the chief and senior Chu. Feng Yunsheng nodded silently. After receiving Chen Xuanzong's further guidance, the two wanted to travel to another space to search for Yang Di. Naturally, Yang Zhaoge and his father didn't lose contact. However, it wasn't easy to contact each other within the boundless outskirts. After a series of twists and turns, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng finally found Yang Di. Currently, Yang Di was standing by the periphery of the Starry Sea's stone belt. His inside. Sensing the two's arrival, Yang Di didn't turn around and said. Yang Zhaoge turned around and looked at Feng Yunsheng. Blue-black devilish flames lit up within Feng Yunsheng's eyes, which were flickering faintly. After a while, Feng Yunsheng shook her head lightly. For now, I haven't discovered any other devils nearby. The three immediately entered the stone belt. After passing through it, they reached the central region and stopped. On a meteorite with a circumference of an acre, there was a stone mountain. A cave was formed beneath the mountain. As Yang Zhaoge and the others entered, they saw a woman sitting in a lotus position. She didn't speak or move, and her eyes were closed as if she was in a deep sleep. On her forehead, a devilish pattern split open vertically, from which ice-blue brilliance was emitted. The woman was naturally Chu Lily, whom Yang Zhaoge hadn't seen for many years. Currently, when she reappeared in front of Yang Zhaoge, her appearance was still as tender as before, as if she was a 16-year-old girl. However, compared to the lively woman in the past, she seemed to be focusing all of her attention on fighting against the devilish intent. She didn't have any other reactions towards herself or the outside world. Chapter 14:18. Yang Zhaoge looked at the devilish pattern on Chu Lily's forehead. There seemed to be an eye within, traversing through the long river of time, traversing through the boundless void, traversing through the numerous principles and laws to stare at Yang Zhaoge. That eye was cold and emotionless. It was as if there were no emotions in it, just like the pitch-black and cold universe. Yang Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as he methodically imitated the gourd, cutting off a small piece of silk and engraving a rune on it, using a secret technique to seal it on Chu Lily's forehead. The demonic matrix that looked like a crack slowly closed and disappeared. The problem was not fundamentally solved, but it could at least affect Water Demon's perception of the outside world through Chu Lily's body to a certain extent. Seeing the crack gradually closing up, Yang Zhaoge did not make any further movements as he stood calmly where he was, patiently observing. The pair of eyes that had met his before were gone. However, Yang Zhaoge instinctively felt that an indistinct will seemed to still exist. However, there was no further movement. Both sides seemed to be competing in patience. Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng, whose expression was stern as she nodded lightly. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath, then extended his palm, light vaguely appearing on his palm. As the light shone on her, Chu Lily's body, which seemed to be in a deep slumber, quickly shrank and flew into the light, disappearing without a trace. "Let's go and meet with Senior Chen," said Yang Zhaoge. Since the enemy didn't see Chen Xuanzong appear, they decided to endure it for now. Yang Zhaoge and the others inspected the asteroid belt one last time. After confirming that there were no more discoveries, they left together and headed towards the domain of Thousand Scales to meet up with Chen Xuanzong. On the way, Yang Zhaoge was also unceasingly contacting the others. For a time, the wind and clouds surged, and people, both in the light and in the dark, began to gather in the same place. After a long journey, Yang Zhaoge's group finally arrived at their destination. Looking from afar, the dark void suddenly sparkled, as if a long river had appeared. After getting closer, he could clearly see that it wasn't river water, but streams of light. They were densely packed, as if tens of thousands of giant silver carps had leapt out of the water and then fallen back down. The streams of light merged into one, and from a distance, it looked like a long river. This was the place that Yang Zhaoge and the others had meticulously selected and prepared in order to contend against the evil devils. Regardless of whether it was Chen Xuanzong, Chu Lily, or Shijun and Ying Yuzhen, they would have to seize the opportunity to deal with the situation when their opponents made their move. Yang Zhaoge and the others had to wait for the other side to make the first move before they would arrive first, grasping the chance amidst the danger. This meant that he was naturally one step behind his opponent. There was a 50-50 chance that he would be able to catch up to his opponent. Therefore, since he was at a disadvantage in terms of timing, Yang Zhaoge would try to make up for it in terms of location. Being able to set the location of the duel as their own home ground was naturally better than setting it as a neutral location or even the opponent's home ground, the Nine Nether Abyss. Previously, when Chen Xuanzong went out to find such a place, Yang Zhaoge was overjoyed. While water veins similar to the Starry River tributary were more beneficial for Yang Zhaoge to unleash the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation's power, it would also be more beneficial for the Water Devil under such circumstances. As such, it was inferior to the domain of Thousand Scales. After arranging for Chen Xuanzong to wait here, he and the others would bring Chu Lili over. This way, they could ensure that when the enemy made their move, they would be in the domain of Thousand Scales, and not somewhere else. Although Chen Xuanzong was worried about Jie Mingkong and Chu Lili, he still endured it and came here first. Senior Chen is already prepared. After arriving at the domain of Thousand Scales, Yang Zhaoge first notified Chen Xuanzong. After a while, Chen Xuanzong replied. After receiving the reply, Yang Zhaoge and the others immediately entered the domain of Thousand Scales. After entering the domain of Thousand Scales, Yang Zhaoge and the others seemed to have lost control of their bodies, and they were constantly shifting between the streams of lights. Here, time seemed to have stopped, losing its original concept. Yang Zhaoge and the others seemed to be floating within the river of time, rising and falling. Order. Yang Zhaoge extended his hand and wrote numerous runes in the air, which transformed into clumps of lights that enveloped the three of them. Then, they sank downwards together. When the radiance in front of them dissipated, the scene before them changed. Their surroundings were still filled with rays of lights, as if a torrential river was continuously flowing. From the outside, they seemed to be connected together, resembling a long river. However, upon reaching the interior, streams of lights were flowing in all directions, resembling the surface of a sphere, which enveloped Yang Zhaoge and the others within. In front of them was a shiny, jet-black metal ball. It was as huge as a star, and it was heavy. It quietly hovered within the void, and was enveloped by the streams of lights. The metallic sphere's surface was smooth, without any bumps or gaps. When Yang Zhaoge arrived beside the metallic sphere and extended his hand to touch its surface, a huge rune lit up above the sphere. Then, the sturdy metallic sphere's shape remained the same. However, its texture seemed to have softened, as if it was a water ball. Yang Zhaoge and the others immediately passed through the sphere's surface and entered it. It was pitch black within, without any traces of light. However, Yang Zhaoge could clearly feel that someone was already here. It was the exalted water luminary, Chen Xuanzong. You brought Lili over. How's the situation? Chen Xuanzong's voice resounded from within the darkness. Did you see Mingkong? Yang Zhaoge answered, I didn't see Senior Jie. Senior Chu's condition is still stable, so I added another layer of seal. With that, including the domain of Thousand Scales outside and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual that we've spent so much effort to create, we have 3 layers of defense. He opened his palm, and radiances appeared on his palm. As long as the vast freedom heavenly devil doesn't make a move, we should be able to hold on for a short period of time. If the other Dao ancestors gave the vast freedom heavenly devil a chance to personally make a move, losing to him wouldn't be a crime. However, if the other great devils were to directly attack this place and engage in close combat with us, it would be hard to say if they managed to breach the domain of Thousand Scales and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, said Yang Zhaoge with a solemn expression. Therefore, we have to hurry up. From the radiances on his palm, a tiny figure flew out and gradually returned to its original size. It was Chu Lili. That's right, we have to hurry. Chen Xuanzong received Chu Lili's body. With the radiances on Yang Zhaoge's palm that had yet to dissipate, Chen Xuanzong looked at Chu Lili's sleeping face. He slowly said, if that's the case, let's begin. The radiances on Yang Zhaoge's palm dissipated, and darkness returned. Chen Xuanzong sat in a lotus position and faced Chu Lili. They sat within the void together. He formed a hand seal with both of his hands. One of his index fingers pointed towards his forehead, while the other finger pointed towards Chu Lili's forehead. Chapter 1419. Ever since they parted, 1,000 years had passed. Today was the first time Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili met. However, although her master was right in front of her, Chu Lili didn't feel anything, as if she was in a deep sleep. Chen Xuanzong looked at his little disciple, and the image of her when she first became his disciple surfaced in his mind. She was only 4 or 5 years old, and she was just an ignorant little girl. She didn't know that she was the water devil's suitable physique. She didn't know that her father and master were the same. She didn't know that her father, Chu Heng, was killed by her master, Chen Xuanzong, after becoming the water devil's incarnation. Gratitude and hatred intertwined, and this continued for her entire life. The cause of the past, the effect of today. Chen Xuanzong's expression remained calm. I hope that everything can come to an end this time. He closed his eyes, and the crack on his forehead gradually cracked open. Ice-blue devilish radiances surged out from within. They were vicious, lonely, and ominous. As for Chu Lili, who was sitting opposite him, the crack on her forehead had split open again. The ice-blue radiances released from their foreheads vaguely showed signs of intertwining and fusing together. However, at that moment, Chen Xuanzong's hand seals suddenly changed. At the same time, Yang Zhaoge, who was quietly standing by the side, did the same thing. He formed a hand seal and clasped it in front of his chest. Within the metallic sphere, rays of radiance suddenly appeared within the pitch-black space. In mid-air, 81 clumps of flames appeared at the same time. Following a unique formation, they surrounded Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili. From each of the 81 clumps of flames, a long tongue of fire extended out. Then, they converged at the center of the void and landed on Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili's bodies. As the flames appeared, the two's bodies trembled slightly, and the ice-blue radiances on their foreheads gradually dimmed. Chen Xuanzong extended his finger again and tapped on both his and Chu Lili's foreheads. Then, his two hands slowly moved towards the center. Along with the movement of his fingers, the blue radiances within the devilish patterns on their foreheads became brighter. As if they were being guided by Chen Xuanzong's hands, they started surging out from their bodies and converging at the void where the blue radiances converged. In mid-air, the ice-blue devilish radiances gradually converged and vaguely formed a fist-sized talisman seal. The rune became clearer and clearer, and the demonic intent that seeped out from it became stronger and stronger. On the other hand, Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili's originally rampant demonic qi started weakening. During the entire process, not a single trace of the water devil could be seen in the cracks on Chen Xuanzong's and the others' foreheads. On the contrary, the talisman mark that was gradually taking shape was flashing with an increasingly dazzling blue light. Within the blue light, there seemed to be a pair of eyes slowly opening. A terrifying, ice-cold, and desolate will emanated from it. Still, Yang Zhaoge and the others had long since been prepared for this. Powerful light simultaneously emanated from the 81 clumps of flames, focusing on that talisman. As the scarlet-red light crisscrossed, it firmly locked onto the ice-blue rune and suppressed it. The metal ball outside, which had been stable and motionless, suddenly began to spin. As the metallic sphere rotated, the streams of light flowing in the domain of 1,000 scales at the periphery also sped up. The various methods that he had set up earlier were now being put to use. There was only one goal: to remove the devilish intent that entangled Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili, and to suppress the water devil's path of rebirth, forcefully sever it, and block it back. The ice-blue radiance on the talisman mark grew brighter, and the will that seeped out from within became even more ruthless and cold. Within the radiance, there seemed to be an extremely powerful will that was constantly shaking the domain of 1,000 scales. However, under Yang Zhaoge, Chen Xuanzong, and the others' efforts, it was firmly suppressed. After all, the water devil had already perished. Now that he was seeking for rebirth, he wasn't truly living in this world. Being trapped within the domain of 1,000 scales and this metallic sphere, the water devil, Chen Xuanzong, and Chu Lili were almost completely isolated from the other evil devils. It was difficult for them to communicate with each other. Yang Zhaoge and the others' arrangements were to first trap the water devil in a helpless state, while simultaneously suppressing him. At this moment, the Devil Seas Abyss, which was located at the center of the 9 underworld's depths, suddenly trembled. The water devil is in trouble. It's those people's doing. The clues were cut off just now. We can't find them anymore. We can roughly determine the area. As long as we send more people, we'll be able to find them. Time is limited. We can't help the water devil now, but we can help the earth devil. Let's do it. The 9 underworlds' devilish domain trembled. Previously, in order to not attract the attention of other forces, they didn't make a move. Suddenly, a storm came. A large number of evil devils rushed out of the 9 underworlds and stepped into the void's boundless outskirts, rushing towards the place where Chu Lily disappeared. The group of devils that were already hiding by the void's outskirts started moving. To prevent Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and the others from noticing them, they didn't pursue too closely. As a result, they lost track of Yang Zhaoge, Chu Lily, and the others. However, they still managed to map out a rough spatial region, which included the domain of 1,000 scales. At the same time, within the awakened sky cosmos, the sky beyond skies, and the Pill Hall on the Broad Creed Mountain's peak, which seemed to be unrelated to this place, a sudden change occurred. Within the Pill Cause Pill Room, Shi Jun, who was calmly cultivating, suddenly let out a groan. Without any warning, a vertical crack appeared on his forehead. From the crack, yellowish-brown radiance shot out. It was heavy and desolate. Beside him, within the ice coffin, devilish patterns also appeared on Ying Yuzhen's forehead. Yellowish-brown radiance surged from within, which was similar to the devilish patterns on Shi Jun's forehead. However, it was even more calamitous and ruthless. However, at practically the exact same time, dense talisman markings appeared on the ceiling, floor, and walls of the core pill room they were in. As the radiances intertwined, they fell onto Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen's bodies like chains. Runes also appeared on their foreheads. As they circulated, they continuously suppressed the devilish patterns and the yellowish-brown radiance within. Xue Fei, who was guarding outside the Pill Cause Pill Room, saw the radiances flickering within the pill room. His heart jolted. It's here. Amidst the commotion, a yellowish-brown pearl suddenly appeared within the pill room. It was the earth-splitting pearl. The earth-splitting pearl transformed into a clump of radiance and fused with the pill room's entire structure. Then, the runes on the pill room's walls turned yellowish-brown. Under such suppression, the devilish intent surging from Shi Jun and his mother's bodies was further suppressed. With this, we should be able to delay them for a long time. Xue Fei's gaze didn't even blink as he observed everything happening before his eyes. A great devil had just been revived, and his strength wasn't the same. In fact, he might even be very weak and require time to recover. Naturally, the 9 underworlds hoped that the 2 extinct devils could return to the 9 underworlds safely. Hence, the 2 devils were revived at the same time, causing Yang Zhaoge and the others to lose sight of the other. Yang Zhaoge made use of this to delay the Earth Devil's revival and lure the Water Devil into the domain of 1,000 scales. He would first deal with the Water Devil before dealing with the Earth Devil's threat. Yang Zhaoge and the others had grasped the timing and location in their hands. The gap that they had been lagging behind for a long time was finally closed, and even surpassed. Chapter 1420. Within the vast and boundless void, undercurrents were surging. The 9 underworlds' devilish domain seemed to be filled with vitality and turned into an independent life form. It continuously expanded outwards and devoured the vast void. However, within the void, more than one unfathomable, immeasurable, and indescribably powerful will manifested. It seemed to be an existence that surpassed the creation of the world. It was unfathomable and existed on a completely different level. Even those who had already pushed open the immortal door wouldn't be able to sense its profundities. However, the 9 underworlds could clearly sense it. As such, the restless devilish domain quickly regained its calm. However, it didn't stop the immortal realm experts from leaving the 9 underworlds and disappearing within the void. The one in the lead was a clump of shadow. It didn't even have a specific shape, as if it had merged with the boundless dark void. It was one of the 12 devilish gods, one of the 6 extinct devils alongside the Water Devil and Earth Devil, the Wood Devil. He could also be called the Shadow Devil. The Shadow Devil took the lead and led the group of devils towards the region where Chen Xuanzong, Chu Lily, and the others disappeared. Behind him, devilish chi surged, accompanied by other grand heavenly realm devils. This battle concerned the rebirth of the two extinct devils, Water Devil and Earth Devil. Naturally, the 9 underworlds couldn't ignore it. Even if they knew that the other forces might surround them, they had no choice but to take the risk. However, within the boundless void, someone quickly obstructed their path. A Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm expert. The two sides immediately clashed. Both sides were wary of each other. The 9 underworlds had to prevent other forces from interfering, while the orthodox Taoism had to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. Even if the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were engaged in an intense battle, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's profundities couldn't be underestimated. In the past, Suo Mingzhang's sudden rise in strength resulted in the Immortal Court's current predicament by slaying numerous Immortal Court members. If the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had the chance to lock onto his tracks, he might even take the risk and take action. Due to this, the two sides continued to fight. The group of 9 underworlds devils were obstructed, and they couldn't do anything. Only the group of devils that were previously scattered around the outskirts helplessly shrunk their encirclement and continued searching for Yang Zhaoge and the others. With limited manpower, the search speed was naturally much slower. Time slowly passed. Within the domain of 1,000 scales, Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili within the metal ball were continuously removing their devil intents. The talisman incantation floating between the two of them grew larger and larger, and the icy blue light on it grew brighter and brighter. The cold and cruel will from the water demon kept roaring and struggling. The talisman incantation didn't just hover in the air, but was constantly swaying left and right. In the beginning, the talisman incantation tried to approach Chen Xuanzong. Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili finally met again. The devilish marks that were split apart due to Yang Zhaoge and Jie Mingkong had now been restored. For the water demon, Chen Xuanzong was the most suitable body for him. However, Chen Xuanzong's cultivation realm was higher than Chu Lili's in the first place. At this moment, his willpower was even clearer and more resolute than Chu Lili. Therefore, after a short tug of war, the talisman incantation started to move towards Chu Lili. However, the initiative was currently in Yang Zhaoge and Chen Xuanzong's hands. Although the water devil was tyrannical, it was hard for him to succeed. However, at this moment, everyone's mind suddenly trembled, and their vision blurred. No matter if it was Chen Xuanzong, or Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and Yang Di, they all felt their hearts surging, and they couldn't control themselves. Chu Lili, who had remained silent all this while, suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils were pitch black, devoid of any radiance or emotions. Although the voice that came out of her mouth was her own, her tone was completely different from before, so, it's the domain of 1,000 scales. No wonder it could obstruct our search and communication. Yang Zhaoge forcefully stabilized his fluctuating emotions while staring at Chu Lili. Heart Devil, he yelled with a deep voice. Together with the Water Devil and the Wood Devil, they were known as the 6 great extinct devils. They were one of the most ancient existences among the devils, the true undying Heart Devil. Legend had it that as long as sentient beings existed in this world, the Heart Devil could be reborn. It was publicly acknowledged as the hardest existence to kill. The other party's tone was calm, as if an old man was chatting with his junior. "You're Yang Zhaoge, right? In recent years, I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, you're truly extraordinary." As she spoke, Chu Lili turned around and looked at Feng Yunxing. "If you've had enough fun, remember to return home, my child." Feng Yunxing shook her head and said, "I'm afraid you've mistaken me for someone else." The Heart Devil smiled and glanced at Yang Di. She nodded and said, "The 9 underworlds welcomes prodigies like you and your son at any time. The Elder Lord's thoughts are hard to fathom. Now that your Taoism doesn't have a Tao realm bigwig leading you, you're still trying to survive in the cracks and walking on the edge of a blade. Although your Taoism heritage wouldn't be severed, your personal safety isn't guaranteed. If anything goes wrong, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Although my 9 underworlds is being suppressed by the other Taoism factions, we're still stronger than your 3 clear lineage. As for how we progress, it'll depend on fate. At the very least, we don't have to worry about preserving our heritage." Chu Lili's tone wasn't panicky. It wasn't overly sincere, causing others to feel bewitched. At the same time, it was filled with sincerity, causing others to have a favorable impression of her. However, Yang Di remained unmoved. He only stared at the heart devil calmly. Upon seeing this, the heart devil didn't say anything else. She only smiled and shook her head. She stared at Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. No matter how today's matter ends, what I said earlier will still be effective. She finally looked at Chen Xuanzong. I can see that your heart isn't calm anymore. That's not important. What's important is that your heart is already in a mess. The heart devil smiled and closed her eyes again. Chu Lili seemed to have lost all signs of life. However, Chen Xuanzong let out a groan and frowned. Within his eyes, black radiances faintly flickered. However, Chen Xuanzong didn't panic. Instead, his expression remained calm. Because during their conversation, Yang Zhaoge's hand seals continuously changed. In the end, he formed a seal with both of his hands and placed it in front of his chest. Duo. Yang Zhaoge's voice was like thunder, and he let out a loud yell. The metallic sphere that enveloped everyone and the void suddenly underwent another transformation. The 81 clumps of flames within the sphere were already burning fiercely. As for the metallic sphere itself, it radiated with radiance and became completely transparent. Countless talismans and patterns converged at this moment to form a total of 81 radiant paths, resembling 81 rings with different trajectories and directions before beginning to circulate in unison with Yang Zhaoge and the others at their center. The 81 radiant halos had the same center. However, they were rotating in different directions and intertwined with each other. It was as if the 81 constellation trajectories were revolving in unison. This chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual is only secondary against other devils. Its main purpose is to guard against you, the heart devil, said Yang Zhaoge quietly. Chapter 1421. The 81 radiances revolved around each other, bringing forth rays of light that landed on Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili's bodies. Under the radiance's illumination, black radiances surfaced on Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili's bodies. Then, the black radiances distorted and transformed into a clump of multicolored clouds with an indeterminate shape. Within the multicolored clouds, lights of various colors could be seen. It was as if all sorts of people and matters of the mortal world were presented at the same time, filled with the bustle of the mortal world. The black radiances disappeared, and the multicolored clouds appeared. There weren't any devilish intents within the void. Although there were sufferings, they stemmed from the various phenomena of the mortal world. They weren't cruel and ruthless intents. Looking at the multicolored clouds, one would feel as if they were witnessing the myriad forms of the mortal world. However, just like how the multicolored clouds were distorted and indescribable, if one were to observe the myriad forms of the mortal world carefully, one would feel a peculiar and awkward feeling amidst the ordinariness. At this moment, the rays of light that descended from the void were like chains that entangled the multicolored clouds. After being locked by the rays of light, the multicolored clouds' influence towards Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili was instantly weakened. Even Yang Zhaoge and the other two were enveloped by the radiance. Their previously unstable emotions immediately calmed down. Chu Lili reopened her eyes. However, the black radiance within her pupils was flickering, and it was hard for her to maintain her stability. The multicolored clouds above her head were being encircled by rays of light. Although they were distorted, they couldn't break free. Chu Lili asked, "What is this? I'm not an ignorant person, yet I don't recognize the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. I've never heard of this treasure before." In terms of seniority, the heart devil was one of the most ancient existences within this world's creation. He was undying and had existed for a long time. He had experienced the ancient era, the middle era, and even now. Even during the primordial chaos before the creation, while he wasn't born yet, he had heard of many things. Due to his unique authority, his knowledge was vast. Among the grand heavenly realm experts, he could be considered as one of the few top-notch existences. As one of the strongest and most ancient devils in this world, the Heart Devil had experienced countless battles between the Devil Dao and other orthodoxies. The Heart Devil knew all of the methods used by other orthodoxies to slay devils. But at this moment, even he felt unfamiliar with the changing metal sphere in front of him. There were some principles that the inner demon could figure out on their own, but when he combined them together, he was at a loss for a short period of time. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. It's normal that you don't recognize me. This chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual is a little trick that I invented together with my wife and senior Chen. Yang Zhaoge's hand seals continued changing without stopping. Indeed, it has never appeared before. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual that you saw today is the first one in history. At the same time, it is also the first time it is being used. Yang Zhaoge clasped his hands together in front of his chest once more, then pushed his arms forward together. It exists specifically to guard against you. Please correct me. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual's 81 halos spun faster and faster. At the same time, the radius of the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual began to shrink. More and more chain-like beams of light descended, denser and denser. Under the entanglement of the light mist, the colorful clouds gradually turned into sparse mist and then disappeared. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Prodigies. The Heart Devil's voice gradually became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. The colorful clouds above Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily's heads disappeared as well. Chu Lily closed her eyes once again, as if she had lost consciousness and was in deep slumber. Chen Xuanzong's gaze regained its clarity, and he continued removing the devilish intents within his and Chu Lily's bodies. Don't be careless. Yang Zhaoge's voice resounded within the void. The Heart Devil is unpredictable. Currently, he's only temporarily being isolated by the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. If there's any mistake, he would immediately take advantage of it and resurrect himself. In fact, if time drags on for too long, he might even slowly infiltrate us once again. Yang Zhaoge's expression turned serious. Other devils might also find their way to the domain of thousand scales. Everyone nodded with a serious expression. Everyone knew that if time drags on for too long, not only would Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily's situation change, even the awakened sky cosmoses Shijun and Ying Yuzhen's situation would become more and more disadvantageous. Chen Xuanzong's expression was calm, but his gaze was focused. The ice-blue radiance between him and Chu Lily became brighter and expanded. As time passed, the results became more and more obvious. However, very quickly, Feng Yunsheng, who was standing by the side, frowned. They still found us. Within her pupils, the blue-black devilish flames flickered. Yang Zhaoge and the others knew that Feng Yunsheng was extremely sensitive towards most evil devils. Even with the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual and the domain of thousand scales between them, she could still sense that some devils were already nearing the domain of thousand scales and had discovered their location. The domain of thousand scales had a miraculous effect of isolating the evil devils. It was nurtured by the world of creation, and was a famous and rare devil suppression holy land. Yang Zhaoge and the others were within, causing the great devils to have a hard time searching for them. However, on the other hand, the devils didn't have any suspicions when they saw the domain of thousand scales from afar. Naturally, they knew that their target was here. After finding one, they contacted the others. Without any hesitation, everyone started gathering there. In almost an instant, the great devils communicated with each other and stepped through the void, descending upon the universe where the land of thousand scales was located. At this moment, many twisting holes and vortexes appeared in the pitch-black void. Violent, ice-cold, and bloodthirsty devilish chi surged from within. As if dark clouds obscuring the void, they shrouded the entire space. Amidst the surging devilish chi, blood-red lightning twisted and flickered. Under the great devil's actions, the entire universe seemed to have transformed into the 9 underworlds. The surrounding regions even seemed to be evolving into the land of tranquil streams. Under the gloomy devilish chi, only the domain of thousand scales was filled with streams of lights. They were like fishes with flickering scales, continuously leaping out of the water's surface and falling back down. Within the boundless devilish domain, a majestic will manifested from within. Strange and abstruse syllables resounded. They were completely different from the evil devil's messy languages. They were filled with a sense of reversal and distortion. While opposing the great Tao, they seemed to contain their own unique principles, making them extremely abstruse. As the syllables changed, they were still abstruse. However, the other 9 underworld's evil devils could understand their meaning. I'll deal with the woman who stole the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority and went astray. Quickly destroy the domain of 1,000 scales. Today, we welcome the Water Emperor and the Earth Emperor back. Chapter 1422. A majestic will manifested, transforming the entire void into a devilish domain. While Taoism's top-notch bigwigs tried to obstruct them, the demon race and the Western Pure Lands interfered, causing the 4 sides to engage in a chaotic battle. No one could differentiate between friend and foe. In the end, a powerful grand heavenly realm devil still slipped through. This great devil didn't care about the chaotic situation and commanded the other devils to search for Yang Zhaoge and the others. As he descended upon the domain of 1,000 scales, his devilish chi filled the skies, instantly suppressing the domain of 1,000 scales. Under the command of this horrifying grand heavenly realm great devil, blood-colored radiances flickered amidst the boundless devilish chi, tearing through the void. One after another, powerful devils revealed their true forms. These great devils had different forms. There was an existence that resembled a devil god. He had 4 heads and 4 arms, but his head didn't have any facial features. His torso was akin to a cloud, with no legs. This was a great devil that originated from the 9 underworlds and was nurtured by the devilish chi. He had never taken on a human form. He had a sharp mouth and a hairy face. His arms drooped down past his knees, giving him the appearance of a giant ape. His entire body was jet black, with only his eyes resembling a pool of blood. This was a demon monkey. After falling to the dark side, he entered the 9 underworlds and transformed into a great devil. While he retained the appearance of a giant ape, his entire body was filled with devilish chi. He was no different from the 4-headed, 4-armed great devil beside him. There was an existence that was much smaller in size, but his strength wasn't any inferior. He had the appearance of a human middle-aged scholar. Other than his pale complexion and bloodshot eyes, which made him look a little haggard, his appearance wasn't much different from an ordinary human. However, he was also a great devil. Before the Great Calamity, he was a famed Devil Dao top-notch expert. His name was the Blissful True Monarch. He was a human expert that cultivated Devil Dao martial arts, and he was known as the Blissful Devil Monarch. However, he entered the 9 underworlds and became a true devil, no longer being a human. Welcoming the Water Emperor and Earth Emperor back is the most important matter. The great devil that was still in his human form said leisurely, however, it would be even better if we could bring that woman back. The giant ape-like great devil next to him glared at him. She possesses the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority, yet you're even thinking of getting your hands on her? For the demons of the Netherworld, when addressing the 6 extinct demons, they would add honorifics like Your Majesty. When he mentioned the 6 ancestral fiends, he addressed them as Skyfiends. It wasn't that it was disrespectful to call him by his name, but that the title of Heavenly Demon was the most respectful title, and only the Tao Realm Demon ancestor was worthy of it. When the evil devils mentioned the name of the Heavenly Devil, it was equivalent to the Buddhists mentioning the Gautama Buddha, and the Taoists mentioning the 3 Pure Ones. This woman stole the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority in the first place. Plucking her is just a punishment. The Blissful Devil Monarch said unhurriedly, if I can gain the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's favor because of this, and become the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's reincarnation body in the future, it'll be my honor. The great ape sneered. Go, then. I won't stop you. Still, have you forgotten that the heart demon mentioned that she's just a step away from becoming a Grand Luo? Do you think you'd be able to defeat her who wields the Doomsday Heavenly Demon authority? Can she defeat the entire 9 underworlds? She'll eventually fall into our hands. The Blissful Devil Monarch smiled. I don't mind sharing it with everyone. The great devil with 4 heads and 4 arms whose facial features could not be seen said coldly, the vast freedom Heavenly Demon and the other emperors will decide on how to deal with this woman. If you dare to make a decision on your own, prepare to die. We have to capture her first, don't we? The Blissful Devil Monarch was neither angry nor flustered, and his expression remained calm. The great ape snorted, then what are we waiting for? Let's end this quickly and deal with them. Let's welcome Emperor Water back, and interrogate them about where they hid Emperor Earth's reincarnation body. Apart from them, more and more 9 underworld's great devils appeared. For a time, the devils danced wildly, and the devil flames filled the skies. Behind them, the Grand Luo-level evil devil oversaw the formation. The group of devils charged towards the domain of 1,000 scales in an attempt to tear it apart. However, at this moment, a patch of black suddenly appeared amidst the sparkling waves. Then, a horrifying saber light appeared and swept through the void. Other than helping Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili get rid of the devilish intent, Yang Zhaoge and the others were guarding the domain of 1,000 scales. Not only did the domain of 1,000 scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual conceal their tracks and isolate the devilish Qis invasion, they also assisted Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili in getting rid of the devilish intent. With so many preparations and assistance, Chen Xuanzong could successfully erase the water devil's devilish seal and attempt to suppress it further, preventing its rebirth. As such, they had to concentrate their strength and execute the ritual to deal with the water devil. While they could defend against the devilish intent's infiltration of the inner devils, they couldn't use it as a defensive formation to defend against the enemy's true body. As such, when facing the evil devils, Yang Zhaoge and the others had to defend against the domain of 1,000 scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. The reason why they temporarily relied on the Pill Hall and the Earth-splitting Pearl to delay the Earth Devil's rebirth was so that they could effectively gather their strength to guard the domain of 1,000 scales. Feng Yunxing took the lead and slaughtered her way out of the domain of 1,000 scales. She fought against the invading devils, and all who stood in her way were annihilated. However, her mind quickly shuddered. Under the devilish domain's shroud, an extremely horrifying existence shook the void. Feng Yunxing wasn't unfamiliar with the other party's devilish intent. It was the evil devil that fought against her at the Starry River tributary. A top-notch great devil expert that had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, the two sides didn't need to speak any further and immediately engaged in battle. Although she was a grand virtual immortal, her opponent was equivalent to a Taoism's grand heavenly immortal. However, Feng Yunxing didn't hold back. Twin black radiances flickered above her head, manifesting the might of Luo Yuan's chaos annihilation. While blocking the enemy's attacks, she also attacked the other devils present. As for her opponent, he seemed to be using softness to overcome toughness. Dense devilish qi enveloped Feng Yunxing like a spiderweb, slowly tightening around her. While this great devil was tyrannical, he had to be cautious. Feng Yunxing was only a step away from the grand heavenly realm. She stayed within the great void to maintain self-control. The 9 underworlds was delighted to see Feng Yunxing lose control and become a devil. However, before that moment arrived, no one was willing to face the grand heavenly realm's doomsday saber. The outcome of this battle was unpredictable. Even if Feng Yunxing had her concerns, she had already let it go and focused on the battle in front of her, allowing her to perform at a higher level than before. As for her opponent, he wasn't as reserved as he was when he probed her outside the Starry River tributary. Instead, he displayed greater strength. Since the devils had left the 9 underworlds and wanted to fight openly, the great devils had also let go of their worries. Chapter 1423. This grand heavenly realm great devil displayed greater strength. Yet, at the same time, he was more patient. Against Feng Yunxing, whose cultivation was lower than his, he appeared rather conservative. Only, amidst his conservatism, viciousness and ruthlessness could be seen. He wasn't afraid of Feng Yunxing's saber, and his attacks were both offensive and defensive. Instead, he was helping the other great devils to block Feng Yunxing's attacks. Most evil devils were cruel or manic. They rarely cared about other devils. While this great devil seemed to be helping the other evil devils to block Feng Yunxing's attacks, he was actually secretly laying down a trap. Strands of devilish qi crisscrossed and didn't disperse for a long time, and they formed into an expanse that gradually transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that trapped Feng Yunxing within. The blissful devil monarch and the other devil's plan was coincidentally this great devil's. Since Feng Yunxing wasn't here, they would capture her and bring her back to the 9 underworld. The water devil and the earth devil's return was naturally the most important matter. They were the first priority. However, It would be best if they could bring Feng Yunsheng back to the 9 underworlds. After all, Feng Yunsheng had entered the awakened sky cosmos together with Yang Zhaoge. Her whereabouts had always been difficult to track down. Now that they had the rare opportunity to drag her here and fight to the death, the great demons naturally had to seize this hard-won opportunity. As Feng Yunsheng fought against the grand heavenly realm devil, the other evil devils didn't join the battle. Instead, they continued attacking the domain of thousand scales. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di's silhouettes surfaced from the domain of thousand scale streams of lights. Yang Zhaoge looked at the chaotic devils before him and took a deep breath. Then, he flipped his palm and slapped the streams of lights beneath his feet. Within the streams of lights that resembled a long river, clumps of lights floated up one after another. Then, runes extended out from the clumps of lights, intersecting with each other and gradually fusing together, manifesting a humongous formation rune. Then, Yang Zhaoge flipped his palm. As he flipped his palm, the entire domain of thousand scales that resembled a long river seemed to have flipped over. Upon seeing this, the great devils were startled. Then, as the domain of thousand scales flipped over, space was distorted. Due to the domain of thousand scales' unique ability to suppress evil devils, the boundless devilish domain that sealed the surrounding void couldn't stop the distorted space from opening. Streams of light flew out from the broken space-time. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Prime clear lineage, number 1 expert of the roving jade heavens, sword rotating duality Gao Qingxian. Sheath edge and nurture the sword. After unsheathing his edge, he went from a true immortal to a peak profound immortal. His title was changed to Spring Emperor, Long Xingquan. Daoist Cloud Conquest was also known as the Sheath Edge and Nurture Sword Daoist. During the battle of the roving Jade Heavens migration, he reached the peak of the profound immortal realm and changed his title from Emperor Cloud to Emperor Cloud. Taoism's orthodox lineage experts appeared one after another, blocking off the great demonic army's path towards the domain of thousand scales. Although today's battle wasn't directly related to the prime clear lineage's roving Jade Heavens, this matter involved the 9 underworlds and the reincarnation of the 2 extinct devils. Since they were of the same mind, Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest acted together to protect Chen Xuanzong and assist him in successfully subduing the devils. If he allowed the Water Devil and the Earth Devil to be reborn and return to the 9 underworlds safely, it wouldn't take long for them to return to their peak state under the Fiend God's empowerment. The threat was self-evident. The heretics were the enemies of the orthodox Taoism lineage. The same was true for the 9 underworlds. Their invasion towards the human realm was omnipresent. No one could guarantee that their disciples wouldn't be lured into the devils by the 9 underworlds, or be targeted by the great devils and become their reincarnation vessel. If they could weaken the 9 underworlds as much as possible, Gao Qingxian and the others were willing to contribute. When the 9 underworlds' great devils attacked, there were plenty of Taoism's grand virtual immortals among them. Similar to the sonorous voice of the great Tao, the devilish voice that distorted one's heart and caused one to lose control resounded throughout the universe. Feng Yunsheng was busy fighting against the grand heavenly realm evil devil and didn't have the time to care about this. However, as the 2 virtual immortals, Ling Qing and Gao Qingxian arrived, the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded and instantly slowed down the distorted devilish voice. The bright moonlight transformed into sparse radiance that scattered across the void, cleansing the torrential devilish aura. The dazzling sunlight transformed into boundless golden radiance that shone within the dark starry sky. Gao Han wasn't present. However, his grand virtual immortal artifact, the Holy Radiance Banner, was in Ling Qing's hands once again. Under the illumination of the sun and moon, Ling Qing's attack forced the group of devils to retreat. The ape-like great devil opened his mouth wide and revealed his ferocious fangs. His eyes were as ominous as a blood pond. As he roared, a shocking power erupted from his body, scattering the radiance of the sun and moon as he charged towards Ling Qing. Ling Qing remained fearless. With the combination of the sun and moon, she clashed head-on against the great devil that resembled an ancient divine mountain. She would fuse with the sun and moon to face the enemy head-on, or converge with yin and yang to reverse the enemy's attack. Or, she would use the extreme yin stratagem to defend and neutralize the enemy's attack. Her various transformations were flawless, with both offense and defense. She fought against the grand virtual ape devil without backing off at all. Even when the world was flipped upside down, she still maintained her position and didn't give her opponent any chance to take a step forward. All she could do was stare at the domain of thousand scales and lament. On the other side, Jiao Qingxuan's attacks weren't as watertight as Ling Qing's. However, her murderous aura was much heavier. Two sword lights fused together. In an instant, a few evil devils were slain. The four-headed, four-armed great devil that had dark clouds as his legs hurriedly went up against the attacks. However, he didn't expect Jiao Qingxuan's clone to be so sharp. As soon as they clashed, one of his arms was severed. As he roared, black radiances gathered above the great devil's head. Majestic, devilish chi manifested. He didn't dare to hold back any longer and attacked with all his might. However, under Jiao Qingxuan's dual swords fused, the sword lights revolved and reincarnated as if the world's creation was changing. Even if the four-headed, four-armed great devil possessed extraordinary strength, he was still battered by Jiao Qingxuan's attacks. As his movements slowed down slightly, his head was severed by Jiao Qingxuan's sword. The great devil was both shocked and enraged. As he defended against the attacks, he felt a chill in his heart. His recovery speed was astonishing. He constantly gathered devilish chi in an attempt to heal his severed head and arm. However, his efforts were futile. The Taoism's prime clear lineage sword arts were so ferocious that they could extinguish vitality. Even the great devil found it hard to defend against them. Upon seeing this, the blissful devil monarch's brows twitched slightly and he leaned over. Although he didn't have a good relationship with the other great devils, they were all in the same boat now. He couldn't just sit by and watch. However, very quickly, the blissful devil monarch stopped moving. On the battlefield before him, a majestic and tyrannical saber-light waved around. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, it slaughtered the evil devils that attempted to invade the domain of thousand scales. Even Taoism's tranquil, profound, immortal level devils couldn't withstand the saber-light. Chapter 1424. The saber-light was cold and unstoppable. The one who attacked was Yang Di. Despite being in the tranquil, profound, immortal realm, the group of devils couldn't withstand the majestic and domineering saber-light. Where the saber-light passed by, the devils retreated. If they didn't, they would either die or be gravely injured. Compared to Jiao Qingxian and her clone's dual sword amalgamation in the same realm, Yang Di's strength was slightly inferior. However, when Jiao Qingxuan's dual sword amalgamation manifested the world situation, it allowed others to see the combination of the heaven-opening sword and the world-extinguishing sword. The combination of the two resulted in the unstoppable momentum of creation. Yang Di's attack was even smoother, as if everything was natural. When his saber descended, it was the true essence of the creation's profundities. The world situation advanced, manifesting the profound and majestic principles of the world's boundless great Tao. It was somewhat similar to the creation sovereign revealing his true form. His words were the law, causing others to not dare to disobey him. Seeing this, the blissful devil monarch frowned slightly and went forward. Four martial practitioners like Yang Di who were proficient in attacking, when facing opponents who were inferior to them, they would often be able to end the battle in the blink of an eye, sweeping through everything in a domineering manner. Although Yang Di's overall strength was inferior, he was still adept in attacking. If Yang Di's fighting style wasn't careful, his opponent might still defeat him. However, after carefully observing the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yang Di's head, the blissful devil monarch knew that no matter how hard the profound immortal realm devils tried to find an opportunity, they wouldn't be able to defeat Yang Di. If Yang Di was given enough time, he alone could wipe out all the grand virtual realm devils. The blissful devil monarch sighed and took a step forward, arriving near Yang Di. Yang Di's expression didn't waver at all. He slashed his saber towards the blissful devil monarch's head. However, this old devil was also a battle-hardened person. Originally, he was approaching Yang Di through the void, but he suddenly retreated. The void that his figure passed through was distorted, forming creases that resembled wounds. However, as the blissful devil monarch dodged Yang Di's attack, The distorted void cracks were also under his control, helping him to block Yang Di's saber. At this instant, the blissful devil monarch stopped retreating and once again advanced forward. At such a close distance, he instantly arrived before Yang Di as he charged forward once more. Yang Di's expression did not change as where his saber passed, that spatial crevice was directly shattered. The horrifying saber light spun in the air and slashed towards the blissful devil monarch again. The blissful devil monarch didn't even try to dodge. His devilish chi circulated around his body and forcefully blocked Yang Di's saber. When one ascended to the Great Void and the 5 chi unifications, the immortal astral continent would be hard to injure. The blissful devil monarch was using his realm to suppress Yang Di. He was bullying Yang Di for being a profound immortal and not being able to break through his 5 chi unification. Meanwhile, he extended his index finger, tapping towards Yang Di's forehead. The red dot on his fingertip was dazzling and misty, like light and mist, real and illusory. Not to mention the fact that his opponent was hit by the extreme bliss finger. Just looking at the red light at the tip of his finger would make one's heart flutter and feel uneasy. The strength of a person's cultivation seemed to have become insignificant. His spirit was floating in the air as if it was about to be extracted by the blissful devil monarch's finger. The world was too bitter, and people always had countless things to yearn for. That dot of red light was like a lamp that guided people to ascend to paradise early, a lamp that made their dreams come true. Wine, women, avarice, anger, the 7 emotions and 6 desires. As a martial arts practitioner, they would always yearn to climb higher and higher, and their strength to become stronger and stronger, right? This was also a kind of yearning, a human's great desire. As long as there was a yearning, that dot of red light would be able to satisfy everything. It would make one forget to return, and it would be hard for them to extricate themselves from it. Although the blissful devil monarch was proficient in the yin-yang plucking technique, his current cultivation had already reached the stage where he returned to his original state. Naturally, he wouldn't be obsessed with the method of pleasure between a man and a woman. His martial art concept had already reached the level of a living being. He had seen through all kinds of desires, and it was all-encompassing. However, facing his finger, Yang Di didn't pull back his saber to block it. The blurry nebula that looked like a lotus flower spread out on top of Yang Di's head, as if layers of universes were unfolding. The existence that looked like a lotus flower and a clump of clouds seemed to be only a tiny dot above Yang Di's head. However, it was also as huge as the heavens and the myriad of worlds. No matter how the old devil's blissful finger changed, it couldn't land on Yang Di, and could only land on the blurry nebula. The red light was all-encompassing. Even when it landed on the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, it didn't dissipate for a long time. It even tried to break out of the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud's encirclement. However, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud and Yang Di were one. As Yang Di's cultivation and strength increased, the miraculous effects of the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud also grew stronger. When the blissful devil monarch's finger landed on the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. After pausing for a moment, Yang Di's domineering saberlight attacked again, and landed on the blissful devil monarch. Although the blissful devil monarch wasn't injured, the majestic power that could topple mountains and overturn seas shook him, causing him to stagger and retreat. Some other devils thought that they could take the opportunity to attack the domain of 1,000 scales while Yang Di was fighting against the blissful devil monarch. However, Yang Di immediately slashed with his saber, and beheaded the other party. This thing. The blissful devil monarch's expression wasn't as relaxed as before. His brows slowly knitted together. 5 chi unifications, immortal aura was hard to harm. He was indeed fine after taking a slash from Yang Di. However, under the protection of the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, even a grand virtual devil like him couldn't harm the tranquil profound immortal in front of him. Yang Di's saberlight swung around, and as he looked disdainfully, he blocked the blissful devil monarch and the other great devils in midair. Upon seeing this, the blissful devil monarch's expression turned cold. He let out a long roar, and black radiances gathered above his head, revealing a terrifying brilliance. Rays of red radiances danced in the void. As they intersected, they quickly formed a formation, and enveloped Yang Di within it. The blissful devil monarch strolled in the void. It was more like the Daoist's astral steps technique. In an instant, the blissful myriad devil's formation was formed. Once the formation was formed, red radiances flickered, and black auras lingered. In an instant, thousands of devils were formed, and Yang Di was trapped in the center. As the innumerable devils wore down Yang Di's saber intent, they also flew towards the grand simplicity splendor cloud. They opened their mouths, and were about to chew on the chaos that resembled a lotus flower and a cloud. Let's see how long you can last. The blissful devil monarch stared at the formation coldly. All of you, hurry up and destroy the domain of thousand scales, and assist Emperor Gooey Water. The other great devils responded to his command, and prepared to pass through the massive blissful myriad devils formation in the void, and continue pouncing towards the domain of thousand scales. However, at this moment, the massive formation suddenly trembled. The blissful devil monarch's expression changed slightly, and the other great devils subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Within the blissful myriad devils formation, where black auras lingered and red radiances flickered, Yang Di's expression was cold, and his gaze was prideful. He raised the saber in his hand high above his head, and slowly took a step forward. Following his step, the formation started trembling. Chapter 1425. Countless devils were gnawing on the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Once the grand simplicity splendor cloud's defenses were breached, these devils would instantly absorb a person's essence, chi, and spirit. Although the appearance of the devils was ferocious, when one was sucked dry by them, one would be immersed in a hallucinatory extreme joy. There would be no pain, and one would leave this world without feeling anything. Currently, before Yang Di were layers upon layers of devilish figures, countless ferocious devils lunging over as they completely filled the surrounding space, not leaving any gaps at all. The devils were even continuously biting and devouring each other, and they were extremely ferocious and evil. Yang Di watched all of this coldly as he instead strode forward towards the terrifying scene before him. His entire body was shrouded in dense mist. As the immortal aura that was formed by the combination of the two types of immortal chi, morality chi and chi transformation chi, circulated, there was not only an image of firmness and immortality, but also an image of endless changes. However, accompanied by Yang Di's stride forward, the viciousness that signified the calamity, extinction, savagery, and evil abruptly intensified. This baleful chi did not leak outwards, instead being unceasingly absorbed by Yang Di. The third type of immortal energy began to fuse with his immortal chi. Yang Di took a step forward, advancing from the two chi's profound immortal realm to the three chi's profound immortal realm. Not long ago, Yang Di had passed the pure profound tribulation and achieved the tranquil profound immortal realm through the duo chi's fused aura. Now that he had taken a step forward, his cultivation and strength had skyrocketed. As he stepped forward, the edge of his saber also slashed forward. Suddenly, it was as if the world had changed. The momentum of creation surged forward. The world was long, but everything had changed beyond recognition. Everything was old and new, as if welcoming a brand new beginning. Everything that was old was swept into the pile of old papers and became the funerary objects of the era. As the terrifying saber light descended, the myriad devils surrounding Yang Di and the grand simplicity splendor cloud were all swept clean. Then, the blissful devil monarch was shocked again, as if he had thought of something. He didn't have the time to be shocked. He pointed his finger in the air, and streaks of red light descended, trying to strengthen the blissful myriad demons formation. However, at this moment, Yang Di strode forward once more. As he took this step, a bright, kind, positive aura circled around his body. Then, this fourth type arose, merging with Yang Di's immortal aura. As Yang Di took his second step, the three chi's profound immortal took another step forward, stepping into the four chi's profound immortal realm, the tranquil peak realm. With this step, Yang Di's saber intent surged madly once more. Bolstered by Yang Di's strength, the saber formed of grand illusory spatial thunder chopped down once more. As the saber descended, the huge blissful myriad demons array was reduced to dust in history. It was crushed by the unstoppable changes of fortune. The saber beam broke through the formation and slashed at the blissful demon monarch himself, forcing him to take a few steps back. The power concept of the turn of the eras, the change of heaven and earth. The blissful devil monarch was no longer doubtful as he exclaimed in surprise. Having suffered this saber of Yang Di's, he had truly comprehended the terrifying concept of the turn of eras. Due to the Great Calamity, this era had been divided into two eras, the near-ancient era and the present era. But strictly speaking, it was still the same era. The blissful devil monarch was born in the era before the Great Calamity. He had never experienced the true turn of the eras. However, with his current cultivation realm and his understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth, he was sure that Yang Di's saber was displaying the grand story of an old era ending and the birth of a new era. The grand virtual immortal's lifespan was limited to 129,600 years, which was equivalent to 1 yuan. However, if the turn of the eras happened, without the protection of an expert of a higher realm, the virtual immortal would perish under the turn of the eras. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. They would be buried together with the old era, ending their existence. Although the blissful devil monarch wasn't injured by Yang Di's saber, his devilish essence wasn't circulating smoothly and was on the verge of stagnation. That was the effect of the turn of the eras, where the old was destroyed to welcome the new. It was also the result of Yang Di's continuous research and improvement of his saber art. The creation saber was another technique of the turn of the eras apart from instantaneous heavenly annihilation. The unique, profound, majestic, and domineering saber intent allowed him to be fearless against grand virtual experts of the five Qis unification even though he was in the tranquil profound immortal realm. Yang Di's eyes were cold as he broke through the blissful myriad devil's formation. Ferocious saber light slashed out horizontally like a thunderbolt sweeping across the void in front of him, slaughtering all great devils below the grand virtual realm who were on the same level as him. The young experts after the Great Calamity, the three clear lineage has produced many extraordinary figures. A loud sigh resounded from afar. Many 9 underworlds great devils had found their way here. After locating the domain of Thousand Scales and confirming that Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili were here, more and more 9 underworlds experts started gathering here. Other than the devil that was giving Feng Yunsheng a hard time, no other grand heavenly realm great devils appeared. It was obvious that they were being intercepted. On the other hand, the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal experts were also being held back by top-notch great devils like the Wood Devil. As such, some 9 underworlds great devils managed to slip through the net and found their way to the domain of Thousand Scales. Their leader was clearly a devil that had reached the grand virtual realm. However, when this great devil swept his gaze across the battlefield, his heart sank. The four-headed and four-armed devil monarch was in dire straits due to Gao Qingxuan's attacks. His defeat was already set in stone, and he was only struggling to hold on. The devil monarch that was born from the 9 underworlds demon ape was also being suppressed by Ling Qing. Although he was enraged, he couldn't regain the initiative. Not only was he unable to approach the domain of Thousand Scales, but he was also being pushed further and further away from the domain of Thousand Scales. The blissful devil monarch was even more useless. He was completely helpless against the profound immortal realm Yang Di. If it weren't for his 5 Qis unification and devilish essence protecting him, he would have been injured by Yang Di's saber. Yang Di, Gao Qingxian, and Ling Qing held the upper hand against their respective opponents. With ease, they were able to take care of the other devils. Although there were many great devils, they couldn't fend off the 3 of them. They were forced to avoid them. With Long Xingchuan and Daoist Cloud Conquest guarding them, the great devils couldn't take a single step forward. The group of devils that came as reinforcements didn't dare to underestimate them and quickly lent a helping hand. With the addition of the 4th Grand Virtual Realm Devil Monarch, the pressure on Yang Di and the others increased slightly. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the great devils. Instead, with their limited manpower, they had to prevent the great devils from breaking through their defenses and approaching the domain of Thousand Scales. Go! Other than Ling Qing, Yang Di, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingchuan, and Daoist Cloud Conquest yelled in unison. A large number of formation weapons soared into the sky and formed formation talismans above their heads. Then, they quickly linked together. As soon as the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation appeared, White radiances soared into the sky and swept away the surrounding dark devilish chi. The battle formation didn't even move as it enveloped the domain of thousand scales, causing the group of great devils to bleed. Chapter 1426. Currently, Ling Qing was also within the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation, receiving a certain degree of assistance from the formation's power. She and Gao Qingxian, who were already grand virtual immortals, only received limited benefits from the formation's support. However, they were still much stronger than before. A battle between experts would only be decided by a hair's breadth. The two of them could instead display their advantages in actual combat. As the great array operated, white light enveloped the entire void. As the power of the array was activated, the dark demonic aura in the surroundings receded. For a time, the domain of thousand scales was impregnable. When the grand heavenly realm fiend Exalt, who was wrestling with Feng Yunsheng, saw this, he unleashed a dark bolt of yin thunder towards the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation. However, Feng Yunsheng, who was already prepared, immediately slashed horizontally, intercepting the black lightning in midair, not giving the opponent a chance to exert further pressure. Yang Zhaoge did not make a move. Instead, he quietly stood amidst the pulsating streams of light within the domain of thousand scales and looked towards the skies above. His attention was split into two. On one hand, he was supporting Yang Di and the others. On the other hand, he was secretly paying attention to Chen Xuanzong, Chu Lili, and the others' situation within the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Although he was currently able to deal with the attacks of the devils flawlessly, Yang Zhaoge's mind still did not relax in the slightest. While Yang Di's attacks were swift and fierce, he would not be able to sustain such tyrannical, proactive attacks for long periods of time. Now that he had formed a formation with the others, even though the sharpness of the formation wasn't as strong, he didn't have to worry about the rear and could contend with the opponent for a long time. But on Feng Yunsheng's side, she couldn't fight for long either. It wasn't that she didn't have enough strength, but she had to prevent the demonic will from eroding and attacking her body. Even though the last day's saber at the Golden Immortal Realm was sufficient to sweep through the entire battlefield, Feng Yunsheng clearly wasn't prepared to take that step. Let's see who's faster. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself as he gazed at the sky. If they could deal with the threat of the water demon first, then they would be able to advance and retreat freely. If the enemy destroyed their line of defense first, the situation might change, and the matter of dealing with the water demon might fall short of success. The most important thing to be careful of was that there might be other demons coming to support them, which would put further pressure on their defense line. As Yang Zhaoge pondered, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he gazed in another direction. There, the void trembled. Demonic energy surged, and a great demon appeared. The leader of the devils that had come to this place was a blood-red sphere that was as large as a star. It was dark and gloomy, reeking of blood and ominous. Around him, there were other demons in twos and threes. This grand virtual devil monarch swept his gaze across the battlefield and spoke with a human voice. Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili are both descendants of the Jade Clear lineage. Fellow Daoist of the Prime Clear lineage, why bother making things difficult for us for them? His voice reverberated, but Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest's expressions remained unchanged. The three pure ones are of the same breath and branch. Even if there's a gap between us, it's our own business. What's so strange about working together against those who aren't from Taoism? Daoist Cloud Conquest said, moreover, the teeth will be cold without the lips. We all know what kind of existence you 9 underworld fiends are. There's no need for us to argue, is there? Not to mention that the 3 clear lineages are all orthodox Taoism. Even the Buddhists, demons, and heretics have never sat back and watched the 9 underworlds wreak havoc. If not, as long as the vast freedom heavenly devil appears, we naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. The devil monarch that resembled a blood-red star spoke, you're right. However, have you ever thought about how your prime clear lineage isn't as powerful as the jade clear lineage? If you were to suffer even more losses, your authority within Taoism wouldn't be sufficient anymore. He let out a weird laugh, sacrificing yourself for the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages and suffering losses, only to be oppressed by them in the future. Are you still willing to accept such a fate? Let's see who dies and who lives. Do you think you can talk me to death? said Gao Qingxian indifferently. As she spoke, she slashed her sword. Under the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation's assistance, it traversed through the void and slashed towards the devil monarch that resembled a blood-red star. What a prime clear sword cultivator! What a prideful woman! As the devil monarch let out a weird laugh, blood-red radiance shrouded his body. Hundreds of smaller black stars appeared and surrounded Gao Qingxuan's sword light. Gao Qingxuan's expression was indifferent. She wasn't enraged at all. She stood proudly on the spot and guarded the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation. As long as he helped Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili defend, today would be his victory. The water devil wouldn't be able to reincarnate, and the 9 underworlds plan would fail. There would be plenty of chances to fight against the devil monarch in the form of a blood-red star in the future. Like master, like disciple. The devil monarch let out a weird laugh, and blood-red radiance trembled. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhaoge and the others were moved. Gao Qingxian frowned. Daoist Cloud Conquest's attention shifted towards the blood-red star as well. If I want to kill you, I'll have to prove myself. I won't be able to kill you with words. The devil monarch let out a weird laugh. However, if I say someone will die right now, they won't be able to live to the next moment. His body suddenly turned transparent. Through the lingering blood mist, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. Upon seeing the silhouette's appearance, Gao Qingxuan's gaze turned cold. After all, that was her master, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. This sudden change in events caused Feng Yunxing, Yang Di, and the others to feel suffocated. Just as Feng Yunxing was about to move, the Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord closed in, threatening the entire domain of Thousand Scales. Gao Qingxian stared at the blood-red star, while Daoist Cloud Conquest's expression turned extremely solemn. He secretly transmitted his voice to Gao Qingxian. Is this real? Without waiting for Gao Qingxuan's reply, a weird chuckle resounded from within the blood-red star. The blood mist became even thinner, revealing the Vine Sovereign. However, streaks of blood-red radiance acted like chains, imprisoning her within the star. The Vine Sovereign didn't lose her consciousness. She circulated her sword intent and fought against the devilish radiance. Sensing the familiar sword intent, Daoist Cloud Conquest could tell that it was the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, even without Gao Qingxuan's reply. Unless one of the 6 great extinct devils, the Shadow Devil, personally disguised himself, it was impossible to impersonate her. However, the Shadow Devil was currently being obstructed by a Taoism Heavenly Lord. It was impossible for him to appear here. As such, despite being shocked, Gao Qingxian knew that it was her master. Ever since the roving Jade Heavens moved into the awakened sky cosmos, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, had entered the void's outskirts and left by herself. Over the years, she didn't completely cut off contact with the roving Jade Heavens. However, it wasn't easy to contact someone from the void's outskirts. As the Vine Sovereign was disheartened, she rarely contacted the roving Jade Heavens. However, she never expected that the Vine Sovereign had already been captured by the 9 underworlds after their last contact. The two of them met under such circumstances. Gao Qingxian stared at her master. I don't expect you to be willing to work for the 9 underworlds. The great devil in the form of a blood-red star smiled and said, just stand by and watch today's battle. Chapter 1427. Gao Qingxian was the Vine Sovereign's direct disciple. She had been accepted by the Vine Sovereign since young. Although Daoist Cloud Conquest wasn't the Vine Sovereign's direct disciple, he had received pointers from the Vine Sovereign when his cultivation was still low. In fact, it wasn't just Daoist Cloud Conquest. Most of the active experts in the roving Jade Heavens, even if they weren't from the Vine Sovereign's lineage, had received pointers from the Vine Sovereign. As such, the prime clear descendants of the roving Jade Heavens, regardless of whether they were from the Vine Sovereign's lineage or not, they all addressed her as Old Ancestor. Seeing the Vine Sovereign being trapped by the 9 underworlds, Yang Di, Long Xingquan, and even Ling Qing's hearts sank. I only regret not being able to kill myself after being humiliated like this. Why would I regret dying? The Vine Sovereign said calmly, just take revenge for me in the future. Although her expression was calm, her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Just by looking at the old woman's calm gaze, One could tell how calm her state of mind was. Anyone could tell that the Vine Sovereign was truly determined to die. She wasn't willing to compromise or get lucky at all. That's why I said that like master, like disciple. The great demon chuckled strangely. But even if you can fulfill your reputation of being unyielding and kill me to avenge you, I'm afraid your disciple will regret it. How can you bear to do that? Isn't it great that this matter can be resolved perfectly and everyone will be happy? The Vine Sovereign said coldly, if I take a step back, I'll take a step back. If you have the chance to hold my disciple hostage and do whatever you want, I'd rather give up my life. I only hope that Qingxian and the others can kill you and bring me down with them. The devil monarch wasn't angered by the crimson starlight. He chuckled, why would I? I've said it before. I don't expect you to be used by the 9 underworlds. As long as you don't obstruct us from welcoming the water and earth majesties, it'll be fine. The prime clear lineage has many sword cultivators who are proud and unyielding. I've always admired them, and I don't expect to gain much from them. The Vine Sovereign, who was trapped within the Crimson Star, snorted, do you think the 9 underworld's evil devils are trustworthy? At the very least, I'm trustworthy. The great demon said to Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest, why don't the two of you reconsider? After all, Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily aren't of the same lineage as you two. Is it worth it to sacrifice the life of this practitioner Ziteng for them? As the great demon was speaking, the Vine Sovereign suddenly shouted angrily, don't talk nonsense. I'll give you my life. How can I be threatened by you? Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. Although the Vine Sovereign's figure could still be seen, her voice was blocked by the scarlet starlight. The great demon chuckled strangely. Her courage is commendable, and she is unyielding. However, her life and death is not up to her now. You guys will decide. Let's not talk about whether you have the ability to kill me and avenge her. Even if you can do it, is it worth it? The dead can't come back to life. It's useless to kill me. It's not like you don't have a chance to save her. Why are you hesitating? The devil monarch spoke eloquently, attempting to sway Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest's decision. At the same time, the other great devil's attacks on the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation and the Domain of Thousand Scales never ceased. The 9 underworld's devils colluded with one another. When attacking, they intentionally pressured Ling Qing, Yang Di, and Long Xingquan, allowing Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest to relax. However, they were also constantly paying attention to Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan's situation. Once the two's mental state wavered, causing their performance to falter, the great devils wouldn't mind taking advantage of the situation. As for the devil monarch in the form of a blood-red star, he was also observing Yang Zhaoge while paying attention to the 5 within the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation. If Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest really retreated, the remaining 3 wouldn't be able to maintain the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation. However, with Yang Zhaoge's reputation, despite his low cultivation, he might still be able to maintain the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation together with Yang Di, Long Xingquan, and Ling Qing. With the formation's assistance, even if he was a true immortal, the devils wouldn't dare to belittle him. If the 2 prime clear sword cultivators really retreated, we have to immediately attack and tear the formation apart. We won't give Yang Zhaoge any chance to salvage the situation. The great devils quickly communicated. However, at that moment, Yang Zhaoge, whom they were paying attention to, suddenly moved. Just as you said, Her Majesty the Vine Sovereign's safety is indeed up to us. Yang Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the colossal blood-red star within the dark void. Your words don't count either. His hand seals changed, and he was already prepared. As Yang Zhaoge spoke, the domain of thousand scales beneath his feet suddenly underwent a transformation. Tens of thousands of light streams that were leaping up and down on the spot like fish leaping out of the water suddenly stopped for a moment. The streams of lights stopped moving, as if the flowing water had instantly turned into ice. The distant Radiance River was now akin to an ice river, with radiance refracting from the ice surface. Every stream of lights solidified into a rhombus-shaped mirror. Then, from the center of every mirror, a ray of light flowed outwards, passing through the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation and instantly shone upon the blood-red star. Like the myriad of streams returning to their origin, the myriad of light rays converged at a single point, the blood-red star. The great devil in the form of a blood-red star was startled. The myriad of light rays had already converged upon him. The devil monarch didn't need to guess to know that Yang Zhaoge's target was the Vine Sovereign. However, the mirror lights converged upon the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying's figure. As the myriad of mirror lights shone, they actually penetrated the great devil's body and froze the blood-red starlight surrounding the Vine Sovereign's body. The devil monarch circulated his devilish essence and felt obstructed, as if his entire body was paralyzed. The domain of 1,000 scales counters us. However, before I even stepped foot within, this Yang Zhaoge actually guided the domain of 1,000 scales power outwards. The great devil wanted to retreat as the situation had exceeded his expectations. The other devils swarmed forward in an attempt to obstruct the myriad of mirror lights. However, Yang Zhaoge extended one of his hands forward and retracted the other. He made a posture of drawing a bow and aimed at the blood-red star. This was originally prepared to prevent the female emperor, Senior Xie, from falling into your hands. Although the changes in the hostage situation exceeded my expectations, I hope it can still be put to use. Yang Zhaoge let out a soft yell, causing the domain of 1,000 scales beneath him to undergo another transformation. As radiances flickered, the myriad of mirror lights started moving again, transforming into leaping scales. As for the myriad of light rays that converged upon the blood-red star, they transformed into surging streams of light, which penetrated into the blood-red star's interior. 1,000 scales mirror, star-shooting crossbow. The streams of light were like arrows, which penetrated through the devil monarch's body. While rendering him immobile, they forcefully tore apart the devilish domain, creating a gigantic black hole within the void. Being guided by the streams of light, the blood-red star was brought flying backward and disappeared within the black hole. The black hole rapidly healed, causing the other devils to be unable to catch up to it. The Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord wanted to interfere. However, this time, it was Feng Yunsheng's turn to obstruct his path. He could only watch as the blood-red star disappeared. What's the point? That prime clear sword cultivator is still in my hands. The devil monarch was dizzy from Yang Zhaoge's attacks. He finally managed to stabilize his figure within the void. In front of him, he was already in another universe, far away from the domain of 1,000 scales. The devil monarch in the form of a blood-red star was attempting to ease the numbness and weakness of his entire body. Suddenly, he was shocked. Several auras suddenly appeared, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 1428. After being shot by Yang Zhaoge's star-shooting crossbow, the devil monarch that resembled a blood-red star was forcefully sent out of the battlefield. Due to the changes in space-time, he was already very far away from the domain of 1,000 scales when he finally stabilized his footing. He was in another universe. At this moment, the domain of 1,000 scales restraining power against the evil devils was fully displayed. Even with the devil domain created by the Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord sealing the surrounding void, the Star Shooter crossbow was still able to create an opening and send the Bloodstar Devil Monarch out. The gap instantly closed up, making it too late for the other great demons to catch up. Such a change would require the mobilization of the entire domain of 1,000 scales power, which would result in a huge consumption. It was difficult to use it repeatedly within a short period of time. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge had been keeping his composure all this while, observing the situation. Chu Lily had been captured by the 9 underworlds before, and Jie Mingkong had been looking for her. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge had prepared for the worst, in case Jie Mingkong fell into the hands of the 9 underworlds. This star-shooting crossbow was specially prepared to save people. However, he didn't expect that someone would become a hostage. It wasn't female Empress Jie Mingkong, but the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. Although there was a change, the decision to save them would not waver. Under the attack of the star-shooting crossbow, not only did it send the Bloodstar Devil Monarch to another part of the void, the domain of 1,000 scales suppressive effect against evil devils had also heavily injured the Great Devil. Under the influence of his injuries, the demonic aura within the Bloodstar Devil Monarch's body became sluggish and his entire body felt numb. Not to mention injuring the trapped Vine Sovereign, even continuing to suppress this 4-chi profound immortal was a strenuous task. The blood-red brilliance dispersed like a cloud of mist, unable to gather again for a long time. At the same time, the auras of other immortal realm experts appeared in the void. As the aura surged, a few sword lights lit up in the dark void. The Bloodstar Devil Monarch's heart sank. Since Yang Zhaoge had sent him here, it was indeed not without reason. If he didn't follow up, the Vine Sovereign would still be in the hands of the Nine Nether and wouldn't be able to break free. Although he had delayed the Vine Sovereign's actions for a while, it wouldn't be in vain. He had used the star-shooting crossbow to heavily injure the Great Demon and sent it here to prevent other Great Demons from interfering so that it would be easier for him to save the Great Demon. The star-shooting crossbow would open a spatial crack and send people to a specific location. The side of the Three Clear lineage had specially arranged for people to lie in ambush here and rescue the hostages. The sword light faded slightly and 3 figures appeared. One was in front while the other 2 were at the back. They were approaching the Bloodstar Devil Monarch. The leader was a middle-aged man. He wore a high hat and ancient clothes. His face was solemn and upright, like a sword that could open the sky. However, he did not show his edge. He was like a lonely peak that towered into the clouds. It was the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei. Behind Yu Zhenbei were 2 people. One of them was a black-clothed youth, his disciple, Nai Jingshan. The other was a green-clothed woman, the roving Jade Heaven's clear successor, Yu Yi. They were waiting here as a flexible group of people. If the enemy had a hostage, Yang Zhaoge would find an opportunity to send the enemy here, and Yu Zhenbei and the others would rescue them. If the enemy didn't have any hostages, and the situation at the Domain of Thousand Scales was tense, they would still have a chance to traverse through space. Yang Zhaoge would then use the reversed star-shooting crossbow and borrow the Domain of Thousand Scales' strength to bring them to the battlefield to provide reinforcements. Now that the Bloodstar Devil Monarch was sent here, Yu Zhenbei and the others, who were waiting here, immediately took action. When they realized that the hostage wasn't the female emperor, Jie Mingkong, but the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, Yu Zhenbei and the others were surprised. Especially Yu Yi. To her, the Vine Sovereign wasn't simply her maternal grandmother's master. During her growth, she had received the Vine Sovereign's teachings. She was a senior with a deep relationship with her. The green-clothed woman who was usually distracted had her gaze as sharp as a sword. She was unprecedentedly focused. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, looked at the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. After his initial surprise, his gaze quickly regained its calmness. Without any hesitation, he continued rushing towards the blood-red star. Yu Zhenbei. On the contrary, after the Vine Sovereign saw who it was, her expression changed. Leave. I don't need your help. Yu Zhenbei's expression remained unchanged. He slashed his sword downwards. After dealing with the 9 underworlds, we'll talk about our personal grudges. Wherever the sword light went, layers of blood-red radiances were dispersed. The Bloodstar Devil Monarch, who was injured by the Domain of Thousand Scales, was temporarily unable to recover the Grand Virtual 5-Cheese unification. Yu Zhenbei, who had already ascended to the profound immortal pinnacle realm, brandished his sword light. The Bloodstar Devil Monarch, whose body was paralyzed and his devilish aura couldn't circulate smoothly, was forced to retreat. With Yang Xintang's descendant taking action, I'm too ashamed to face Qinglian. The Vine Sovereign suddenly yelled, Yu Zhenbei, if I still need your help, I won't even be able to face Qinglian in the netherworld. Green radiances flickered within her eyes, and green radiances surfaced on her skin. Under the situation where she was still being suppressed by the Bloodstar Devil Monarch, the Vine Sovereign forcefully circulated her immortal extermination sword's sword intent and unleashed it to its limits. The shackle-like blood-red radiances that bound her body started crumbling. However, after the green radiances flashed past the Vine Sovereign's face, her face turned pale. Clearly, she was also heavily injured. Even so, she didn't have any intention of stopping. She continued to forcefully push herself to escape before Yu Zhenbei took action. Ancestor Granny! Yu Yi exclaimed. She couldn't care about anything else and unsheathed her sword. As she unsheathed her sword, boundless radiances burst forth from her sword's edge. She, who originally planned to store her sword and nurture it, no longer cared about holding back. She unsheathed her sword and unsheathed it. As an exult, her cultivation was limited. Even if the Bloodstar Devil Monarch was heavily injured, he wouldn't be able to do much. While she trusted Yu Zhenbei and Nai Jingshan, the Vine Sovereign was extremely against it. If she, who was a prime clear disciple, were to help, the Vine Sovereign wouldn't reject it. Without suppressing herself, Yu Yi's sword Qi soared into the skies and roared across the universe. She immediately charged towards the immortal mortal tribulation and pushed open the immortal door. Yu Zhenbei and Nai Jingshan frowned as they looked at the Vine Sovereign. The master and disciple shook their heads, but they didn't ignore her. Instead, they continued advancing with their swords in hand. The Bloodstar Devil Monarch let out a sinister laugh. "You want me to die?" Amidst the sinister and mournful laughter, an ethereal voice resounded. "Emperor Heart Devil, please show your divinity." The great devil's blood-red radiance quickly transformed into a myriad of colors. The Heart Devil and the Shadow Devil were being held back by the Taoism Three Clear Lineage's Heavenly Lord experts, preventing them from descending. However, his prowess was unpredictable. Under the influence of the incantation, the Bloodstar Devil Monarch benefited from it, freeing himself from the paralyzed state. The injuries inflicted by the star-shooting crossbow hadn't healed completely. Currently, the Great Devil was still in an extremely weakened state. He no longer possessed the miraculousness of the grand virtual realm. However, at this moment, he seemed to have gone berserk. The five-colored radiances around him rapidly converged and compressed towards the center. Chapter 1429. The temperament of evil spirits was mostly manifested in two types. One was violent and crazy, and the other was sinister and cunning. No matter how the Bloodstar Devil Monarch usually behaved, at this moment, he was displaying the fiery temper of a demon from the netherworld. The Vine Sovereign attempted to break free from his suppression from within. Yu Zhenbei, Nai Jingshan, and Yu Yi attacked from the outside. After the Great Devil regained control of his body with the help of the external ritual, he immediately tried to kill the Vine Sovereign. Yu Zhenbei's sword light split up, and instantly multiplied from 1 to 10,000. They pierced towards the colorful stars in front of him from all directions. After the sword light pierced into the other party's body, the Bloodstar Devil Monarch's strength instantly slowed down and even came to a stop. Nai Jingshan and Yu Yi walked forward side by side. They brandished their swords towards the center of the star in an attempt to work together to save the Vine Sovereign. The demon gave out a heaven-shocking roar. After going berserk, his emotions slowly calmed down. However, it was so calm and cold that it made people tremble. "Let's die together." Amidst the terrifying sound, the multicolored streams of light around the star burst out in reverse and began to gush in all directions. Countless rays of light shot towards Yu Zhenbei and the others like sharp arrows. At this moment, the great devil that was injured by the domain of Thousand Scales power seemed to have regained the dignity of a grand virtual devil monarch expert. The sonorous voice of the great Tao even began to ring in everyone's ears. Yu Zhenbei inhaled lightly. The myriad of sword lights retracted and condensed on his body. Then, he slashed with his sword. As he slashed out with his sword, Yu Zhenbei's figure became erratic. It was as if he was simultaneously existing in countless space-time, and in various locations. Yu Zhenbei, who didn't understand the prime clear immortal trapping sword, could use the jade illusory heaven opening sword to split open the heavens and earth, and change the chi of creation. It was comparable to a prime clear profound immortal's highest attainment in the immortal trapping sword. Yu Zhenbei, who seemed to be everywhere, intercepted the rain-like streams of five-colored lights, causing them to be unable to threaten the others. The Bloodstar Devil Monarch's fatal attack was neutralized by Yu Zhenbei's attack and defense. However, after the multicolored streams of light dissipated, only darkness remained where the stars had been. The darkness silently expanded, turning into a chaotic hole that devoured everything in its surroundings. The distorted spacetime and stars couldn't resist the power of the barrier, destroying everything in the surroundings. The Vine Sovereign and Yu Yi were prime clear sword cultivators who had already pushed open the immortal door and were proficient in the variations of the immortal trapping sword spacetime. Even they couldn't withstand it. Nai Jingshan, Yu Yi, and the heavily wounded Vine Sovereign's figures involuntarily entered the black hole. Jingshan and Yu Zhenbei are trapped inside. Although it's hard to predict their whereabouts, there's a high chance that they're still alive. Yu Zhenbei swept his gaze around. Li Ziting's injuries are too severe. If he falls inside without anyone to protect him, he'll definitely die. As his thoughts reached there, Yu Zhenbei said with a deep voice, Jingshan, the two of you, support each other. Don't get separated. Be careful. As for himself, he rushed toward the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. The sword edge in his right hand sliced open the edge of the chaotic hole, dispelling the distorted changes in space-time. Meanwhile, his left hand grabbed toward Li Ying. Yu Yi, who could barely defend herself and couldn't approach the Vine Sovereign, let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Nai Jingshan, who was with her, also said, Master, don't worry. Don't worry about us. However, at this moment, the heavily injured Vine Sovereign widened her eyes and glared at Yu Zhenbei. Yu Zhenbei, I'd rather die than accept your kindness. Her complexion turned even paler. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and wounds appeared all over her body. However, the Vine Sovereign's remaining strength gathered at a single point. She waved her palm and clashed against Yu Zhenbei's left hand. Bang! Both parties clashed in mid-air. As the two palms clashed, the Vine Sovereign accelerated and fell into the chaotic hole. Yu Zhenbei's figure paused in mid-air. He wanted to grab hold of the Vine Sovereign, but it was already impossible. Ancestral Granny? Yu Yi's face turned pale with fright. She wanted to struggle forward, but her figure was already sucked into the other corner of the chaotic hole. Nai Jingshan was similarly shocked, but he was also sucked into the same chaotic hole, vanishing together with Yu Yi. Yu Zhenbei couldn't be bothered with the two juniors. His will was firm and unyielding. Although he suffered a setback, he still accelerated and rushed toward the Vine Sovereign. Unfortunately, the Vine Sovereign's injuries were too severe. As soon as she fell into the chaotic hole, her body was torn apart by the intertwining power of the world barrier. A pained expression appeared on her face. However, she didn't feel any remorse. Instead, she glared at Yu Zhenbei. Then, her body was completely torn apart and devoured by the chaotic hole. Then, she was further crushed by the chaotic hole, and not even her bones remained. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, who lived before the Great Calamity and established the roving Jade Heavens lineage, had perished here. Yu Zhenbei couldn't catch up to her in time. Seeing this scene, his expression sank. In the next instant, his figure was dragged into the chaotic hole as well, and he vanished from sight. The colossal chaotic hole crazily devoured all existences within the surrounding void. After a long while, the chaotic hole gradually shrunk and disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Not many traces were left behind, telling everyone that a short yet intense battle had just taken place here. On the other side of the void, within the domain of Thousand Scales universe, the battle had also reached its climax. The 9 underworlds attempted to use the Vine Sovereign to shake the Prime Clear lineage successors. However, Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest, who were already aware of Yang Zhaoge's arrangements, remained unmoved. Although they weren't completely devoid of worries, they maintained their composure and focused on dealing with the opponents in front of them. Yang Zhaoge sent the Bloodstar Devil Monarch and the Vine Sovereign away with the star-shooting crossbow. Meanwhile, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation erected by Yang Di and the others didn't waver. They firmly guarded the domain of Thousand Scales, preventing the evil devils from entering. Just hold on for a little longer. While Yang Zhaoge remained vigilant against the opponents in front of him, he was also secretly paying attention to Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili, who were within the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Based on the two's situation, he calculated the time in his heart. The dawn of success was slowly appearing before his eyes. However, at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared within the universe. The horrifying power started tearing apart the devilish domain created by the grand heavenly-level Devil Lord. Feng Yunsheng and the Devil Lord noticed the arrival of a third party. Demonic qi overflowed and filled the entire sky. A great sage of the demon clan had arrived. Other than that, there were other demon race experts as well. A profound yet ferocious growl resounded throughout the universe. The indescribable and unfathomable syllables vibrated, and a tyrannical power simultaneously enveloped Feng Yunsheng and the Devil Lord. 9 heads, you're here to spoil my 9 underworld's plans as well, roared the Devil Lord furiously. A crack opened within the dark devilish domain. Against the ferocious devilish chi, surging demonic chi seeped in through the crack. One after another, great demons rushed in. Yang Zhaoge took a closer look, and his heart sank. They were all familiar faces. Jade Rabbit Demon, White Deer Demon, Dragon King Huanshan, while the 9 underworlds were the public enemy, Yang Zhaoge and the others couldn't be optimistic when facing the group of great demon. Chapter 1430. After the group of great demons appeared, they did not speak much. Instead of attacking the 9 underworld's devils, they charged towards the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation and the Domain of Thousand Scales. With more than one demon race small saint equivalent to a grand virtual immortal attacking together, the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation's pressure increased tremendously. Such a scene left the group of devils slightly surprised. However, that was not the most terrifying part. The domineering power that enveloped the void also began to descend, pressuring Feng Yunxing and the Devil Lord, attempting to break through the encirclement. The devilish blue-black flames in Feng Yunxing's eyes had already become extremely intense. The more intense the flames, the colder they became. The scene before her eyes became clearer. The newcomer stood upright like a human, donning armor and a silver helmet. He held a crescent spade in his hand, and his voice was like the cry of a crane. From afar, there was only one head and one face. But up close, there were people everywhere. There were eyes in front, eyes behind, and eyes everywhere. There were also mouths to the left and right. Feng Yunxing had never interacted with him before, but had heard of him. During the middle journey to the West era, he was a famous great demon known as the 9-headed bug. Although he was called the 9-headed bug, he was not a snake, but a winged bug. In terms of foundation, he was the legendary 9-phoenix divine bird, ghost chariot, also known as the 9-headed bird. He was one of the famous great sages of the demon race that once caused a huge commotion and occupied a part of the world. He was known as the 9-headed great sage. During the middle journey to the West era, the demon race and Buddhism fought for fortune. A total of 36 great sages and 72 small saints were ordered by the Eastern sovereign to set up a formation. This 9-headed bug was one of the 36 great sages. At that time, even traveling monk Sun could not win against him. Only with the help of Taoism's peak bigwig, the clear origin true monarch, Yang Jian, did they manage to injure him. Although Yang Jian was known as a true monarch, his cultivation had long reached the grand heavenly realm. It was just that he spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion, and did not possess the title of Heavenly Lord. However, in terms of cultivation, Yang Jian was the true number one of the Jade Clear lineage's 3rd-generation disciples. After ascending to the grand heavenly realm, he surpassed many seniors. During the middle journey to the West era, he rarely made a move. Most of them only saw him for a brief moment, causing everyone to praise him as an elite amongst the grand heavenly immortals. The 9-headed bug was injured by his hands, and one of its 9 heads was destroyed. Most people thought that it was more dead than alive. However, the 9-headed great sage was also tenacious and managed to escape with his life. After that, he escaped into the Astro Mountain's starry seas and recuperated and survived until today. Previously, when the roving Jade Heavens had moved into the Pill Hall, a group of demons had invaded. Back then, Great Immortal Ru Yi, Fuluor Zi, 100-eyed Demon Monarch, and the other demons were backed by the Great Sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King, and this 9-headed Great Sage. They worked together to hold back the Taoism Heavenly Lords. While they had not met Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and the others, they had still heard some rumors afterwards. In addition to being cautious, he naturally had to understand more about this 9-headed bug. Feng Yunxing knew who he was the moment she saw him. It was precisely because she knew who he was that Feng Yunxing's heart sank slightly. There was a difference in strength between grand heavenly realm experts as well. Compared to the demon lord she had just fought, this 9-headed bug was clearly much stronger. As he waved the crescent moon spade in his hand, 2 crescent saber lights separated from the center and swept towards both sides. It forced Feng Yunxing and the demon lord to defend against it. The 9-headed bug took advantage of the situation and squeezed into the devilish domain. The crescent moon spade spun in his hand, causing chilly winds to blow. In the eyes of others other than Feng Yunsheng and the Demon Lord, they only saw boundless white lights descending from above, separating the dark devilish domain and occupying the void above their heads. The white lights split into two and swept towards both sides, clashing against the blue-black devilish flames and the black-red underworld thunder respectively. As the white lights split apart, a formless yet horrifying astral wind swept across the void like a saber's edge that could slash through the universe. Everyone at the periphery, no matter if they were demons or devils, retreated and avoided it. However, the Tai Imperial breaking formation protecting the domain of thousand scales couldn't avoid it. Under the astral wind's attack, the formation's radiance instantly withered. The crescent moon spade in the nine-headed bug's hand danced. As the cold lights swept away Feng Yunsheng and the Demon Lord, astral winds continuously descended and finally shattered the Tai Imperial breaking formation into pieces. The spirit patterns above the heads of Yang Di and the other three instantly shattered. The aftershock of the gale didn't stop there, and it transformed into a myriad of wind blades that sliced this space into pieces. Jiao Qingxian and Ling Qing took the initiative to step forward and block the attacks for Yang Di, Long Xingquan, and Daoist Cloud Conquest. However, as a result, the pressure on the two of them was especially great. They let out muffled groans as they both fell backwards. As the number of enemies increased, the pressure on the Tai Imperial breaking array increased. It was already in imminent danger. Now that their formation had been broken, Yang Di and the others were hard-pressed to deal with, the situation instantly becoming even more perilous. Upon seeing this, the blissful demon monarch and the other demons of the netherworld, as well as the white deer demon and the other great demons rushed forward. Yang Zhaoge's expression was solemn. With the later earth text in his hand, he prepared to face the enemy. However, the white deer demon, jade rabbit demon and the other great demons weren't targeting him. Instead, they were attacking the domain of thousand scales. No matter if it was Yang Zhaoge's group or the group of 9 underworld's devils, they were all slightly stunned. It seemed like the demon race wasn't here to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, their target would still be the current owner of the Pill Hall, Yang Zhaoge. However, if they wanted to help the 9 underworlds, even the group of infernal devils would be surprised. Although the 9 underworlds were the public enemy, there were cases of other forces working together with the 9 underworlds in history. However, the 9 underworlds were helping the water devil's reincarnation this time. The demon race obviously didn't have any reason to help them. Moreover, there were no signs of this happening at all. The group of devils also didn't hear about the demon race working together with them. The 9-headed great sage was even suppressing both the Taoists and devils' forces by himself. They want to kill the Astro Sovereign and Senior Chu. After the initial shock, Yang Zhaoge immediately reacted. The white deer demon and the others' targets were also Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili. However, they wanted to kill the water devil's reincarnation bodies, the Astro Sovereign and Chu Lili. Moreover, regardless of whether they had succumbed to the devils or not, they wanted to kill them both to prevent any future trouble. To Yang Zhaoge and the others, Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili were the same. They were old friends. The reason why they planned and prepared for so many years was to remove the devilish seal and seal the water devil's reincarnation path while protecting the two. However, the demon race didn't care about Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili's lives. If they could kill them both, then everything would be settled. The water devil would lose his chance to reincarnate within a short period of time. If he wanted to wait for a suitable reincarnation body, who knew how long it would take? It might happen in an instant, or it might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The blissful devil monarch and the other devils quickly noticed the demon race's intentions. They couldn't help but feel anxious and furious. They started madly rushing towards the domain of thousand scales without caring about the consequences. The domain of thousand scales was effective against the infernal devils. It blocked their path, but it couldn't stop the group of great demons. A few demon race small saints took the lead and broke through the flickering streams of lights, pouncing towards the sphere surrounded by the streams of light. Chapter 1431. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual was currently operating at full force, helping Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili in suppressing the devilish intent. 81 light circles of the same size with the same center rotated in different directions, trajectories, and speeds. As they rotated, rays of light shrouded Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili's bodies, playing an important role. However, taking advantage of the fact that the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation was being pressured by the nine-headed Great Sage, the group of great demons rushed past the defensive perimeter of the Land of Thousand Scales and arrived before the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. They mustered their demonic powers and attacked the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. The group of demons didn't mind the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual being destroyed, as it would give the 9 underworld's evil devils a chance. After all, before that, they would first destroy Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili, along with this strange ritual. Yang Zhaoge looked at them, and a scroll appeared in his hand. With a thought, rays of radiance extended in all directions, spreading out endlessly. A heavy feeling arose, and the radiance condensed into a seal, projecting a blurry silhouette above Yang Zhaoge's head. The silhouette was extremely tall, as if it was bearing the weight of the heavens. It was majestic and boundless, wielding the profundities of the myriad existences and the rotation of yin and yang. In the next moment, 9 thick pillars of light rose from the ground like pillars. 7 clumps of light that were neither bright nor dark descended. Although they seemed radiant at first, they were actually dark. As the formation circulated, an incomparably heavy and condensed power and an abundance of vitality simultaneously manifested. The formation patterns were interconnected, forming a single entity. As the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation supported by the later Earth text was erected, the group of demons instantly felt their bodies becoming heavier. Every single movement they made seemed to be bearing boundless pressure, causing their speed of approaching the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual to slow down. Under the influence of the formation, they could even feel their demonic powers circulating becoming sluggish. The Earth Goddess's Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation. The old white deer was startled. After pondering for a moment, he rolled on the ground and revealed his true form. A snow-white seeker deer spread its 4 hooves and walked within the formation. Its speed became faster and faster, and it was almost running. Gazing over, Yang Zhaoge saw that beneath the feet of that old white deer, similarly a dim yellow luster could vaguely be seen, leaving behind a series of hoofprints as it galloped. In the past, Lord Longevity God was familiar with the Earth Queen's earthly god, and this old deer often paid his respects to him. He was very familiar with this Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures formation. At the same time, the technique he cultivated was also proficient in the transformation of the earth and earth elements. Now that they were running, the suppressive power of the array immediately weakened. The other great demons also gradually recovered their vitality. However, with such a delay, Yang Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others immediately caught up and intercepted the advancing demon race. Go! When the Jade Rabbit Demon, Dragon King Huanshan, and the other great demons saw this, they shouted in unison. They circulated their demonic energy and struck the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. For a moment, the void was filled with colorful ribbons, but it was filled with the aura of destruction. Yang Zhaoge knit his brows tightly, a grave look appearing on his face. He stretched out his hand and pointed. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual immediately changed. The 81 halos that were constantly revolving like the orbit of the stars stopped and converged. The ritual was no longer in the form of a transparent ball of light. Instead, it turned back into a solid metal ball. The metal ball's entire body was jet black and shiny. Its surface was smooth, and it was a single entity. It floated heavily within the void. When the demon race's first wave of attacks landed on the metal ball, it instantly left behind many cracks or holes on its smooth surface. However, while the metal ball was forced to slide backwards and was filled with injuries, it didn't shatter into pieces. While the great demon's attacks were ferocious and left behind many marks, none of them managed to penetrate through the metal ball or harm its core. Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili, who were within it, remained unharmed. Under the guidance of Yang Zhaoge, Chen Xuanzong, and the others, the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual was refined by Feng Yunsheng, who had already reached the virtual immortal realm. Countless precious treasures were used to refine it. While it was intricate, it was also extremely sturdy. Her hard work finally paid off. Despite facing the white deer demon and the other demon race small saints attacks, the ritual wasn't completely destroyed. Only, this was a treasure that was used to fight against others. Although it managed to transform into a metal ball to defend itself, it still couldn't withstand the enemy's attacks. After suffering a few more attacks, it wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. What's worse was that the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual had transformed back into a metal ball in order to defend against the attacks. Within the metal ball, Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily's figures trembled. The domain of thousand scales was damaged, causing the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual to stop. The devilish intent that had already lost 90% of its original strength started retaliating, returning back into their bodies. Chen Xuanzong's expression turned serious. He calmed his mind and attempted to suppress the water devil's counterattack. However, at that moment, the five-colored clouds enveloped him and Chu Lily once again. Under the heart devil's influence, Chen Xuanzong was instantly affected. The water devil seized the opportunity to reclaim his lost territory. His speed was unimaginably fast. Yang Zhaoge, Chen Xuanzong, and the others purged the devilish intent using the water devil's revival. Both sides were fighting for a chance, and the stronger one would emerge victorious. The closer one side was to success, the closer the other side was to failure. However, if the tides of victory and defeat were reversed, the original loser would be the closest to success. A layer of dark thin ice started appearing on the surface of Chen Xuanzong's body, flickering with ice-blue radiance. The area between his brows split open again, and a monstrous devilish intent manifested from within. It was unprecedentedly powerful, as if the water devil was only a step away from descending upon the human realm. Yang Zhaoge and the others outside of the metal ball were also facing a mountain-like threat. Yang Di and the others caught up to the group of demons and stopped them from destroying the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual any further. As the white deer demon evaded Yang Di and the others' attacks, he couldn't continue affecting the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation. The formation's power manifested once again, causing the group of demons to have a hard time moving forward. However, at the same time, the blissful devil monarch and the other infernal devils attempted to cross the domain of thousand scales and kill their way towards the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Seeing the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation obstructing their path, the blissful devil monarch who was proficient in formations took the lead and led the way for the group of devils. Although their goals were different, the group of 9 underworld's devils and the group of mountain and sea devils were all rushing towards Yang Zhaoge and the others. For a moment, the group of devilish chi blotted out the skies. Their aura was horrifying, as if it was an irreversible wave. However, at that moment, a cold radiance shot out from Yang Zhaoge's eyes. Rise. As his voice thundered, the streams of pulsating light in the domain of thousand scales suddenly erupted together. Like a fish leaping out of the water and falling back down, the endless streams of lights gushed out. They only leaped up, and never fell back down. Streams of lights soared into the sky, resembling light dragons that soared towards all directions of the void. Thousand scales leaping dragon gate. The myriad of scaled fishes transformed into dragons, traversed through the boundless void, and fled far away, never to return. The entire domain of thousand scales ceased to exist. Even the devilish domain that enveloped the void was riddled with holes. The devilish domain that was already destroyed by the nine-headed great sage was completely torn apart, and vanished into thin air. As for the blissful devil monarch and the other great devils, they were caught off guard, and were forced to face the soaring dragons at close range. Their bodies were pierced through by the light dragons, their limbs were torn off by the light dragons, their heads were bitten off by the light dragons. The group of devils was originally dancing around. However, they were now devoured by the soaring dragons. Chapter 1432. In order to destroy the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures formation, the blissful devil monarch was the first to be attacked by the thousand scales leaping through the dragon gate. The domain of thousand scales restrains the 9 underworlds. It's not surprising that it has existed since ancient times. It's just that it's rare and hard to find. However, I've never heard of such a transformation happening in the domain of thousand scales. Unable to dodge in time, the blissful devil monarch could only release layers of demonic aura, forming two devil statues that seemed to be hugging each other. The red and black nebula expanded outwards with him as the center. However, the domain of thousand scales' devil-destroying power was unleashed to the maximum by the millions of light dragons. The domain of thousand scales had a suppressive effect against the 9 underworld's evil devils to begin with. Now that the carp had leapt over the dragon's gate, it didn't hold back at all and burned with all its might, dealing a devastating blow to the evil devils. The light dragons soared into the sky, piercing through the red and black nebula. The hugging demon statue was crushed while the blissful demon monarch's body was pierced by the dragons and torn into pieces. The ancient demon monarch was beheaded just like that. Under the effects of the domain of thousand scales' unique devil-destroying power, it would be extremely difficult for devils to be reborn through the 9 underworlds after they perished. It wasn't just the blissful devil monarch. The 4-headed and 4-armed devil monarch, the devil monarch born from the demonic ape's descent into the 9 underworlds, and the other great devils were all drowned by the tsunami of light dragons. As they rushed over together, they were completely within the domain of thousand scales. Now that the domain of thousand scales had been destroyed, all the great devils had perished. The few people at the outermost perimeter thanked the heavens and the earth for being too slow and hurriedly turned around to escape. However, the dragons danced in the air, and the domineering light scattered in all directions, shuttling through the void. Soon, they caught up to the great demons who were trying to escape and killed or crippled them. In the end, less than 1 out of 10 lucky survivors survived. The entire universe instantly turned into a bloody battlefield. However, it wasn't a battlefield for humans, but a battlefield for demons. The demonic aura that had previously enveloped this place was instantly cleared. The Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord wanted to stop Yang Zhaoge. However, he was restrained by the 9-headed bug previously. When Yang Zhaoge made his move, Feng Yunsheng had purposely stopped him. As a result, the domain of thousand scales completely exploded, burying all the great devils that were attacking it. Although the light dragons that filled the sky had no effect on the demon clan, they were still extremely ferocious and caused the great demons to slow down. Without the devil monarchs and the numerous evil devils attacking together, Yang Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others' situation immediately improved. Now that they only had to deal with the demons, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They regained their footing and completely blocked the group of demons, making it difficult for them to approach the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath, his expression still stern. He wielded the domain of thousand scales and produced all sorts of transformations. Thousand scales leaping through the dragon gate was his final trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to use this move. That's because the domain of thousand scales wasn't just defending against the devil's attacks. It was also helping Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili to suppress the water devil. Once the domain of thousand scales erupted with its full strength, it was incinerated to nothingness. Yang Zhaoge's mind was suddenly emptied, and his exhaustion was intense. The tiredness almost made him want to fall asleep. Yang Zhaoge forced himself to stay awake. He didn't even bother stabilizing the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation. Instead, he hurriedly activated the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual again. The metallic sphere, which had many cracks on its surface, radiated with radiance once again and became transparent. 81 halos of light appeared once again, revolving rapidly. However, at that moment, vigorous devilish chi erupted from the center of the halos. Its aura wasn't comparable to the Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord outside. In fact, it might not even be comparable to some Grand Virtual Realm Devil Monarchs. However, it revealed a frightening concept that caused people to tremble in fear, causing them to feel a chill from the depths of their hearts. It was the same horrifying aura as the Heart Devil, the Wood Devil, and other top-notch devils. Ice-blue devilish radiances permeated the surroundings, becoming more and more intense. They started expanding towards the surroundings, as if they were going to fill up the entire chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Oh no! Yang Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others' hearts sank. During the most crucial moment, The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual was disrupted by the demon race. Then, the domain of thousand scales was blown up in order to stop the devil's attacks. Without these two types of assistance, Chen Xuanzong could no longer defeat the water devil. The battle between the two was only a single step away. Yang Zhaoge and the others had painstakingly obtained an advantage. Chen Xuanzong had been working hard for a long time, and was only a step away from success. However, if an accident were to happen, and the water devil managed to regain the upper hand, the water devil would be just as close to success as Chen Xuanzong was to success previously. All the hard work he had put in previously had now gone to Gui Shui demon. At this moment, the water devil had already taken the final step. Chen Xuanzong couldn't escape from the fate of becoming the water devil's reincarnation. The ice-cold aura spread endlessly. The water devil's reincarnation this time was still the ice devil. Just like Chu Heng in the past. Upon seeing this, the nine-headed great sage's emotions didn't fluctuate at all. His figure approached the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Regardless of whether the nine underworlds succeeded or not, regardless of whether it was a reincarnated human or the water devil, he just wanted to kill the opponent. It didn't matter if the opponent was a human or a devil. The Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord was originally frustrated by the sudden appearance of the thousand scales leaping Dragon Gate. When he felt the ice-cold aura, he was overjoyed. He immediately used his full strength to obstruct the nine-headed bug. Although Feng Yunsheng also obstructed the nine-headed bug, worry appeared within her ice-cold eyes. She looked towards the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual that was flickering. Yang Zhaoge's expression turned solemn, and he used his mind to communicate with the ritual. Although cracks could be seen on the halo from time to time, the powerful devil-suppressing power was still taking effect. Under the suppression of the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, the ice-blue radiance temporarily calmed down, as if it had transformed from a formless radiance into a tangible ice. Within the ice crystal, the devilish pattern on Chen Xuanzong's forehead had already disappeared. However, his gaze wasn't as calm as before. Instead, it was filled with ice-cold darkness, and malice was hidden within. Those weren't the exalted water luminary's eyes anymore. Instead, they belonged to the ice devil. However, under the illumination of the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, his gaze flickered slightly. As if the ice layer had been defrosted, Chen Xuanzong's expression was filled with struggle. His gaze wasn't calm anymore, and it was filled with waves of shock. The final step has already been taken. You can no longer turn the situation around like how I did just now. Chen Xuanzong spoke. His tone was weird and calm. This round, I've won. He raised his head and looked at the 81 halos. This ritual is merely preserving the last bit of your soul's will. It can no longer suppress me. After all, he had already returned to this world. To me, the problem I'm facing now is how to leave this place. I don't want to die in the hands of these demon race, and perish right after I was reborn. Chen Xuanzong said coldly, or should I let you people kill this reincarnation of mine and send me back to perishment? Chapter 1433. The nine-headed great sage tried to get closer. Feng Yunsheng and the demon, who were fighting intensely, joined hands to block his path. The other demons also continued to attack the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Now that the water devil had transformed into the ice devil, it seemed like he had successfully revived. However, his reincarnation body, Chen Xuanzong, was still a profound immortal. Therefore, the current ice devil was not an outstanding figure among the neutral grand heavenly fiend celestial sovereigns. He was one of the 12 devilish gods that looked down upon the universe. Due to Chen Xuanzong being at the peak of the profound immortal realm, he would be able to achieve the 5 Qis unification almost immediately. However, for the great demons, it was still within the range of what they could grit their teeth and endure. Especially because of the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, Ice Devil couldn't immediately enter the great virtual realm. He was still at the tranquil profound immortal realm. Ling Qing, Gao Qingxian, and Daoist Cloud Conquest's gazes uncontrollably landed on Chen Xuanzong. The gazes of the three of them turned deep and serene. If a person really fell to the devil, then there was no turning back. A devil was a devil, no longer a human. even though his appearance, voice, habits, and even memories remained the same, but that was a completely different existence. The exalted water luminary, Chen Xuanzong, no longer existed. The one that remained in this world was the ice demon, Chen Xuanzong. To the demon race, regardless of whether they had turned into devils or not, they still intended to kill Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili. To Jiao Qingxian and the others, Chen Xuanzong, who could seal the water devil, was worthy of their assistance. However, if the removal of the devilish intent failed, Chen Xuanzong would eventually fall into the devilish path and become the new water devil's incarnation. By then, their standpoint would be the same as the demon race. Just like how Yang Xintang killed the sword devil, Yin Shiyang, and how Chen Xuanzong killed the previous ice devil, Chu Heng. Long Xingquan also frowned. He raised his head to look at Yang Zhaoge. Block these demons and stall for time. There will be a chance to turn things around. As Yang Zhaoge spoke, he kept the later earth text and entered the light sphere formed by the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Everyone looked at each other. Feng Yunsheng took a deep breath, and the expression on her face disappeared. Her eyes were calm, and she began to focus on stopping the nine-headed bug. On the other hand, the Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord was doubtful. Hearing his words, Yang Di similarly did not utter a sound, only using his actions to express his stance. He slashed at the white deer demon. After pondering for a moment, Jiao Qingxian and the others finally decided to continue blocking the demon race's attack. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, watched this scene silently. Now, the development of the situation had already exceeded the scope of their control. In other words, the situation was already out of their control. It was heading towards the worst possible outcome. The water demon would be reborn, and Chen Xuanzong or Chu Lili would still end up becoming a demon. Continuing to protect Chen Xuanzong would only be futile. In fact, it would even give Chen Xuanzong, who had already turned into the ice devil, more opportunities to escape back to the 9 underworlds. In Ling Qing's eyes, such actions would be equivalent to losing one's rationality and losing one's mind due to emotions. It would also mean that one wouldn't admit defeat and wasn't willing to face reality or the outcome of failure, and was still struggling in vain. Most of the time, if one couldn't be decisive, it would end up harming others and oneself, leaving behind endless disasters. However, the one doing so was Yang Zhaoge. As such, Ling Qing couldn't make such a judgment. While she was in a very passive position, she was more willing to believe that Yang Zhaoge was hiding something from her. Now was the time to reveal the truth. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Qing decided to take action. She continued blocking the demon race experts with Yang Di, Jiao Qingxian, and the others. Within the light sphere formed by the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, Chen Xuanzong raised his head and coldly stared at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was similarly cold. He stared back at him. Ice Devil, this round isn't over yet. What a waste of effort. Chen Xuanzong said calmly, indeed, we can't determine if I can leave this place alive. However, I've already won this round against you. Resurrecting from the 9 underworlds, neither dead nor alive, and descending upon this world once again. If I didn't win, why would Chu Lili wake up? As if to verify his words, Chu Lili's eyelashes fluttered slightly with her closed eyes at this moment. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in a daze, as if she had just woken up from her slumber. At this moment, her appearance was the same as when Yang Zhaoge first met her. She no longer looked like she was surrounded by devilish qi. Even her devilish intent had been cleansed away. That was because the water demon already had another body that was more suitable for him to possess. Master. Chu Lili's gaze regained its focus, and she stared at Chen Xuanzong in a daze. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Surprise, happiness, longing, love, worry, fear. However, very quickly, everything turned into fear. You're not my master, Chen Xuanzong said calmly. Why not? Isn't Chu Heng your father? Chu Lili was stunned. Chu Heng is still your father, and I'm still your master. Chen Xuanzong said calmly, I'm still me. Only, I used to be the Jade Clear's Chen Xuanzong. Now, I'm the Ice Devil's Chen Xuanzong. From the start, the two's thoughts seemed to have some differences. Now, the differences had already disappeared, and their thoughts were starting to unify. Chu Lili looked at him and was speechless. She didn't know what to say. When she was living in seclusion in the roving Jade Heavens, she had been hoping to see the person in front of her again. After leaving the roving Jade Heavens, she endured the devilish intense invasion. In the end, she fell into the hands of the 9 underworlds and lost her consciousness. Now that she had just woken up, the person she longed for was right in front of her. However, such a meeting was completely different from what she expected. Like I said, this round isn't over yet. At that moment, Yang Zhaoge suddenly took a step forward. Chen Xuanzong wanted to dodge. However, due to the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual's interference, he wasn't able to fully grasp this body. As such, he appeared extremely stiff and clumsy. Yang Zhaoge easily arrived in front of him and tapped on his brows. His strength seeped through and reached his Niwen palace. You can't help him. Affected by this, Chen Xuanzong's thoughts seemed to have some differences. However, it didn't affect the overall situation at all. However, streams of chili qi suddenly drilled out from Chen Xuanzong's brows. As they intertwined, they gradually formed a rune seal. This is your method. Help him draw out the seal that was buried within his body. Chen Xuanzong had an indifferent expression. His memories and everything he knows are now one with me. I know the function of this seal. Anti-devil countering seal. Chen Xuanzong's final trump card. If all his previous plans failed, and the water devil borrowed his body to reincarnate, Chen Xuanzong wouldn't need anyone to worry about him. So, your final method is still to perish together with me, said Chen Xuanzong coldly. Chapter 1434. Yang Zhaoge calmly looked at the Chen Xuanzong in front of him and said with an indifferent expression, since your memories are the same as Senior Chen's, you should know that this anti-devil countering rune was created by my wife and Senior Chen after studying it together. Chen Xuanzong stared at Yang Zhaoge. In other words, you didn't even tell him about the additional changes to the anti-devil countering rune? I didn't do that. Yang Zhaoge said plainly, only, the world is ever-changing. Today's battle had many unexpected changes. Under the circumstances, I came up with some new ideas. Under Yang Zhaoge's stimulation, the anti-devil countering rune formed by the chili qi was engraved on the Danzhong acupoint on Chen Xuanzong's chest. Then, rays of blue radiances started surging on the surface of Chen Xuanzong's body. They continuously wandered around and finally gathered at the Danzhong acupoint. Within Chen Xuanzong's cold and silent eyes, radiances were still flickering and jumping about, which seemed extremely unstable. What does Lili plan to do? His eyes flickered and looked at Chu Lili. Chu Lili was startled. She looked at the familiar face with a complicated expression. Yet, it seemed extremely unfamiliar now. Although the radiances within Chen Xuanzong's pupils were flickering, his voice remained calm. Do you want to leave with me? To you, is it really important whether you join the devil's path or not? Chu Lili originally wanted to say something. However, after hearing this, she was shocked and pursed her lips as she looked at Chen Xuanzong. Lili, you resisted the devil's path because of my teachings. It's because you were taught by me and others. The other party's tone was extremely calm. Now, I've already entered the 9 underworlds. Aren't you going to follow me? Chu Lili lowered her head. You're no longer my master. You're the water devil. What you're saying now is merely trying to bewitch me in order to escape from death. Indeed, I'm trying to find a way to escape. The other party answered honestly, however, I'm not trying to bewitch you. I'm of the Jade Clear lineage, and I've received many favors. Now that I've joined the devil's path, I'm being looked down upon by my fellow Taoists, and they even want to kill me. This is only natural. However, what about you, Lili? Chu Lili raised her head and was met with a pair of deep eyes. You were confined in the back mountain of the Jade Sky Peak since you were a child. You were not allowed to go out and see anyone. You had no playmates and no childhood. Those who could get in touch with you were all watching you warily. After killing Chu Huan, the reason why you were kept in the world beyond worlds was to figure out the secrets of the 9 underworld's evil devils. Jade Clear, is there anything about Taoism that you are reluctant to part with? Chu Lili's lips moved, but in the end, she remained silent. She really did not have much nostalgia for the Tao sect. After all, there were only a few people he could come into contact with. And the person she cared about the most was right in front of her. So, what's wrong with leaving with me? The white-haired youth said calmly. Chu Lili took a deep breath and repeated word by word, "You are not master." Instead, it was to kill his enemy. Chen Xuanzong smiled plainly. "You're wrong. I am Chen Xuanzong, and Chen Xuanzong is me. I'm not just a mere shell." He lowered his head and looked at the rune on his chest that was getting clearer and bigger. "Everyone will change. I'm only making a change now. Lily, you can do it too. When you look at the world from a different perspective like me, you'll have a whole new feeling, involuntary change." Yang Zhaoge coldly interrupted him. Chen Xuanzong frowned and turned his head to look at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge said indifferently, "When a normal person falls to the devil, no matter what kind of inducement or coercion he goes through, he would still be the one taking the final step. However, it's different for a great devil's reincarnation. Other than voluntary, there's also the possibility of it being forcefully taken." Yang Zhaoge turned his head to look at Chu Lili. If Senior Chu becomes the new Ice Devil, the Astro Sovereign will also use this anti-devil countering rune to transfer all the devilish intents onto himself, and perish together with the Water Devil. After taking the final step, the devilish intents on your body should be eliminated quickly. Once the Water Devil perishes once again, you won't have to worry about being harassed by the Water Devil anymore. She just had to be careful and not let the devils take advantage of her. The reason why Chu Lili was plagued by the devilish intents for thousands of years was because of the previous Ice Devil. Her father, Chu Heng, had left a mark on her body, which she couldn't get rid of. Even when Chen Xuanzong took on the devil's calamity for her, it was only a temporary blessing. It didn't solve the root of the problem. As such, female Emperor Jie Mingkong's previous actions immediately caused Chu Lili to suffer again. This time, if she used the opportunity of the Water Devil's reincarnation to completely sever the devilish intents on Chu Lili's body, there wouldn't be any future troubles. Unless a new devilish intents were left behind. The Astro Sovereign has a saying, "Yesterday's cause, today." Since he was the one who made the decision in the past, he would do his best to bear the consequences. This is the Astro Sovereign's wish. Yang Zhaoge said plainly, "It's not the Ice Devil's scheme." Chu Lili looked at Chen Xuanzong with a complicated expression. At this moment, the radiance within Chen Xuanzong's eyes gradually dimmed. On the contrary, the incantation on his chest gradually solidified and turned into a piece of ice crystal that covered his chest. The ice crystal started spreading towards the surroundings, freezing more parts of Chen Xuanzong's body. As the ice and snow spread, Chen Xuanzong himself seemed to have turned into a real ice sculpture without any signs of life. His vitality was slowly fading away. However, the ice-cold and ruthless devilish intents were also fading away. At this moment, a voice resounded from Chen Xuanzong's chest, "That's right. This is his original wish. Just like how the person he loves has always been Jie Mingkong, and not you." Upon hearing that, Chu Lili's body trembled. The voice continued resounding from the ice crystal, "Before he adopted you, he was already his. So it's like this." Chu Lili stood still for a while. She didn't do anything extreme, but let out a long sigh. With a lonely expression, she stared at Chen Xuanzong's face. Chen Xuanzong's aura was weak, and his eyes were dim. However, at this moment, he slowly raised his head and met Chu Lili's gaze. Currently, although Chen Xuanzong's vitality was fading away, his gaze was still as calm as water. He was calm and indifferent, just like how he was in the past. "I don't know much about it, but I know," Chu Lili said softly. "I only had a little hope, even if it's just a little." Frost started enveloping Chen Xuanzong's entire body. There weren't any signs of pain in his expression. Instead, he looked at his little disciple benevolently. Although he didn't say anything, Chu Lili already understood from the gaze of an elder looking at a junior. She looked at Chen Xuanzong and couldn't help but be dazed. When she regained her senses and wanted to say something, the ice crystal had already reached Chen Xuanzong's head and covered his face. The white-haired man's entire body was covered by ice and snow, freezing his entire body. Within the ice, his figure seemed to be getting fainter and fainter, as if he was about to turn into an ice sculpture. I made it. Yang Zhaoge, who had been waiting for something, suddenly became spirited. Chapter 1435. Looking at Chen Xuanzong, who was gradually turning into an ice sculpture, Chu Lili was both anxious and afraid. However, she didn't know what she should do. For a moment, sorrow filled her heart, and her heart was filled with coldness and despair. Now, Yang Zhaoge's I made it had given her a fright, but it had also given rise to the flames of hope within her heart. Chu Lili turned to look eagerly at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Feng Yunxing, Yang Di, and the others, escort her in. Outside the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, everyone felt the ice demon's aura dissipate. Since the demons had achieved their goal, they naturally did not attack with all their might. The Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord was greatly disappointed. However, he could only helplessly accept reality as he was surrounded by powerful enemies. At this moment, a flame approached from afar. Previously, the 9-headed bug's actions and the eruption of the 1,000 scales leaping through the dragon's gate had destroyed the demonic domain that enveloped and sealed this place. Hence, the fiery light was able to pass through the void and enter this universe. The demon instinctively felt that something was wrong and tried to stop the flame. However, Feng Yunxing was one step ahead of him. She blocked the path of the 9-headed great sage and the demon lord with her blade. With a slight delay, the flame had already fallen from the sky. It's the half-dragon that accompanied Suo Mingjong? Dragon King Huanshan's brows twitched. Who else did he bring along? He wanted to advance, but what met him was Yang Di's saber that instantly forced him into retreat. Whether it was the demon race or the nefarious devils, none of them knew what this sudden change was. It was Mars' halberd. As a leakless immortal artifact, it was equivalent to a human true immortal realm expert. While it wasn't weak, it didn't seem to have much of an impact on the current situation. After all, not every true immortal was Yang Zhaoge. But it was also because of this that Mars' halberd's appearance here seemed particularly abnormal. In case the warriors of Taoism had other tricks up their sleeves, the demons didn't hesitate to stop Mars' halberd from approaching them, even if they didn't know what he was here for. It was not difficult to stop Mars' halberd from approaching. The sonorous voice of a little saint of the demon clan could be heard from afar, and Mars' halberd was already trapped in the distance. However, Feng Yunxing, Gao Qingxian, and the others were one step faster. They all voiced their voices to counteract the sonorous voice of the great path of the opponent and even joined forces to escort Mars' halberd in. This behavior further told the fiendish demons that there was something wrong with the visitor. Initially, the situation that was gradually easing up after Chen Xuanzong and the Ice Devil perished together immediately tensed up once more. The battle between the two became intense once again. Mars' halberd flew all the way to where the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual was. Amidst the dancing flames, a human silhouette appeared from within. He left the sea of fire and directly entered the light ball evolved from the ritual. Chu Lili fixed her eyes on him and saw his face clearly. For a moment, she had mixed feelings. Senior sister, the white-clothed woman who entered the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, was Chen Xuanzong's eldest disciple, Chu Lili's senior sister, female Emperor Jie Mingkong. It had been 1,000 years since Chu Lili had seen her. He had thought countless times about how he would reunite with Jie Mingkong, but he had never expected that it would be like this. Senior Jie has been looking for you all these years. Yang Zhaoge said, since you fell into the hands of the 9 underworlds, I've always been worried that Senior Jie would follow your footsteps and become a hostage for the 9 underworlds to threaten the Astro Sovereign and us. However, the hostage was not Jie Mingkong, but the Vine Sovereign of the roving Jade Heavens. Yang Zhaoge's premonition of saving the hostage was still activated. However, at the same time, doubts surfaced in his mind. If Jie Mingkong didn't fall into the hands of the 9 underworld's infernal devils, where would she be now? The boundless void's outskirts was immeasurably vast. Without any clues, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack to describe the difficulty. However, Jie Mingkong had been trying to locate Chu Lili. Chen Xuanzong and Jiao Han had noticed the traces of her passing by. This meant that Jie Mingkong had been paying attention to the matters between Chu Lili and the 9 underworlds. Now that the two were fighting in the domain of 1,000 scales, the The devilish domain created by the grand heavenly level Devil Lord had shrouded the vast void. With such a huge commotion, Jie Mingkong might be alerted and be attracted to the nearby area. Previously, when the 1,000 scales leaping through the Dragon Gate, Yang Zhaoge had sent a letter to Mars Halberd, the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai, and the others, who were roaming around the void's outskirts, to help locate Jie Mingkong. At that time, it was just a precaution to prevent Jie Mingkong from falling into the hands of the infernal devils. But now, it was time to save her life. The Astro Sovereign once said, "Yesterday's cause, today's retribution." Now, there's no need to talk about the cause of his current situation. What's more important is what he should do next. Yang Zhaoge quickly explained the current situation to Jie Mingkong. Fortunately, the Astro Sovereign has 2 successors. Both of you have ascended to the immortal realm. If so, there might be a chance of survival. The cause and effect were intertwined with each other, which made it hard to differentiate. Yang Zhaoge looked at the 2 deeply. Only, the risk has to be shared with the Astro Sovereign. I can't guarantee whether there's a future for him or not. Everything happened because of me, because of my father. Master shouldn't be the one to bear the consequences. Chu Lili smiled. She looked a little lonely, but still forced a smile, being able to see Master again, and not having to listen to the answer from his own mouth. The heavens have treated me well. Chu Lili looked at Jie Mingkong, and saw that Jie Mingkong was also looking at her. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she only let out a sigh. Chu Lili silently walked to the left side of Chen Xuanzong and sat down with her legs crossed. She followed Yang Zhaoge's instruction and carved a seal on her palm. Then, she pressed her hand on Chen Xuanzong's left shoulder. In an instant, the ice crystals extended from Chen Xuanzong's shoulder to Chu Lili's arm, and then covered her entire body. Chen Xuanzong's body within the ice layer was gradually disappearing, and was about to turn into an ice sculpture. At this moment, his body finally stopped disappearing. Chen Xuanzong opened his eyes and turned around to look at Chu Lili. No sound came out. However, from the shape of his mouth, it was obvious that he sighed. Silly girl. Chu Lili's smile also turned into an ice sculpture at this moment. Within the ice layer, she closed her eyes and fell into silence. Jie Mingkong looked at Chu Lili's actions expressionlessly. However, in the depths of her eyes, there were also countless raging waves that were constantly surging. Without any hesitation, Jie Mingkong walked to the right side of Chen Xuanzong. At this moment, she met his gaze. Within the ice layer, a person's expression was blurry. However, Jie Mingkong couldn't help but tremble when she met Chen Xuanzong's gaze. Her hand, which was originally going to place on Chen Xuanzong's right shoulder, couldn't help but want to move upwards and caress Chen Xuanzong's face. Halfway through her hand, she recalled what happened in the land of Tranquil Stream and stopped in the air. She felt guilty and scared. Chen Xuanzong looked at her calmly within the ice layer and said. Still, no sound came out. However, Jie Mingkong, who understood the white-haired man's lips, burst into tears. She was laughing and crying at the same time. The female emperor, who had always been cold and lonely like a glacier, seemed to have returned to 1,000 years ago. All the emotions accumulated in the past 1,000 years burst out at this moment. Her self-control and rationality were all gone. Chen Xuanzong's expression was gentle. Xuanzong. Jie Mingkong murmured softly and stopped crying. Her expression was peaceful. She didn't touch Chen Xuanzong's face anymore. Instead, she put her hand on Chen Xuanzong's shoulder. Instantly, the ice crystals spread up along her palm. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong also turned into an ice sculpture. She and Chu Lili stood on both sides of Chen Xuanzong. The master and his disciples, who had been entangled with each other for thousands of years, were frozen at this moment. It was quiet. Chapter 1436. Chen Xuanzong, Jie Mingkong, and Chu Lili sat side by side. Jie Mingkong and Chu Lili placed their palms on Chen Xuanzong's shoulders respectively. Layers of ice sealed the three's bodies together, forming a huge ice sculpture. Within the ice, Chen Xuanzong and the others closed their eyes and remained motionless, as if they were in deep sleep. On Chen Xuanzong's chest, the ice-blue devilish radiance was weak, but it was still flickering intensely. As if it was struggling before death. However, in the end, everything returned to silence, and the devilish intent vanished. Yang Zhaoge, who had been staring at Chen Xuanzong, seemed to hear a cold, desperate, angry, and unwilling voice fading away. It left the human world and disappeared into another plane. One of the 12 devilish gods, the water devil of the 6 extinct devils, perished once again. He had already successfully taken the final step, which was equivalent to being reborn into this world. However, he was forcefully pushed back. At this moment, Yang Zhaoge finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Chen Xuanzong and the others and bowed seriously. "Thank you for your hard work, seniors." Yang Zhaoge extended his hand, and radiance appeared on his palm. He carefully wrapped the ice sculpture and kept it within his sleeve. Fortunately, he found Jie Mingkong in time, and Chu Lili didn't make a fuss. With that, Chen Xuanzong was barely saved. However, because of the anti-devil countering rune and the water devil, Chen Xuanzong's life was still hanging by a thread. It was still unknown whether he could wake up and break out of the ice. This was different from when he sealed himself in the land of Tranquil Stream and was alone by the outskirts. Back then, he was active. Now, he was passive. Once he was sealed in ice, he might be sealed forever. Jie Mingkong and Chu Lili were in the same situation as him. They were bound together for good or ill. However, he was glad that the devilish seal had disappeared. Although Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili weren't dead, they didn't have to worry about the water devil anymore. As long as no other devils succeeded and left a new devilish seal on them, everything would be fine. By sealing themselves in ice, the water devil wouldn't be able to communicate with them anymore. Although the 2 suitable bodies were still alive, Gui Shui Demon could only look at them helplessly. Heaven helps the worthy. Yang Zhaoge felt the coldness on his palm and thought. Then, he raised his head and looked at the void outside the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Outside the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, the demon race was originally attacking in a frenzy. However, after seeing Chen Xuanzong execute the anti-devil countering rune, the group of demons' attacks slowed down slightly. They could all sense that the water devil's smug, cold, and lonely devil chi was rapidly weakening and disappearing. The great demon was about to die. The demonic venerable, who was originally working together with Feng Yunsheng to stop the 9-headed bug, became flustered and exasperated. He started to approach the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. When he saw Jie Mingkong enter the light sphere, the grand heavenly level devil lord's consciousness flashed through his mind, and he became even more uneasy. He recognized Jie Mingkong in an instant. The eldest disciple of Chen Xuanzong. Jie Mingkong, the cultivation of a true immortal was nothing to him. However, as a grand heavenly realm expert of the 9 underworlds, he had access to countless information. Naturally, he knew the relationship between Jie Mingkong and Chen Xuanzong. Previously, they had tried to capture Jie Mingkong to disturb Chen Xuanzong. Unfortunately, they failed. The sudden appearance of Jie Mingkong made the great demon feel uneasy even though he didn't know what positive effect she would have. As soon as he thought about it, he started charging towards the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Feng Yunsheng was expressionless. The blue and black devil flames in her eyes gradually reached their peak, and the dark splendor above her head completely solidified. The extremely ferocious Luo Yuan chaotic destruction seemed to have improved further, and it seemed to pose a threat to the grand heavenly realm experts above the grand void. The doomsday heavenly demon's authority that she possessed had always been incomplete. However, at this moment, it seemed to be getting closer to completion. The 9-headed bug and the devil lord were shocked. In front of them, it was as if a volcano was about to erupt, and it had reached the critical point. The origin heavenly tribulation was right in front of Feng Yunsheng. She would become a grand heavenly realm expert with just one step. However, the nirvana murderous intent hidden behind it would also reach a whole new level. Seeing this, the devil lord hesitated for a moment. He was weighing whether forcing Feng Yunsheng to break through her limits and ascend to the grand heavenly realm was more beneficial to the 9 underworlds, or helping the water devil make use of this opportunity to be reborn. However, once Feng Yunsheng broke through her limit, he would be the first to bear the brunt of it, and it was very likely that he would be killed by the doomsday ominous saber. Even if he had ascended to the grand immortal realm, He would be completely annihilated if he was slain by such a blade, and he would not have the chance to be reborn. On the other hand, the nine-headed great saint, who had slowed down his attack when the water demon died, attacked again without hesitation. Receiving his signal, the other demon clans also began to attack again. This time, their target wasn't Chen Xuanzong or Chu Lili. Instead, it was the pill hall's master, Yang Zhaoge. The nine-headed great sage raised his crescent moon spade and swung it at Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng pulled out her saber and blocked the crescent moon shovel. She retreated backward. However, the ferocious black chi lingered on the crescent moon spade for a long time, making the nine-headed great sage feel uncomfortable. When the honor demon saw this, he charged forward again. He wanted to join forces with the nine-headed great sage to surround Feng Yunsheng. He also changed his target. It was difficult to stop the water demon from dying again, so he had to take Feng Yunsheng back to the nine underworlds now. As the three sides fought, the positions of the enemies and allies changed in an instant. Feng Yunsheng's situation suddenly became precarious. The devilish flames within her eyes became even more ferocious. At the crucial moment, within the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, millions of runes appeared in front of Yang Zhaoge and floated around him. Break. The water demon had already perished. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual didn't need to continue suppressing him. Without any hesitation, Yang Zhaoge punched forward and shattered the runes. The shattered lights continued spreading towards the surroundings, turning all the runes in the air into scattered radiances. As if a bowstring that was stretched taut finally snapped, the 81 circles of lights that were revolving around each other crumbled together. All 81 circles of lights crumbled apart, transforming into 81 streams of lights that flew towards the faraway heavens and earth. The ferocious momentum was akin to 81 extremely thick whips of lights that were crazily lashing in all directions. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual followed the footsteps of the domain of thousand scales and completely collapsed. At this final moment, Yang Zhaoge still maintained his final control over the ritual. The whips of lights that resembled the trajectories of the stars accurately lashed towards the demon race and the honor demon. Dragon King Huanshan was whipped, but he wasn't injured. However, a strange scene suddenly surfaced within his mind. It was the scene where his claws were sliced off by Gao Qingxian during the Tao Universe's roving Jade Heaven's migration into the Pill Hall. The Jade Rabbit demon was whipped, but she wasn't injured. However, in front of her, the appearance of her past master, the Extreme Moon Lord, appeared. The old white deer was whipped, and his vision blurred. Then, the Longevity God Lord appeared. Chapter 1437. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual had the effect of suppressing devils. It was especially proficient in resisting the heart devil's disturbances and suppressing the inner devil. The primordial heart devil was the earliest existence of the devilish intents of all living beings. It was one of the 6 extinct devils, existing for eternity and never perishing. If his true body descended here, even the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual wouldn't be able to block it. However, without the primordial heart devil's true body, the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual would be able to display its immense effects and resist the opponent's actions. At this moment, Yang Zhaoge fully unleashed one of the jade clear primordial heavenly scriptures, the Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture of the later Heaven 6 scriptures. With the explosion of Hearts Will Thunder, the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual crumbled. As such, the ritual reversed. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual's crumbling formed light whips, which had the opposite effect, triggering the target's heart devil. The ritual's might was related to Yang Zhaoge's cultivation and the opponent's cultivation. However, it was also related to the ritual itself. After years of planning by Yang Zhaoge, Chen Xuanzong, and the others, the ritual's materials could be considered as top-notch under the current conditions. More importantly, the ritual had been constantly enduring the primordial heart devil's infiltration. The current reversal even guided a portion of the primordial heart devil's authority onto the opponent. The whipping of the light whips was even more effective than when the primordial heart devil exerted its strength remotely. More importantly, this arrival was too sudden, and the great demons did not expect it at all. They wanted to dodge, but the light whips had already landed on their bodies. The demon race below the grand virtual realm froze on the spot after receiving this whip, unable to move. Under the disturbance of the inner devil and the heart devil, their minds were in a mess, and illusions started appearing. Not to mention fighting, they couldn't even stand properly. The white deer demon and the other grand virtual realm demon race small saints fared better. Although their heart devil's crux was triggered, they quickly stabilized their mental state and subdued the restless inner devil. However, it was only a moment of confusion, and it was already sufficient. After all, these great demons were still facing opponents like Yang Di, Gao Qingxian, Ling Qing, and the others. As Yang Zhaoge's heart's will thunder exploded, the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual collapsed. It was as if a horn of counterattack had been blown. The sky was filled with saber light and sword light that shot up in defiance of the heavens, sweeping through the void in a frenzy. Taking advantage of the effect of the light whips and the group of demons being trapped by their heart demons, Yang Di and the others who had been on the defensive all along launched an extremely brutal counterattack. The invading demons below the grand virtual realm were all killed. A boundless sea of blood appeared in the void. The demon race small saint with 5 Qis unifications, Dragon King Huanshan, was dismembered by Gao Qingxuan's twin swords. The white deer demon was caught off guard and suffered Ling Qing's palm strike, instantly sustaining heavy injuries. Having stabilized his chaotic mind with great difficulty, he turned to flee, but Yang Di had already caught up to him. The white deer demon revealed his true form and ran away. Clear hoof prints were left in the void wherever the 4 feet passed. They turned into layers of mountains, forming a formation that sealed the void and pressed down on everyone's heads. However, as a violent saberlight flashed past, the mountain range collapsed as it was cleaved apart by Yang Di's saber. Ling Qing seized the opportunity and chased after him. The white deer demon watched in despair as the holy radiance banner in her hand chopped down like a huge axe, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. The white deer demon, who was already heavily injured and plagued by his heart demons, was killed on the spot by Ling Qing. This great demon, who had already attained the Tao during the Middle Era and had survived the Great Calamity, had finally met his end today. After Dragon King Huanshan, another grand virtual realm great demon perished. The Jade Rabbit demon sensed Yang Di's and the others' killing intent and shuddered. She tried her best to calm her trembling heart and leaped. She instantly transformed into a streak of white light and jumped far away, narrowly avoiding Yang Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others' counterattacks. After leaping, she finally managed to escape. As for the white deer demon, Dragon King Huanshan, and the other demons, they could only face the merciless saber and sword. Within the void, the 9-headed bug's manifested radiance was struck by more than 1 whips. The radiance's flickering radiance clearly stopped as well. Other than the grand heavenly realm devil lord, Feng Yunsheng was the only one who could see his appearance clearly. The 9-headed bug was clearly stunned for a moment. However, his expression seemed more like shock than sluggishness. If the primordial heart devil was here personally, he might have some reservations. To a powerful demon race pinnacle bigwig like him, being struck from afar wasn't a big deal. However, just as he was stunned for a moment, Yang Di and the others counterattacked and slaughtered the numerous great demons. Feng Yunsheng, who was originally in a perilous situation, took the chance to withdraw her saber and retreat. As for the Devil Lord, he continued chasing after her. Feng Yunsheng forcefully exchanged blows with him, causing him to pause for a moment. However, Feng Yunsheng's figure transformed into a streak of black flames and rapidly descended, converging with Yang Di and the others. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual's 81 radiance halos crumbled, transforming into 81 whips of light that lashed outwards. When it was stretched to its limits, the whips of light broke apart, transforming into surging streams of light that flew far away. Being pulled by the 81 majestic streams of light, the void that was originally at the center of the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual was torn apart. The dark black hole appeared and devoured everything around it. After Yang Di and the others counterattacked and slaughtered the demons, they didn't continue chasing after them. Instead, they retreated and entered the dark black hole together with Feng Yunsheng. Yang Zhaoge, who was beside the dark black hole, did the same. Seeing Yang Zhaoge and the others about to disappear into the dark black hole, the nine-headed great sage and the devil lord snorted coldly. Powerful demonic chi and devilish chi instantly enveloped the space and froze the black hole in place. Space changed and became completely still. Even a virtual immortal wouldn't be able to stand stably within the black hole. However, it was forcefully sealed by the two grand heavenly realm experts. Everything within the black hole was also left behind. However, before Yang Zhaoge entered the black hole, he threw out an item. Its two ends were sharp, and its middle was thick. It looked like a spindle. Originally, it was nothing special. However, its effects were astonishing. After being stimulated by the nine-headed snake and the devil lord's demonic chi and devilish chi, the spindle's surface flickered with rainbow radiances. Wherever the radiances reached, the demonic chi and devilish chi would clash and cancel each other out. As the demonic chi was stronger, it managed to disperse the devilish chi. However, the demonic chi itself became chaotic. The dark black hole immediately returned to its original state. Amidst the chaotic changes, it devoured Yang Zhaoge and the others and disappeared. Universe reversal chaos all? The Jade Rabbit Demon, who had escaped far away, turned her head around. When she saw the spindle-like treasure, she was instantly astonished. The nine-headed bug's majestic will descended. It couldn't conceal the fury within. What's that? If I'm not mistaken, this treasure's name is Universe Reversal Chaos All. It's proficient in neutralizing two completely different powers. Nine-headed great sage's demonic chi and the devil lord's devilish chi were both cancelled out by this treasure. The Jade Rabbit Demon's face was filled with disbelief. In the past, the Heavenly Court's divine palace, this treasure's refinement method was also a secret. Even the Extreme Moon Lord didn't know of its specific refinement method. He had only heard of its name and seen its appearance. He told me about it before. This is my first time seeing it in person. Chapter 1438. Qian Kuan Dual Phase Chaos All. The nine-headed bug muttered. Even if that Yang Zhaoge obtained the pill hall, he shouldn't have this secret formula. The Jade Rabbit Demon's face was filled with helplessness. Could it be that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor or the North Star Emperor passed it down to him? However, after so many years after the Great Calamity, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has never used it before. The nine-headed bug snorted. Stop nagging. There's no need to stay here any longer. Let's go. Although he said that, most of the demons that came with him died on the spot, except for the Jade Rabbit Demon who was lucky enough to escape. There was no lack of demon race small saints like the White Deer Demon and Dragon King Huanshan. This result made the nine-headed bug, who was leading the group, feel that it had lost face. What infuriated him even more was the fact that Yang Zhaoge and the others managed to retreat safely. While the Water Devil couldn't be revived, they didn't contribute much to it. An ancient and powerful great saint of the demon race like him was proud and arrogant. He was enraged by this setback. The Water Demon's revival had failed, and the Pill Hall had failed. The nine-headed great sage couldn't help but change his target to the Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord. Being able to defeat or even kill this opponent was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Nine Nether. At least the demon race would not return empty-handed this time. However, the Grand Heavenly Realm Fiend Lord was perceptive. Seeing that Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng had successfully left with the help of the Universe 2 reversing Chaos All, he himself was not the nine-headed bug's match as he immediately retreated and fled. The Water Demon's resurrection failed, and he didn't kill Feng Yunsheng, so there was no need for him to continue fighting with the demon race. To him, the matter wasn't over yet. It wasn't a complete failure. This time, other than the Water Devil, the Earth Devil was also trying to borrow another body to reincarnate. If he succeeded, Nine Nether would undoubtedly be able to turn the tables. I don't believe that you can find another domain of 1,000 scales. That weird ritual would definitely take a lot of effort. Don't tell me that you have enough resources and treasures to build a second one. This demon Venerable's will was cold and austere. He tore through the void and left. The nine-headed bug paid attention to the Qian Kuan 2 phases reversal Chaos All, giving the great demon the chance to escape. However, he had already calmed down. Let's go. We still have to deal with the Earth Devil. He immediately left this universe. The Jade Rabbit demon and the other surviving demons hurriedly followed. Separated by many layers of spacetime, in another universe far away, the originally dark and calm starry sky suddenly cracked. From the spatial crevice, Yang Zhaoge and the others appeared one by one. The Qian Kuan dual phase disorder all led the nine-headed bug and the great demon's power to clash, cancelling each other out. Still, because the nine-headed bug's strength was superior at the end of the day, it still had the strength to influence the dark black hole that Yang Zhaoge and the others had escaped through. However, because it was a weakened force, it was unable to keep Yang Zhaoge's group behind. With Gao Qingxian and Ling Qing, the two grand virtual immortals, escorting them, they wouldn't be separated into different spatial vortexes. In the end, they escaped from the black hole together. Yang Zhaoge supported Feng Yunsheng. As soon as the spacetime in front of her stabilized, Feng Yunsheng sat cross-legged in the void. The surface of her body was burning with black flames and devilish brilliance. The surface of the black jade bottle that the southern extremity longevity emperor had given him had even begun to crack. The expression on Feng Yunsheng's face changed. Sometimes it was calm and composed, sometimes it was ferocious and cruel, and sometimes it was cold and lonely. At this moment, she had to suppress the devilish intent by herself. No one else could help her. In fact, they couldn't even touch the devilish brilliance on Feng Yunsheng's body. Otherwise, they might be corroded by the devilish intent. Fortunately, as time passed, the devilish flames on Feng Yunsheng's body gradually extinguished, and her expression became calmer. Seeing that Feng Yunsheng's condition had temporarily stabilized, Yang Zhaoge, who had been paying close attention to her, let out a sigh of relief. He immediately waved his sleeve, and radiances devoured Feng Yunsheng, causing her to disappear. Bringing Feng Yunsheng along, the group continued their journey. "How's Senior Chen?" asked Yang Di. "His life is in no danger. For now, his life is in no danger," Yang Zhaoge said as he walked. Fortunately, Senior Jie and Senior Chu had both ascended to the immortal realm, and their martial arts originated from the same source as the Astro Sovereign. At the very last moment, they managed to protect the Astro Sovereign's life. However, the price they had to pay was that their current condition was the same as the Astro Sovereign's. Their lives were hanging by a thread. Yang Zhaoge let out a soft sigh. "There's nothing we can do now. We can only hope for them to resolve this calamity one day." Yang Di softly asked, "How long would that take?" "Perhaps 100 years, or perhaps 1,000 years." Yang Zhaoge answered, "Perhaps 10,000 years, or perhaps forever." Yang Di took a deep breath. If the demon race didn't interfere, things wouldn't have turned out this way. However, at least there's a ray of hope. Senior Chen, Daoist Jie, and Daoist Chu will surely be blessed by the heavens. Yang Di was currently sitting on the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, meditating and adjusting his breathing. The Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud supported him, and Yang Zhaoge brought him away. During this battle, his saber aura rampaged. Borrowing the power of epochal alternation, he fought against a virtual immortal realm expert head-on. However, such a battle consumed a huge amount of his strength. With the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, life creation heavenly scripture, and many other supreme martial arts, he couldn't even keep up with his consumption. "Let's return to the sky beyond skies first," said Yang Di slowly. Yang Zhaoge nodded. "That's right." Currently, the mother and son were still within the awakened sky cosmos, within the sky beyond skies, within the Pill Hall. Originally, the 9 underworlds wanted to attack together with the Water Devil and the Earth Devil, leaving Yang Zhaoge and the others in a difficult situation. However, with the help of the Pill Hall and the Earth-splitting Pearl, Yang Zhaoge successfully delayed the Earth Devil's return, allowing him to focus on dealing with the Water Devil first. Now that the Water Devil had perished once again, he wouldn't be able to reincarnate within a short period of time. Naturally, Yang Zhaoge and the others had to turn around and deal with the Earth Devil's threat. "Yu Zhunbei and Little Yi still haven't replied?" asked Gao Qingxian while walking. Yang Zhaoge nodded. "I tried contacting them again. Currently, only Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu replied. He'll meet up with us soon. However, Senior Apprentice Brother Nai and Senior Apprentice Sister Yu still haven't replied." Gao Qingxian nodded slowly, with a worried expression on her face. Her husband, Long Xingquan, held her hand lightly. Old man Li will be fine. I'm not worried about Yu Zhenbei. I'm worried. Jiao Qingxian shook her head lightly and didn't continue speaking. Yang Zhaoge and the others looked at each other, and hints of worry surfaced within their eyes. Initially, they thought that the hostage would be Jie Mingkong. Hence, the person in charge of rescuing Jie Mingkong was Yu Zhenbei, who was relatively familiar with Jie Mingkong. Yet, the hostage turned out to be the Vine sovereign, Li Ying. Now that they were facing each other head-on, it was inevitable for them to feel uneasy about the outcome. With senior apprentice sister Yu around, we might be able to mediate the situation. Yang Zhaoge consoled. Suddenly, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing's expression changed slightly. She slowly said, "The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others sent a message over." Chapter 1439. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Daoist Suo, and the Incongruence Divine Mother are fighting against the primordial Heart Devil and the Wood Devil's horde of devils by the void's outskirts. Ling Qing quickly said, "The Western Pure Lands and the demon races experts have also appeared. While the 9 underworlds are public enemies, the Buddhists and the demon race would rather us Orthodox Taoism and the 9 underworlds suffer together." Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Ling Qing nodded, "That's right. No matter if it's the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor or the 9 underworlds devils, they had their reservations and didn't go all out, lest others take advantage of them." As they spoke, Jiao Qingxian received a similar message from the Incongruence Divine Mother. In the end, the Wood Devil was injured, while the other Grand Heavenly Realm Devil Lord nearly perished on the spot. Jiao Qingxian said, "The Water Devil's rebirth failed and perished once more." After the 9 underworlds devils retreated, the Buddhists and the demon race started attacking the infernal devils together. Now that the great devils had temporarily retreated, Yang Zhaoge and the others had a much easier time dealing with the Earth Devil. However, things aren't looking so optimistic on our side. Yang Zhaoge sighed. Yang Di's situation was slightly better. After recuperating, he would be able to recover his combat prowess within a short period of time. The problem was Feng Yunsheng. During the previous battle, she had nearly transcended the origin heavenly tribulation. For her, it was still too early. The devilish intents flourishing hindered her from maintaining her mental state. While she seemed to be in a stable state, she couldn't fight against anyone for the time being. Even if she did, she would be restricted from unleashing her prowess, which made her even more unstable than before. She would need some time to recuperate before she could go all out again. Especially the black jade bottle gifted by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Cracks had appeared on it, and it needed to be repaired as well. Otherwise, it might shatter at any moment. Feng Yunsheng couldn't go all out, which would undoubtedly be a huge blow to their side. More importantly, the domain of Thousand Scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual were both destroyed. The former was a land of fortune that could only be discovered, while the latter required materials to craft a second one. These 2 treasures couldn't be counted on for the Earth Devil's tribulation. How much longer can the Earth Devil hold him back for? Asked Daoist Cloud Conquest. It's not a problem for a short period of time, but it won't last long. Yang Zhaoge answered, "We need to move Jun and his mother away from the sky beyond skies as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to hide from the Heart Devil. If he stayed in the awakened sky cosmos, he would have the advantage of the Pill Hall's territory. However, if the Earth Devil were to truly reincarnate, he would be able to point out the direction to the 9 underworlds and reveal the location of the awakened sky cosmos. Although the primordial Heart Devil, the Shadow Devil, and the other great devils were forced to retreat, the location of the awakened sky cosmos was still exposed. If they revealed it to the heretics, Buddhism, or the demon race, Yang Zhaoge and the others would be in deep trouble. At that time, it would be even more dangerous, and the losses would outweigh the gains. The primordial Heart Devil is still injured when he fought against Yun Zhongzi, a junior of the Gate of Tao. His power and authority are much weaker than when he was at his peak. Jiao Qingxian frowned and said, "However, Shijun and his mother's cultivation are too low. They might not be able to resist the invasion of the Heart Devil." After the Middle Era, the primordial Heart Devil had once fought against the Jade Clear bigwig Yun Zhongzi. At that time, Yun Zhongzi was the one with the highest attainments in the origin heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage. He had attained the mastery stage and was boundlessly profound. In the end, after a great battle, both sides suffered great losses. In the end, Yun Zhongzi perished due to his heavy injuries. Ever since his death, no other known experts managed to cultivate the origin heavenly scripture to the mastery stage. As for the primordial heart devil, he was also gravely injured. He remained dormant in the 9 underworlds for many years, only reappearing after the great calamity. However, he had yet to fully recover from his injuries, and his authority wasn't as strong as when he was at his peak. During today's battle, the primordial heart devil didn't seem to have recovered to his peak. Of course, it might be because Senior Suo and the others pressured the heart devil too much. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge looked towards Ling Qing. Now that the 9 underworlds had temporarily retreated, can we request the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to defend against the primordial heart devil and protect us while we deal with the earth devil? The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's attainments in the Hearts Will Thunder incantation and the Hearts Will Heavenly scripture could be considered as the best amongst the Taoism bigwigs. Among the Taoism bigwigs, he was the expert in fighting against the heart devil. I'll contact His Majesty and relay this matter to him, allowing him to make a decision, said Ling Qing simply. As they spoke, they traversed through the layers of void. Along the way, Yang Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. Senior apprentice Uncle Yu is nearby, and is on his way to meet up with us. Anxiousness appeared on Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest's faces. After a while, a sword light flickered by the other end of the dark starry sky. It pierced through the void and stopped near the group, revealing Yu Zhenbei's figure. Seeing that he was alone, Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest's hearts trembled. The two still harbored hope and quickly went forward. Long Xingquan knew what his wife was thinking. He followed after Gao Qingxian and asked Yu Zhenbei, "Zhenbei, how are old man Li, Jingshan, and little Yi?" Senior apprentice Uncle Long, Jingshan, and little friend Yu were separated from me. However, according to the situation back then, their lives should be fine. Only, I'm not sure where they were swept to. Yu Zhenbei remained silent for a while before he said. He didn't hide it, nor did he make any excuses. He said honestly, householder Zitting has perished. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingxuan's vision darkened, and she felt the world spinning around her. Master. Long Xingquan quickly held onto his wife, only to feel her body turning cold. Daoist Cloud Conquest's face was filled with pain, and he couldn't speak for a while. Zhenbei, I've always known your character. I believe that you've done your best. Long Xingquan asked, what exactly happened back then? Yu Zhenbei remained silent for a while. Just as Long Xingquan said, he had indeed done his best. However, if he were to say that the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying's death was due to her rejection of his help, it would be a little suspicious. It was hard to say how Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest would react. However, Yu Zhenbei had always been upright. After a slight hesitation, he still narrated what happened objectively. Daoist Cloud Conquest sighed. If Yu Yi was truly alive, she would immediately know if Yu Zhenbei was telling the truth when she returned. As such, there was no need for Yu Zhenbei to lie about this. If it was to temporarily stabilize the roving Jade Heaven's resistance against the 9 underworlds, he could have concealed the news of the Vine Sovereign's death first. Moreover, although their relationship was terrible, as Long Xingquan had said, Yu Zhenbei's character was clear to those who frequently interacted with him. Daoist Cloud Conquest turned to look at Gao Qingxian. Chapter 1440. Gao Qingxian froze on the spot and shut her eyes. She raised her head and remained silent. Long Xingquan remained silent as well. He simply stood beside his wife. You can't be blamed. After a long time, Gao Qingxian opened her eyes and said desolately, Master's personality is always this unyielding. She let out a faint sigh. Relax, I'm fine. With the 9 underworlds foes before us, we should band together and defend against external threats. As for Master's funeral, we'll talk about it after this tribulation is over. Only, we still have to search for little Yi and Nai Jingshan's whereabouts, lest the 9 underworlds take advantage of them and repeat what happened to Master. Gao Qingxian lowered her eyelids, and her tone gradually turned calm. Of course. Yang Zhaoge said, I believe that senior apprentice brother Nai and senior apprentice sister Yu will be able to survive. Jiao Qingxian nodded silently and took the lead. Long Xingquan immediately followed behind and held onto her hand. He saw Jiao Qingxuan's sorrowful expression. As her husband, Long Xingquan knew that his wife's sorrowful heart wasn't as calm as she appeared. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying's lineage was filled with talents. The Tai Sovereign and Di Qinglian died young, the lofty sovereign, Zhong Qingchao left, and Kong Qingxi perished as well. Other than them, most of the Vine Sovereign's disciples had perished as well. As Li Ying's eldest disciple after the Great Calamity, Jiao Qingxian was the one with the highest achievements. At the same time, she was also the Vine Sovereign's final hope. As her fellow disciples left one after another, her master experienced the tragedy of sending off his descendants. Jiao Qingxian hoped that her master could be more forgiving in her later years. However, when interacting with the exalted gold luminary, Yang Xintang's lineage, she couldn't fulfill her master's wishes. Ever since the conflict with Yu Zhenbei began, it had been accumulating. In the end, when the roving Jade Heavens moved into the Pill Hall, while the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, didn't object to it, she still left the roving Jade Heavens. Jiao Qingxian originally hoped to use time to slowly resolve the conflict and welcome her master's return. Who would have thought that their parting would become an eternal parting? When they met for the last time, the Vine Sovereign had already been captured by the 9 underworlds. Although Yang Zhaoge and the others' original plan worked, and they successfully sent the Vine Sovereign and the Bloodstar Devil Monarch to the designated location, the person waiting there was Yu Zhenbei. In the end, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, would rather die than accept Yu Zhenbei's help. He didn't blame Yu Zhenbei, Yang Zhaoge, and the others. Jiao Qingxian could only blame herself now. But ask yourself honestly, if you had to start all over again, would your choice change? Or was everything the same? Thinking of this, Jiao Qingxian felt even more bitter. Sorrow and guilt intertwined with each other, hard to resolve. Long Xingquan was well aware of her thoughts. However, this matter wasn't unrelated to him. Currently, he wasn't in the position to console Jiao Qingxian. He could only silently accompany his wife. Yang Zhaoge could only sigh. Although saying this might be disrespectful to the deceased, the Vine Sovereign's decision made everyone feel awkward. Fortunately, Yu Yi was present at the scene. As long as Yu Yi returned safely, her words could be compared to Yu Zhenbei's. With that, the Jade Clear lineage wouldn't be in the wrong. However, it was hard to say whether this would eventually cause an invisible rift between the roving Jade Heavens and the realm beyond heavens. Fortunately, Jiao Qingxian was the one in charge of the roving Jade Heavens now. As such, there shouldn't be any huge trouble. If you really want to blame someone, the responsibility is on me. Yang Zhaoge let out a sigh and said to the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, considering that you're familiar with the female emperor, I requested for you to stay outside. If Long Xingquan or Daoist Cloud Conquest were outside, the outcome would be different. Previously, no one knew that householder Zitting would fall into the hands of the 9 underworlds. Yang Di sat on the Grand Simplicity Splendor cloud and said, we can only sigh at how fate makes fools of us. Yu Zhenbei shook his head, there's no such thing today. One day, I'll have to fight against Li Zitting. Moreover, that day might come very soon. Due to her old injuries, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, couldn't possibly pass through the profound origin tribulation and attain the 5 Qis unification, which was the grand virtual realm. She was someone born before the Great Calamity, and was from the same era as the earthly sovereign, Jiangshan. After so many years, the Vine Sovereign was already an old woman who had entered her twilight years based on the profound immortal's lifespan. On the other hand, Yu Zhenbei's improvement was extremely rapid. He had already attained the 4 Qis fused aura, which placed him at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. With the potential and strength she displayed, it would only be a matter of time before she entered the virtual immortal realm. Although she allowed the roving Jade Heavens to move into the Pill Hall, based on the Vine Sovereign's decision to leave the roving Jade Heavens and her decision today, this prime clear old Grandmaster's temperament was still firm despite her age. It was foreseeable that before Yu Zhenbei became a virtual immortal, or before the Vine Sovereign reached the end of her lifespan, she would have to settle things with Yu Zhenbei. The hatred of the past couldn't be described by the word obsession. Yang Zhaoge sighed and said, under such circumstances, she still didn't succumb to the devil. The Vine Sovereign's willpower can be said to be extremely firm. However, it could also be said that such a firm willpower resulted in such a tragedy. Overly strong evil thoughts or obsessions would eventually transform into devilish thoughts, causing one to succumb to the devil and fall into the 9 underworlds. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, harbored intense hatred towards Yu Zhenbei and even towards Yang Xintang's lineage. She was even captured by the Great Devil, threatened, and tortured. Yet, she was still able to maintain a clear mind. Even Yang Zhaoge was impressed by how firm her willpower was. Unfortunately, it was precisely because of this that such a tragic ending occurred. Yu Zhenbei and Yang Di looked at each other with a complicated expression. They agreed with Yang Zhaoge's words. The dead have perished. May they rest in peace, said Yang Di slowly. May they rest in peace. Yang Zhaoge smiled bitterly. We still have to worry about the living. I hope that senior apprentice brother Nai and senior apprentice sister Yu are blessed by the heavens. Yu Zhenbei shook his head. The spatial turbulence might lead to different universes. After I settled down, I searched around, but I didn't find anything. They should have landed somewhere far away from me. I can only hope that they're still within the void's boundless outskirts and not in the heretics' territory, Buddhism's, or the demon race's territory. Yang Zhaoge asked. They shouldn't have gotten separated from each other, right? Yu Zhenbei thought for a while and said, they shouldn't have. If that's the case, the two of them can take care of each other. It'll be safer for them. Yang Di said, no matter if it's junior apprentice niece Nai or junior apprentice niece Yu, they're both peerless geniuses. If the two of them work together and keep a low profile, they should be able to deal with most situations. A friend in need is a friend indeed. I wonder if sparks would fly between the two of them after going through thick and thin together. Yang Zhaoge tried to be cheerful and said, although they occasionally fought against each other, they actually admired each other and got along quite well. Yang Di and Yu Zhenbei's gaze turned weird. Don't look at me like that. I'm seriously thinking about this. Yang Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or cry. According to senior apprentice Uncle Yu, when they disappeared, they didn't witness the Vine Sovereign's final moment of death. Now, they're just worried, but they still have some hope. Father, I heard that you and Mother didn't get to know each other without fighting. Grandfather and grandmother, senior apprentice Uncle Long, and senior apprentice Uncle Gao aren't worth mentioning. They're all very strong, and they turned their hostility into marriage. Senior apprentice brother Nai and senior apprentice sister Yu are their disciples. I can't help but think about it. Chapter 1441. A lone man and a lone woman might be in a foreign and dangerous environment. They would support each other, rely on each other, and admire each other. Their strengths, backgrounds, and ages were similar. If they went through thick and thin together, or even went through life and death together, Yang Zhaoge felt that sparks would easily fly. Nai Jingshan was Yang Xintang's grand disciple. Yu Yi was Long Xingquan and Gao Qingshuan's granddaughter. In terms of martial arts, they were the most outstanding successors. Even their views might be influenced by their seniors during their growth. However, this didn't mean that their fates were the same as their seniors. In reality, Nai Jingshan and Yu Yi had indeed held a lot of praises for each other. However, there were no signs of them having a relationship with each other, at the very least, for now. The tradition of turning hostility into marriage was only a joke made by Yang Zhaoge. He didn't even think about it previously. However, the current situation was too suitable. It was so suitable that nothing would happen. Instead, it would make others feel that something was wrong. They turn hostility into friendship, while we turn hostility into marriage. I really have to believe in some things. Yang Zhaoge muttered, although I didn't have any conflicts with Yunsheng, strictly speaking, the sacred Sun clan that she came from was my Broad Creed Mountain's opponent in the 8 Extremities worlds. Although Yang Zhaoge looked like he was having a headache, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was seriously considering this matter. Especially after the Vine Sovereign perished, it made others feel like their future was uncertain. If what you said really happened, I won't interfere with the youngsters' relationship. Yu Zhenbei's expression turned serious. However, Li Ziting's perishment, Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, and Yu Zhenbei looked at each other and were speechless. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Senior apprentice brother Nai and the others will return soon. They're safe and sound. In the end, Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself. Yu Zhenbei didn't say anything, while Yang Di said, in any case, their safety is the most important. Yang Zhaoge's gaze swept through the boundless void and softly said, yes. I hope that they're safe and sound. Where is this place? When Nai Jingshan escaped from the space-time turbulence, he saw a strange scene in front of him. Amidst the yellow fog, one would not be able to see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. It was as if there was a sharp light on one's back. Even with Nai Jingshan's cultivation, which had already pushed open the immortal door, and his willpower and temperament had always been firm, he actually felt a strong chill at this moment, causing his heart to palpitate. After stabilizing his state of mind, Nai Jingshan turned to look at Yu Yi, only to see that she was much more at ease compared to him. This wasn't because of the disparity in strength between the two. Instead, it was because Yu Yi's clear martial arts and sword intent were able to move more freely within the yellow mist. As a result, the influence of the yellow mist on her was much weaker. Seeing this, Nai Jingshan fell into deep thought. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and said, Junior Martial Sister Yu, don't worry. Her Majesty, the Vine Sovereign, will definitely come out of this misfortune alive. Although Yu Yi was more relaxed than Nai Jingshan under the yellow mist, her expression was more solemn and sorrowful. Before she was devoured by the black hole, the last scene she saw was the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, trying to save her. However, he was rejected by the Vine Sovereign. In order to break out of the Bloodstar Devil Monarch's imprisonment, the Vine Sovereign had paid a huge price and was severely injured. Yu Yi had already personally experienced the might of the spatial distortion and tearing of space within the black hole. With the Vine Sovereign's injuries, she would probably perish on the spot if she were to fall into the black hole. She mustered her remaining strength and slapped away Yu Zhenbei's hand, which was equivalent to suicide. How could Yu Yi not be overwhelmed with grief? Now that she thought about it, she was extremely worried. Unfortunately, she didn't know what would happen in the end. She wanted to find the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, and the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, as soon as possible. However, the yellow mist obstructed her path. Not only did it make it hard for her to determine the direction, it also made it difficult for her to move forward. Ancestor is already suffering from old injuries. Now, she has suffered new injuries. If she were to fall into the black hole, the consequences would be unimaginable. Despite Nai Jingshan's consolation, Yu Yi still couldn't let go of her worries. However, she paused for a moment and continued, the Sword Sovereign is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. You put aside your personal grudges and tried your best to save Ancestor. I'm grateful for that. It's just that, sigh, I didn't expect Ancestor to. She slapped her forehead in distress. No, I should have thought of it. Ancestor is such a hot-blooded person. Only, I didn't know that she hated the Sword Sovereign so much. There's no point in thinking too much. Nai Jingshan said, let's try to return as soon as possible. Then, we'll know the Vine Sovereign's safety. Yu Yi took a deep breath, that's right. We were thrown into a formation by the spatial turbulence. She raised her head and looked at the yellow mist. This seems to be the handiwork of one of our prime clear lineage's bigwigs. Only, I don't know who it is. After taking a closer look, she frowned. The formation is deathly still. It hasn't been activated. If it were during normal times, she would have been immersed in comprehending the Tao. Moreover, she possessed the heaven-containing purified soul. But now, she was extremely focused as she was worried about the Vine Sovereign's safety. Can you tell what formation it is? Asked Nai Jingshan. Yu Yi shook her head. The formation is in a state of silence. Not even a single formation pattern can be seen. There aren't any spiritual chi ripples, and its external characteristics aren't obvious. I can't recognize it just by looking at it. She looked at her surroundings. However, the bigwig who laid this formation has a cultivation far surpassing our own. Fortunately, the formation is in a state of silence. Otherwise, if it were to be activated, we might have lost our lives. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. I thought of someone. If only he's here, said Nai Jingshan. Yu Yi sighed, I thought of someone too. I feel like I'm thinking of the same person as you. The two laughed and shook their heads. Then, they straightened their expressions. No signs of defeat could be seen. Only a firm conviction could be seen. They focused and attempted to advance within the yellow mist, searching for a way out. Yu Yi of the prime clear lineage led the way, and the two began moving forward. Disturbed by their sword intent and immortal chi, the yellow mist seemed to have a slight reaction. The formation remained motionless. However, under the stimulation, the boundless mist automatically retaliated, causing Nai Jingshan and Yu Yi to have a harder time. However, as the yellow mist became more active, Yu Yi gradually figured out the vague traces of the formation. With the convenience of being of the prime clear lineage, she even vaguely came into contact with the martial intent left behind by the master of the formation. This. Yu Yi stopped and widened her eyes. This place is, where did it come from? Nai Jingshan asked calmly, while many prime clear formations have been lost, there aren't many that you can't recognize. Based on this, there are only a few possibilities. Yu Yi turned to look at him and spoke slowly. It's the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. Chapter 1442. Heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure? Nai Jingshan's eyes narrowed. He looked around and saw the vast expanse of yellow fog in front of him. So, isn't this place? The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, Immortal Execution Formation. Throughout the ages, the most famous vicious formation was even more famous than the Yellow River of Nine Bends formation. The prime clear lineage of Taoism was a powerful formation that stabilized their foundation and destiny, the number one killing formation throughout the ages. Unfortunately, he hadn't appeared in the world for many years, becoming the most regretful legend of the prime clear lineage. According to rumors, other than the prime clear Lord of Numinous Treasure, only his first disciple, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, knew the complete immortal extermination formation. After the Lord of Numinous Treasure transcended and the Lord of Plentiful Treasure went missing, the immortal extermination array was lost. As for the Empyrean of Plentiful Treasure, he was also a famous figure during the ancient investiture of the gods era. But after the ancient era, they vanished without a trace. As for the whereabouts of this prime clear bigwig, there were many different opinions. Two of the most widespread theories were related to the spirited mountains Tathagata Buddha and the Tushato Palaces Taishang Larojun. Of course, Nai Jingshan and Yu Yi had heard from Yang Zhaoge that the two existences weren't the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's transformations. However, the fact that he could be considered to be a Dao ancestor proved the strength and prestige of this prime clear bigwig. He was publicly acknowledged to be one of the grand heavenly immortals who had ascended from the immortal realm to the Dao realm. In actual combat, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure could hardly be considered invincible among the grand heavenly realm. However, as the first disciple of the prime clear heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure and one of the oldest heavenly lords of Taoism, the Daoist of Plentiful Treasure was indeed very close to the Dao realm. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure was one of the three great sword cultivators of Taoism that had been praised since ancient times. If Duobao Heaven Reverend gathered the four celestial slaying swords and set up the complete celestial slaying formation, then he would undoubtedly be an undefeatable legend under the Dao realm. Exterminating immortals is sharp, slaughtering immortals is deadly, trapping immortals is red. The transformations of the absolute immortal are boundless. The blood of the great Luo immortals stain their robes. The first few sentences briefly described the characteristics of the prime clear four supreme sword arts, while the last sentence described the invincibility of the immortal extermination formation. Nai Jingshan and Yu Yi's minds were agitated to be able to witness the ominous formation that had been renowned for so many years. It's the sword intent of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's lineage. Moreover, it's the most orthodox lineage. Yu Yi calmed her mind and contemplated for a moment. Then, she said with certainty, if the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's lineage didn't produce another grand heavenly immortal, then this place must be the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's handiwork. Nai Jingshan nodded lightly. Yu Yi was of the direct lineage of the incongruent's Divine Mother. The roving Jade Heavens currently did not have a particularly orthodox direct descendant of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. Yu Yi herself had never come into contact with such a character. However, Yang Zhaoge had come into contact with them before. His immortal slaughtering sword manual was not originally learned from the roving Jade Heavens. Instead, by chance, he had learned it from the legacy of Daoist Yuan Kang's lineage in the Daoist Temple. According to the Daoist Temple's records and Daoist Yuan Kang's personal notes, he was the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's direct disciple. After the ancient investitures of the God's era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure accepted him as his successor. After Yang Zhaoge cultivated the Daoist Temple's immortal slaughtering sword manual, he had many interactions with the roving Jade Heavens. Both sides had many similar discussions regarding the immortal slaughtering sword manual. Currently, Yang Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword manual contained the strengths of both the Plentiful Treasure and Incongruence lineages. As for the prime clear sword cultivators in the roving Jade Heavens who cultivated the immortal slaughtering sword manual, most of them had studied the Daoist Temple's immortal slaughtering sword manual when they had sufficient time and energy. Yu Yi was one of them. Through this karmic art, she gradually deduced the identity of this place's owner. Circulate the Daoist Temple's lineage's immortal slaughtering sword's sword intent. Don't use your original cultivation, said Nai Jingshan. Yu Yi nodded. That's what I was thinking. Streaks of black thread-like sword chi floated in the air. They fused with the yellow mist and extended towards the distance. It's smoother than expected. Yu Yi turned around and looked at Nai Jingshan. It's a little strange. However, let's take a look first. Nai Jingshan said, at the very least, we have to find a way out. He looked around. The flow of time here is very peculiar. It seems to be much faster than the outside world. The two continued advancing. The formation remained still, allowing them to continue traversing through it. After a while, other than the yellow mist, golden radiances flickered in front of them. Killing intent was concealed within. However, the deathly stillness originated from the formation itself. It wasn't targeted at Nai Jingshan and Yu Yi. They cautiously approached the formation. As the golden radiances flickered, an altar seemed to be erected at the center. At the same time, the void outside of the formation distorted. Vortexes hovered high up in the sky. They were tightly packed together, resembling a beehive. At this moment, a sword light flew out from one of the void's black holes. Wherever the sword light passed, the zither's melody lingered. When the radiance dissipated, a figure appeared. It was a handsome and refined middle-aged man. The man held a zither in his hand. With a stern expression, he looked down at the deathly stillness of the formation. He was one of the roving Jade Seven, the lofty sovereign, Zhong Buxu, who later parted ways with the roving Jade Heavens. Zhong Buxu held a zither in one hand and a tattered scabbard in the other. At this moment, the scabbard was trembling slightly, pointing towards the formation. Zhong Buxu's gaze was calm as he descended into the formation. The scabbard emitted white radiances, which helped him to separate the yellow mist and opened up a path for him to pass through. After the lofty sovereign disappeared within the formation, the void's black holes continued distorting, revealing a few silhouettes. After observing their surroundings, they immediately descended. They followed the path opened by the lofty sovereign and entered the formation as the yellow fog had yet to disappear. After a while, a third batch of people arrived and entered the silent formation, just like the gourd. While Nai Jingshan and Yu Yi were searching for a way out and exploring the prime clear remnant formation, Yang Zhaoge and the others finally returned to the awakened sky cosmos and returned to the sky beyond skies. Needless to say, Yang Di and Xue Chuqing were reunited. However, there wasn't much time for them to reminisce. Feng Yunsheng, Yang Di, and the others immediately went into seclusion to recover their injuries. Although Yang Zhaoge felt tired, he still rushed towards the pill hall's core pill room. The mother and son were currently there. The core pill room was currently enveloped by a yellowish-brown radiance. Xu Fei sat by the door, with his back leaning against the core pill room's door. Upon seeing Yang Zhaoge, he nodded. How are the Astro Sovereign and the others? Yang Zhaoge pressed his hand on the yellowish-brown radiance and felt the changes within. At the same time, he said, we don't have to worry about the Water Devil for now. However, the Astro Sovereign and the others aren't doing too well. At least, there's still hope. As he spoke, Yang Zhaoge's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Xu Fei. Chapter 1443. Meeting Yang Zhaoge's gaze, Xu Fei smiled. Now, I am also a grasshopper on a rope, unable to run. His back was against the door of the core pill room. His back was dyed by the earthy yellow radiance, and in front of him, there was a light mist that looked like chains wrapped around his body. It has still been a little too long. Yang Zhaoge knit his brows tightly. It is because of the earth-splitting pearl. Xu Fei nodded. Following Yang Zhaoge's instructions, he held on to the earth-splitting pearl and waited. When the Earth Devil made his move, the pill hall started suppressing the Earth Devil's intentions of reincarnating using another body. Just relying on the pill hall wasn't enough. Xu Fei brought out the earth-splitting pearl to assist him. Under the two suppressions, the Earth Devil's revival was delayed. Yang Zhaoge had intended for the two extinct devils to attack at the same time. Using his current method, he would hold one of them back, creating a rare time gap. With that, the Taoism experts would be able to focus on dealing with the other extinct devils. After dealing with the Water Devil, he immediately rushed back to deal with the Earth Devil. From a macro point of view, the plan had been a success so far. However, during the process of delaying the Earth Devil's rebirth, Xu Fei, who was wielding the earth-splitting pearl, was also bound by its power. In the end, he became a part of the suppression ritual. Now, he was closely related to Shijun and his mother, and it was difficult for them to separate. It doesn't matter. I feel more at ease watching over them. Xu Fei smiled nonchalantly. While Yang Zhaoge was circulating the pill hall, he was also touching the earth-splitting pearl. While helping the suppression ritual to continue working, he was also inspecting it from top to bottom. That's all we can do now. He sighed. The Devil Dao is bizarre. Even if we separate ourselves from the pill hall and only use the earth-splitting pearl, you still won't be able to escape. You'll have to travel together with the earth-splitting pearl and Jun. Xu Fei said, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. The important thing is to subdue the demon. He looked towards Yang Zhaoge. The domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual were consumed by the Water Devil. Do you have any other ideas regarding the Earth Devil? According to what I said last time, we can't rely on the pill hall when it comes to the real deal. Currently, he was borrowing the power of the pill hall to delay the Earth Devil's resurrection. In his current state, he was unable to pull out the Devil Seal. Just like what happened to Chen Xuanzong, Chu Lili, and the others previously, if they wanted to remove the Devil Seal, they would have to wait until the Great Devil had truly begun the process of resurrection. That was why it was said that danger coexisted with opportunity. There was only a thin line between victory and defeat. They could either succeed and eliminate all future troubles, or suffer a crushing defeat and be at the mercy of others. The awkward thing about the pill hall was that they didn't have to worry about exposing their location in their current state. However, when the Earth Devil truly began his rebirth, without the help of the domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, the location of the Great Devil's reincarnation body couldn't be hidden from the primordial Heart Devil and the other peak experts of the Devil Dao. At that time, if he wanted to use the pill hall as his home ground to deal with his opponent, he would definitely be locked onto the awakened sky cosmos. The great demons of the 9 underworlds weren't the only ones who wanted to find the awakened sky cosmos. Other forces were also searching for it. If the demons saw that things weren't going well and spread the news, the experts from the other factions would swarm over. At that time, it was hard to say what would happen to the Earth Devil. Everyone in the awakened sky cosmos would suffer a calamity. An existence like the domain of thousand scales is too rare. We're already considered lucky to be able to find one. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. As for the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, we don't have enough raw materials to forge a second one. Xu Fei asked, how's the situation with your North Ocean clone investigating the Starry River tributary? To Yang Zhaoge, the Starry River tributary where he found the Bright Connection Emperor's corpse was naturally the best location. With the 9 bends Yellow River formation, he alone could fight against an entire army. While it wasn't effective against the Water Devil, it was effective against the Earth Devil, not to mention the Great Devils attacking from the outside. No. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. The 9 underworlds knew of the Starry River tributary's location. In the past, a grand heavenly realm devil lord fought against Feng Yunsheng there. He had personally witnessed the Starry River tributary transforming into the 9 Bends Yellow River. This time, the 9 underworlds had taken precautions against it. When Yang Zhaoge went to investigate again, he saw that the place had already been destroyed. It must have been the devil lord's doing. In other words, we're going to fight them head-on, asked Xue Fei. Yang Zhaoge said, the 9 underworlds is like a street rat. Everyone wants to beat him up. At the very least, that's how it is most of the time. As such, the Heart Devil, the Shadow Devil, and the others couldn't do much. After being repelled by Senior Suo and the others, the Buddhists and demon races experts forced the 9 underworlds into a corner. However, the devil's tracks are unpredictable, and it's ever-changing. There's bound to be some that slip through the net. Yang Zhaoge's eyes emitted a cold glint. Moreover, the Buddhists and demon race aren't reliable either. While they're suppressing the 9 underworlds, they're also targeting us. If it weren't for the demon race's interference, the Astro Sovereign and the others wouldn't have nearly lost their lives. Then, he sighed, in fact, we might even be able to save the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. With that, things would be much easier for us now. Xue Fei lifted the wine pouch and drank a mouthful. His complexion was flushed, but his gaze was clear and calm. Without the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, it's hard to guard against the primordial heart devil's mischief. After all, he doesn't even need to personally descend, and is already able to affect Little Jun and the others. I'm waiting for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's reply. Yang Zhaoge said, if you want to ask who's the most proficient in dealing with the primordial heart devil's mischief, it's him. Xue Fei nodded silently. Yang Zhaoge performed a spell to stabilize the seal. Then, he opened the core pill room's door and walked in. Xue Fei followed after him. Within the core pill room, Ying Yuzhen was still lying within the ice coffin as if she was in a deep slumber. Shi Jun, on the other hand, had his back leaning against the pill room's wall. He sat in a lotus position and stabilized his body. However, there was a vertical crack on their foreheads, from which a yellowish radiance seeped out. It was heavy and desolate, sinister and ominous. Through the crack and the yellowish radiance, Shi Jun felt as if he was looking into the abyss of darkness. He couldn't help but immerse himself within. Sensing someone entering, Shi Jun opened his eyes. Upon seeing Yang Zhaoge and Xue Fei, his expression became much more relaxed. Little Jun, I'll now explain to you the process of the Astro Sovereign and the others removing the devilish seal. You can use it as a reference, said Yang Zhaoge solemnly. Shi Jun's expression became serious again, and he looked at Yang Zhaoge seriously. Due to Ying Yuzhen's loss of consciousness, the removal of the devilish seal was mainly done by Shi Jun. The great devil that chose him as the embodiment of reincarnation was the Earth Devil's subordinate. From a certain perspective, they shared the same origins. Shi Jun could also become the Earth Devil's embodiment. Only, he wasn't as suitable as his mother. After all, the Earth Devil was the master, while he was the follower. It would be extremely difficult for him to remove the devilish seal. Yet, no one else could do it for him. Shi Jun listened to Yang Zhaoge's words. When he heard about the anti-devil countering rune, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 1444. Seeing Shi Jun's appearance, Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei exchanged looks. Little Jun, the reason why the Astro Sovereign could use the anti-devil countering rune so smoothly was because of his high cultivation. Besides, the water demon was the only one they were dealing with. Yang Zhaoge said seriously. As for you and your mother, you will be facing 2 demons. Even if you want to use the anti-devil countering curse to sacrifice yourself to save your mother, the result will not be optimistic. Yang Zhaoge sighed. I also imparted the anti-devil countering rune to you so that you would be able to adapt to the situation at the final moment, having another choice. It was not for you to have the idea of sacrificing yourself right from the start. Shi Jun lowered his head in silence as his thoughts were exposed. You have to know that being unafraid of death and being prepared to die from the very beginning are 2 different things. Yang Zhaoge stared at him. The latter's state of mind is too depressed. It's not beneficial for him to fight against the devils. Instead, The devils might be able to find a loophole. Shi Jun's expression changed as he sucked in a deep breath and straightened his expression. Yes, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yang. I understand. Although the Earth Devil is the master, and the Devil Monarch who wishes to use your body to reincarnate is the assistant, your own cultivation realm is much higher than your mother's. Shui Fei said, when the time comes, you'll most likely be the one in control. Calm yourself down. Yes, Master, Shi Jun replied solemnly. Yang Zhaoge came before the ice coffin, gazing down at the features of the slumbering woman within. His usually gentle and tranquil face, at this moment, under the illumination of the earthy yellow evil light, actually appeared somewhat sinister. Under the light, the woman's face seemed to distort, as if it had transformed into another face, currently staring gloomily and silently at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge pressed down on the ice coffin, numerous runes extending with his palm as the center, instantly filling the entire ice coffin. He did not let go. Instead, he continued standing where he was. My father and Yunsheng are currently recuperating. I'll stay here with you and wait for news from the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Shi Jun nodded lightly. Shui Fei's body was wrapped in chain-like light mist, but he didn't care and directly sat on the ground. As Yang Zhaoge paid attention to Ying Yuzhen's situation, he also paid attention to Shi Jun's situation. From the looks of it, Shi Jun was stable in all aspects. With the help of the pill hall and the earth-splitting pearl, although devilish light was faintly visible from the crack on his forehead, he was still in a suppressed state. Of course, with the passage of time, Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen's situation had been deteriorating, becoming more and more unstable. Although the rate of change was very slow, the situation was still developing in a disadvantageous direction. As time passed, the changes became more and more obvious. After who knew how long, Yang Zhaoge's expression suddenly changed. Shui Fei looked at him, and he nodded. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has sent a message. After his palm left the ice coffin, Yang Zhaoge exited the core pill room and the pill hall. Standing on the peak of the broad Creed Mountain, looking up at the sky, a sword light flashed in the sky above the sky. The sword light landed in front of Yang Zhaoge, revealing the figure of the sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has agreed to help. As Yu Zhenbei spoke, he handed over a jade disc. This is his wish. Yang Zhaoge received it. With a swipe of his palm, radiance was emitted from the jade disc, with numerous runes appearing in mid-air. After skimming through the runes, joy appeared on Yang Zhaoge's face. Previously, I was worried that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's method would require a fixed location. From the looks of it now, we have a relatively flexible space. With this, my idea might be able to be put into practice. As he spoke, he ordered someone to contact the roving Jade Heavens Gao Qingxian and the others. Yu Zhenbei asked, the fourth plan that we previously discussed. That's right. Yang Zhaoge nodded. He clasped his palms together and spread them apart, causing radiance to blossom. Then, the radiance expanded, and a divine vessel appeared. Its size continued expanding, and it hovered in mid-air. In the end, this massive divine vessel obscured the sky and concealed the sun in mid-air, casting a dark shadow over the summit of Broad Creed Mountain. The vessel's appearance was similar to the Riding Wind heavenly vessel. However, its scale was much larger, and the strength contained within was much stronger. This time, we'll have to rely on the roving Jade Heavens. Yu Zhenbei raised his head and looked at the divine vessel. Although the Vine Sovereign perished, the responsibility doesn't lie with you, Senior Apprentice Uncle. Yang Zhaoge consoled, Senior Gao and the others are reasonable. This time, we're fighting against the devils together. Even if we have any personal grudges, it'll be settled after this battle. Currently, everyone is working together. Yu Zhenbei nodded, I'm not worried about this. I feel deeply regretful for Li Ziting's perishment, but my conscience is clear. However, if the roving Jade Heavens want an explanation after this battle, I'll give it to them. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu. Yang Zhaoge frowned slightly. Yu Zhenbei shook his head, I won't let myself be slaughtered. Don't worry about me, Zhaoge. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm more worried about Jingshan and Junior Apprentice Nephew Yu. I still haven't received any news from them. After this battle, immediately look for them, said Yang Zhaoge in a deep tone. Take care of this battle first, said Yu Zhenbei. After receiving the news, Feng Yunsheng and Yang Di arrived at the peak of the mountain. Although Yang Di's current state of mind wasn't perfect, his aura wasn't weak anymore. He was recovering very well. Feng Yunsheng's appearance didn't look any different, and she didn't suffer any losses. Still, her recovery took much longer than Yang Di's. When fighting with others, it was necessary to hold back and not unleash all of one's power. However, it did not affect his normal attacks. Let's do it. After the few of them exchanged glances, Feng Yunsheng and Yu Zhenbei boarded the warship first. Yang Di remained where he was, the grand simplicity splendor cloud above his head that resembled both a clump of clouds and a lotus flower expanding unceasingly. In the end, it almost covered the divine boat in the sky and the mountains on the ground at the same time. Yang Zhaoge entered the pill hall. After a short while, the pill hall seemed to tremble. Then, an earthy yellow light shone at the entrance of the pill hall and was engulfed by Yang Di's grand simplicity splendor cloud. The earthy yellow luster was faintly discernible as it traveled through the chaotic and blurry clouds. Very quickly, it moved from the entrance of the pill hall to the divine vessel in the sky. The grand simplicity splendor cloud suddenly retracted and returned to the divine boat. Then, the huge ship rode the wind of the 9 heavens and sailed through the void sea. It quickly broke through the heaven beyond realm and sailed into the universe. The divine boat traveled through the universe and arrived near the roving jade heaven. 4 streaks of sword lights flew out from the roving jade heavens and landed on the deck of the divine vessel. Jiao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Daoist Cloud Conquest, and Long Xueji were all present. Thank you, Senior Gao. Yang Zhaoge did not get up from his seated position. He extended his hands forward, between his palms hovering a clump of light. 3 figures were faintly discernible in the ball of light. Let's go. Jiao Qingxian, who had already received the notice beforehand, took over Feng Yunsheng's position and became the ship's helmsman. Streaks of dark red sword lights surged from Jiao Qingxian's body, interweaving in the air. The surface of the huge boat seemed to be plated with a layer of red light. The red light grew brighter and brighter until it covered the entire divine boat. Then, as the radiance circulated, the only thing left in the dark universe was a gigantic dark red sword. With a flash of sword light, it instantly left the awakened sky cosmos and entered the void's outskirts. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1445. The dark red giant sword cut through the void and instantly passed through layers of time and space. After flying for a while, he suddenly came to a stop in a certain universe. There, a clear radiance suddenly appeared in the darkness, as if the lunar eclipse had ended and the moon had reappeared. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing's figure appeared. She looked at the huge dark red sword in surprise. The sword light suddenly disappeared, revealing the appearance of the huge flying ship. Not the riding wind heavenly vessel. Ling Qing sized it up. It's a little similar to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Heavenly River vessel before the Great Calamity. However, it's different as well. It's improved in other aspects. While thinking about it, she boarded the huge ship. The moment they boarded the ship, the dark red sword light appeared once again and covered the entire divine boat. Then, it turned into a dark red treasure sword once again. It cut through space and time and disappeared instantly. Yang Zhaoge sat in a lotus position on the ship and nodded. Exalted lunar luminary, thank you for your hard work. This is your fellow disciple. The Earth Devil's reincarnation physique? Ling Qing looked at the clump of light hovering between Yang Zhaoge's palms and the silhouette within. That's right. Please take care of the exalted lunar luminary later, said Yang Zhaoge. A deep, heavy, and ruthless aura of threat had already spread out from within. After leaving the pill hall, he could no longer obstruct the Earth Devil's revival. He was about to step onto the path of rebirth. I'll try my best. Ling Qing nodded. Yang Zhaoge took out the jade disc given by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and struck it upwards. The dark red greatsword shuttled through space and time without stopping for even a moment. Layers of lightning appeared on the jade disc. The lightning condensed and did not dissipate. It was like a mirror that was hidden within the sword light. Yang Zhaoge finally got up now, bringing that clump of light down into the cabin. Gao Qingxian remained standing on the deck. Feng Yunsheng, Yang Di, and Long Xueji accompanied her, while the others followed behind Yang Zhaoge into the cabin. There was a quiet room in the cabin, and there was nothing else in the room except a pool. Yang Zhaoge carefully sank the clump of light that was already growing more and more restless and unstable into the depths of the pool. Ripples appeared on the green water in the pond, and the water level quickly dropped, as if it was about to be sucked dry by the yellow light. But very quickly, a sapling sprouted and quickly grew, turning into a straight tree trunk with lush foliage. The green tree took root at the bottom of the pond. The water in the pond gradually dried up, but the ball of light also disappeared. Only the roots of the tree flickered with an earthy yellow light. Yang Zhaoge continuously wrote all sorts of talismans and runes, which transformed into numerous talisman formations. The talisman formations enveloped the newly reborn tree's surroundings, aiding the trio in dealing with the Earth Devil and the other devil, who were already reviving. "It seems like the exalted solar luminary can't leave," said Yang Zhaoge casually as he arranged everything. Ling Qing's gaze remained calm as she answered calmly, "He only said that he's busy." "I don't know what he's busy with." Yang Zhaoge nodded and sat in a lotus position. He stared at the tree trunk in front of him. The 9 underworld's devils should be coming to assist the Earth Devil. At this moment, the demons in the void were indeed restless. For the sake of the Water Devil and the Earth Devil, numerous top-notch great devils had emerged from the 9 underworlds. Devilish flames filled the skies. However, after being jointly attacked by Taoism, Buddhism, and the demon race, the 9 underworlds couldn't withstand the great devil experts' combined attacks. After the Water Devil perished once again, the staunchest Taoism experts no longer pressured the 9 underworlds, which made the 9 underworlds feel more relaxed. However, the other forces were still attacking the 9 underworlds, which brought them immense pressure. Even the top-notch Devil Lord had to be careful. If they were careless, they might be surrounded. In comparison, Taoism's grand heavenly immortals were much more relaxed. They kept their eyes on the great devils of the same level. Now that the Earth Devil was reviving, they couldn't act recklessly. However, when the other devils felt the signs of the Earth Devil's revival, their emotions surged. The great devils that weren't targeted and could move freely started taking action. Within the void's boundless outskirts, an old man silently stood by the starry sky and gazed afar. Beneath his feet was a long silhouette that was illuminated by the starlight. Only, this silhouette landed within the empty void. Although it wasn't supported by any physical body, it still existed. "It's moving." A voice suddenly resounded from within the shadow. The old man nodded. "Yes, it's moving. For those below the grand heavenly immortal realm, it's quite fast." Without the domain of 1,000 scales, without that strange ritual, and without the intention to expose the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall, they decided to give up their geographical advantage and fight against us while constantly moving? A voice resounded from within the shadow. "If we can't shake off our opponents, we won't be able to capture them." The old man smiled. "Let our subordinates do it. If they aren't fast enough, we won't be able to chase after them. We can only try to surround them." The orthodox Taoism's new grand heavenly immortal, Suo Mingjong, counters you too much. Otherwise, you might be able to think of a way. After hearing the old man's words, the shadow pondered for a moment. Then, he said, "Now that those obstructions are gone, you should be able to deal with them and help the Earth Devil, right?" "I can't. I've already tried." The old man shook his head. "It should be the South Pole's doing. He left and no longer bothered us. Instead, he went to protect his juniors." Now that the 9 underworlds was facing the alliance of the 3 factions, they felt as if their limbs were tied up. They couldn't shake off their opponents. On the other hand, the southern extremity Longevity Emperor was relatively free. He could free himself and defend against the primordial Heart Devil's omnipresent corrosion. It's here again." The old man looked towards the faraway void. There, the dark starry sky suddenly became radiant. Many powerful auras gathered here. Buddhist chants and great demons' roars intertwined. While they were wary of each other, they focused their attention on the old man and the shadow. The shadow gradually faded and disappeared. The old man's figure floated backward and flew into the stars, disappearing within the starfire's sunlight. However, the horrifying devilish chi that shook the entire universe became more and more intense, preventing the enemy from gaining the upper hand. A battle erupted between the two sides once again. On the other hand, the divine vessel that Yang Zhaoge and the others were riding on transformed into a dark red sword. It slashed through the void and continuously traversed through different universes without stopping. Jiao Qingxian, who was inside the swordlight and the divine vessel's helm, raised her head and saw the mirror formed by lightning flickering non-stop. Streaks of formless thunderbolts seemed to be descending from the sky. There were no signs, no reason, and no traces of them could be found. However, amidst the thunderous rumbles, there seemed to be an endless stream of demon ghosts on the vessel. Before they could truly emerge, they were all shattered by the formless thunderbolts. Remember the mobile version's website. Chapter 1446. Everyone on the divine ship was inside the dark red light sword, traversing through the universe, roaming the star sea and the heavens, flying continuously. However, without the domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, the heart devil's illusory and shapeless presence could still infiltrate the vessel and take effect. Within the cabin, beside the tree, Yang Zhaoge and the others' hearts jolted. They could feel their state of mind fluctuating. At the root of the tree, a yellow clump of radiance flickered even more intensely. Everyone within the cabin stabilized their state of mind while observing this scene with a solemn expression. They could already feel the birth of the heart devil just by getting close to it, let alone Xu Fei, Shi Jun, and Ying Yuzhen within the clump of radiance. While the primordial heart devil didn't come, he still had a way to assist the resurrected earth devil. However, whenever the heart devil within everyone's heart showed any signs of showing itself, thunder would resound by their ears. Only the rumbling of thunder could be heard, yet no sparks of electricity could be seen. However, as long as thunder resounded, the heart devil that was attempting to wreak havoc would vanish with a bang. The formless thunder that originated from the depths of one's heart originated from the thunderlight mirror hovering high above the ship. It was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's handiwork. While the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor didn't descend upon this world like the primordial heart devil, his miraculous authority allowed him to fight against the primordial heart devil from afar. Currently, the primordial heart devil had to deal with the other grand heavenly realm experts' attacks. He wasn't in his peak condition either. As such, he couldn't achieve any results in his domain. No matter if it was Yang Zhaoge and the others, or the trio within the clump of radiance, they only needed to tidy themselves up slightly before they could regain their composure. Without having to worry about the heart devil, everyone could focus on dealing with the earth devil's resurrection crisis. Yang Zhaoge continuously wrote runes after runes in the air, which landed on the tree's trunk. Ling Qing, Long Xingquan, Daoist Cloud Conquest, and the others stood around the tree. According to Yang Zhaoge's guidance, they manifested runes one after another. Harvey's talisman formations surrounded the tree, continuously reinforcing it. Under the external assistance, within the clump of radiance at the bottom of the tree, Shi Jun formed a seal with one hand and tapped between his brows with the other. Dark yellow light flowed out from the wound on his forehead. In front of Shi Jun, his mother, Ying Yuzhen, had already broken out of the ice coffin and was floating in mid-air. At this moment, Ying Yuzhen's face was expressionless as she opened her eyes. But she didn't wake up. What occupied her eyes was a dark yellow and black brilliance, deep and heavy, yet cold and merciless. She opened her mouth as if to say something. Shi Jun looked at his mother's face. It was his dream to have his mother's soul awaken. But definitely not like now. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Shi Jun followed Yang Zhaoge's instructions and directly tapped out with his finger. A jade-green ray of light traversed the distance between the two and tunneled into the crack between Ying Yuzhen's brows. Between the two of them, there was a point on the dark green light that was becoming thicker and bigger, like a knot. The speck of light kept expanding until it turned into a ball of light. The ball of light reflected the appearance of the large tree in the outside world. Then, Shi Jun raised both his hands and clapped them together, causing a dull sound to resound. Following this action, The dark yellow devilish light that surged out from the crack between his and Ying Yuzhen's brows involuntarily gathered together. Then, they followed the jade-green ray of light and converged at the ball of light in the middle. As the dark yellow devilish light converged, the tree within the ball of light gradually started withering. However, the great devils that were attempting to reincarnate by relying on the two's bodies were currently roaring furiously and intensely struggling. The jade-green ray of light trembled and was about to collapse. Without the help of the domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, it would be extremely difficult for a human to fight against a great devil of such a level. At this moment, Xue Fei, who was sitting quietly by the side, extended his finger. Under his guidance, the earth-splitting pearl's spiritual energy transformed into rays of chain-like lights. They leaped out from all directions and bound Shijun and his mother. After being bound by the chains, the great devil's roars instantly became much deeper. The jade-green ray of light maintained its stability and returned to normal. The ritual continued operating, extracting rays of devilish light and devilish intent, which converged within the ball of light in mid-air. Outside, within the vision of Yang Zhaoge and the others, the tree that was surrounded by everyone started withering. Upon seeing this, instead of feeling worried, everyone rejoiced. Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm and orderly. His actions became faster and faster, and more concentrated. More talismans flew out from his fingertips. The patterns on them were even more profound, and their sizes were much smaller. Countless talismans landed on the green tree in front of them. Only, this time, they weren't engraved on the tree trunk. Instead, they landed on the tree leaves. A talisman landed on every leaf. Under the enhancement of these talismans, the withering tree stopped its decline, as if it had regained its vitality. Along with Shijun and Xue Fei's efforts, the tree's signs of withering increased. However, with Yang Zhaoge and the others' help, the tree's withering speed was greatly reduced, allowing it to withstand more pressure and last longer. With the development of the situation, everyone became spirited. As long as they could last longer than the two great devils, they would be able to eliminate the devilish intents first. That would be their victory. The great devil's path of revival would be blocked, and they wouldn't be able to do anything. Yang Zhaoge and the others' plan was half successful. The other half would depend on whether they could withstand the pressure from the other side. The dark red sword traversed through the universe, faster than the speed of lightning. When the sword light passed by a universe, devilish chi suddenly overflowed, and devilish intents grew. A ruthless great devil's figure appeared from the surging black fog. Without any fear, he pounced towards the dark red sword, wanting to obstruct its path. However, the majestic dark red swordlight's speed was too fast. With a flash in midair, it had already bypassed the great devil. The swordlight didn't have any intention of counterattacking. Instead, it continued advancing and instantly disappeared from this universe. The great devil was unwilling to give up and chased after the swordlight. However, no matter how hard he tried, the distance between the two was only getting further and further. In the end, the swordlight completely vanished without a trace. The great devil could only helplessly stop in his tracks. Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Yang Di, and the others recuperated, which gave the 9 underworlds ample time to deploy their forces. Although the 9 underworlds was currently restricted, with the primordial heart devil, the wood devil, and other grand heavenly realm devil lords unable to escape, other evil devils were continuously leaving the 9 underworlds. As they scattered, many of them managed to gather their forces and rushed towards the Earth Devil's location. However, those whose cultivation hadn't reached the grand heavenly realm wouldn't be able to catch up to the dark red swordlight. The reason why Jiao Qingxian was manning the helm was because she executed the Immortal Trapping Sword manual while in the virtual immortal realm. With the assistance of the flying vessel, her speed was so fast that most devils vomited blood. The dark red swordlight didn't stop for even a moment. With its speed advantage, it broke through one blockade after another, rendering the great devils helpless. Chapter 1447. Chinese website, providing you with interesting reading material. The Immortal Trapping Sword slashed through space, and its speed was top-notch to begin with. While Jiao Qingxian had only entered the virtual immortal realm not too long ago, Her main body and clone's dual sword amalgamation unleashed the immortal trapping sword manual together. As such, their speed was much faster than a single person. Originally, if she were to bring others along, her speed might be slowed down. At the same time, it wouldn't be beneficial for Shijun and Ying Yuzhen to use the ritual to remove the devilish intent. However, Yang Zhaoge continuously improved upon the heavenly river vessel. He gave up on many of its original functions and only strengthened a few of them, creating a unique divine vessel. When an immortal realm expert piloted the vessel, they would complement each other, resulting in the vessel's overall speed reaching a whole new level. With this divine vessel, not only could Shijun, Xu Fei, and Ying Yuzhen travel together, even Yang Zhaoge and the others could travel together. Jiao Qingxuan's sword lights were already extremely fast to begin with. When she piloted the vessel, the dark red sword lights transformed into reached the pinnacle of speed. Few grand virtual realm experts could match up to her. With the grand heavenly realm bigwigs restraining each other, Yang Zhaoge's group's speed advantage was displayed to its fullest. The dark red sword flew and continuously teleported, bypassing one opponent after another. Not only were the great devils pursuing them, but even the Buddhists and demon race experts joined in, attempting to obstruct Yang Zhaoge's group. In the beginning, they acted immediately. In the end, they could only sigh helplessly. The demon race's great sage, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, was feared by many, including other grand heavenly realm experts, precisely because of his extreme speed. The group of experts surrounding the dark red sword all felt the same, which was an extreme headache. Time continued to pass as they chased after the great sage. Yang Zhaoge and the others made use of their speed advantage in exchange for time and space. Time continued to pass. While the dark red sword was fleeing, the suppression of the Earth Devil was also ongoing. The 9 underworld's devils that were pursuing and intercepting the Earth Devil could sense that his position was constantly changing. Within the swordlight flying ship, the Earth Devil's devilish intent was fluctuating. Various signs indicated that the Earth Devil might follow in the footsteps of the Water Devil in the long run. This made the great demons extremely anxious and furious. The experts of the monster race and the Buddhist sects weren't as anxious as the demons of the netherworld. Compared to the Taoism survivors, preventing the Earth Devil from reviving was still their primary objective. However, blocking Yang Zhaoge and the others was also their wish. As a result, the demon race and Buddhist sect had loosened some of their restrictions on the 9 underworlds, allowing the great devils to make arrangements more easily. As a result, more and more evil devils gathered. Making use of the advantage of knowing the general location of Yang Zhaoge and the others, they arranged an even larger encirclement in advance. Then, the encirclement shrank, wanting to limit the space and time that the dark red sword could move to within a certain range so that they could intercept and kill it. Even if they were shaken off by the dark red sword light, they would cooperate with each other and change their positions. Taking advantage of the interception time, they would rearrange the encirclement. Jiao Qingxian steered the flying vessel and shifted through the void again, tearing through another universe. But here, there was a great demon waiting for them, and there was more than one. The surging demonic energy connected together, forming a demonic domain. It was as if the 9 underworlds had descended here, sealing off time and space, sealing off all directions. Facing such a seal, even the dark red light sword couldn't easily break through. The divine vessel beneath everyone's feet had been modified. While it was suited to complement Jiao Qingxuan's speed, it wasn't able to display the sharpness of her sword intent. If she wanted to display her full prowess, her speed would inevitably decrease. As long as she slowed down, the enemies would immediately surround her. By then, it would be extremely difficult to increase her speed. Along the way, the dark red light sword didn't clash head-on with the enemies. Most of the time, it relied on its speed to escape. After interacting with Yang Zhaoge and the others for a period of time, the other party gradually realized this. Now, they wanted to work together to obstruct the dark red light sword. However, Jiao Qingxuan's expression remained the same. The dark red sword continued flying forward, flashing in mid-air, and continued rushing forward. As the red light flickered, it flickered within the void and instantly attacked a great devil. It was a devil monarch equivalent to a Taoism virtual immortal. Due to its extreme speed, The Devil Monarch was the only one facing the Swordlight's attack. The Devil Monarch's expression remained unchanged. He coldly stared at the incoming dark red Swordlight and didn't retreat. Instead, he was like a mountain facing a torrent, intending to face it head-on. At this moment, no one could help him. He was the only one facing the sword's edge. However, under such circumstances, he was confident that he could block this sword and force Yang Zhaoge's group to stop in their tracks, trapping them here. Boundless devilish qis converged and transformed into a dark ocean, preparing to receive this sword that transcended the concept of time. However, at this moment, a layer of faint purple radiance suddenly appeared on the dark red sword's edge. Purple radiance flickered on the edge, and the dark red sword seemed to have transformed into the unstoppable edge of the great Tao. It split the heavens and earth apart, carrying on the past and ending history. The horrifying torrent contained the transformation of the heavens and earth. With an unstoppable momentum, it crushed its way forward. Within it contained the concept of eras changing, breaking through the old and welcoming the new, which allowed the dark red sword to slash through the dark devilish ocean. The Devil Monarch let out a groan. As the purple radiance flickered, his devilish essence vaguely felt as if it had turned stiff. Although it couldn't harm his 5 qis unification physique, he wasn't confident enough to face the dark red sword's edge. In the end, he was forced to retreat. The dark red sword brushed past him without any hesitation. It rushed out of the devilish domain through the opening he left behind, shifting space, and immediately flew into another universe. Under the swordlight, Gao Qingxuan's expression remained the same, and she continued steering the ship. At the bow of the ship, Yang Di stood proudly. The formless saber formed by the grand illusory spatial thunder pointed forward. With an unstoppable momentum, it supported the flying ship and combined with Gao Qingxuan's swordlight. The dark red sword continued traversing through the boundless void, avoiding its opponents one after another. However, as the devil experts gathered, someone finally managed to keep up with the dark red sword's speed. Evidently, the Devil Monarch specialized in this. As he flew and shifted like a wisp of smoke, he didn't seem any inferior to the golden-winged great roc of the same cultivation realm. This great devil closely followed behind the swordlight. When the swordlight encountered a place that it had to forcefully break through, its speed would slow down for a moment. Whenever this happened, the smoke-like great devil would get closer to it. Finally, he managed to catch up to the dark red sword and immediately entangled the swordlight. However, at this moment, the dark red sword's hilt suddenly turned black. Blue-black devilish flames seemed to be burning on its hilt, bringing an end to the world. The black flames formed an impassable chasm, isolating the wisp of smoke and stopping his pursuit. The brutal saber intent rampaged and clashed with the Devil Monarch. The Devil Monarch's figure stiffened, and he remained where he was. The dark red swordlight flickered, and he immediately disappeared. His opponent's pursuit was in vain. Under the swordlight, Feng Yunsheng stood quietly at the stern of the divine vessel. Her clothes were as white as snow, and she held onto her black saber. Mobile users, please browse Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1448. With Yang Di leading the way, and Feng Yunsheng bringing up the rear, Gao Qingxian no longer had to worry about many things, allowing her to focus on controlling her swordlights. Her main body and clone unleashed the celestial trapping sword at the same time, combining with the divine boat beneath them. Their speed was so fast that not many grand virtual realm cultivators could match up to them. The dark red great sword flew forward, breaking through layers upon layers of obstructions. It galloped through the endless void, sweeping away everything in its path. The group of great demons was helpless. They surrounded and tried to intercept it, but the sword light always broke through it. Since the Earth Devil's resurrection was involved, the infernal devils weren't willing to give up. Even if they were to be left behind, they would still constantly adjust their positions to intercept and chase after the Earth Devil. What made Yang Zhaoge's group even more pressured was the fact that the group of Buddhist bigwigs and demon race experts had joined in the interception. Just like when the water demon was resurrected, the Buddhist sect and the demon clan also planned to kill the great demon and use his body to be reborn. At the same time, Yang Zhaoge and the others were also left behind. Previously, The water devil still had plenty of opportunities. But now, regardless of whether the earth devil succeeded in reviving or not, Yang Zhaoge and the others would definitely think of another way to retreat and stop tangling with the 9 underworlds. If they managed to escape, it would be extremely difficult to find them and the awakened sky cosmos. Therefore, the Buddhists and the demon race also began to attempt to encircle the dark red giant sword that was constantly moving in the void. However, let alone cooperating with the demons of the netherworld, the Western Pure Land was also in conflict with the monster race. Although the 3 sects were currently besieging the successor of the Tao sect, each of them acted on their own and did not have the slightest tacit understanding. It was already commendable that they could restrain themselves from a major conflict. However, this way, with more and more people participating in the encirclement, the difficulty of Yang Zhaoge and the others breaking out of the encirclement became increasingly greater. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed by. Taking advantage of the others' obstruction, it instantly approached the dark red sword light. The figure of a middle-aged Taoist appeared in the golden light. He was the son of the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, the demon race's little Saint Fuluorzi. Among the Grand Virtual Realm experts, he was one of the strongest in terms of speed. As Yang Zhaoge and the others broke through the obstruction, their speed slowed down slightly, and Fuluorzi caught up to them. In his golden-winged rock form, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he flapped his wings, and rays of golden light engulfed the dark red giant sword like a storm. Streaks of dark saber light appeared on the sword hilt, sweeping through the area and chopping down the great peng feathers that were like a meteor shower. Fuluorzi's gaze turned cold, and he remained calm. First, he ensured that he wouldn't be left behind. Only then did he attempt to restrict Yang Zhaoge's group's footsteps. At the same time, the other experts also attacked from the side, attacking the dark red sword light from afar. Regardless of whether it was the dark red greatsword or Fuluorzi, their speed was extremely fast. Although many people had already estimated the amount of advance, their attacks still fell on thin air. When the terrifying attack that could destroy heaven and earth descended, the sword light had already left its original spot and flew elsewhere. However, there were many people attacking, and the attacks were concentrated. In the end, a few people succeeded in hitting the dark red greatsword. It was a hasty strike, and its power was limited. However, those who could hit the dark red sword gleam must have achieved the 5 Chi's unifications and ascended to the great virtual realm. Even a casual attack from them could easily overwhelm a profound immortal. Every time the dark red greatsword was struck, the swordlight would tremble in mid-air. Yang Di and Feng Yunsheng were in the lead. One was in charge of clearing the path, while the other was in charge of dealing with the pursuing Fuluorzi. Currently, neither of them had the attention to spare. Affected by this, the swordlight's speed seemed to have slowed down slightly. Everyone was overjoyed and wanted to continue attacking. However, a layer of chilling white radiance suddenly appeared on the surface of the dark red swordlight, which circulated around the sword's blade. Most of the external attacks were dispelled by the white radiance, which no longer affected them. Under the swordlight, Jiao Qingxian and her clone stood unmoving. As for her son, Long Xueji, he sat in a lotus position on the deck. A long sword was stabbed into the deck in front of him. Beside Jiao Qingxian stood the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. She came out from the ship's cabin and helped Feng Yunsheng, Yang Di, and Jiao Qingxian to share the pressure. With Ling Qing's assistance, the dark red greatsword accelerated once again. However, other than Fuluorzi, the smoke-like devil monarch also reappeared in everyone's sight and gradually caught up to them. Without a doubt, the outcome would be extremely disadvantageous if 2 opponents with comparable speed caught up to them. However, just as the devil monarch was about to reach them, the dark red swordlight suddenly changed its direction. Jiao Qingxian and her clone unleashed their swords simultaneously, reversing the universe. The dark red swordlight abruptly slashed towards Fuluorzi, who was following closely behind them. Flying in the void, shuttling back and forth between layers of different spacetime, there was no direction to speak of. However, Fuluorzi had a deep understanding of the changes in the void. As he and the dark red greatsword rotated within the void, their fight became a straight line. Currently, within his vision, the swordlight's head and tail instantly reversed, changing its direction and thrusting towards him. Although Fuluorzi was shocked, he didn't panic. Not only was he fast, but he was also one of the top Grand Virtual Realm experts in the demon race. However, at this instant, purple, white, black, and red radiances shone on the sword's edge with unstoppable momentum. Fuluorzi's expression changed slightly. He could only retreat to the side and evade the attack. The sword light traversed through the air, bypassing Fuluorzi, and rushed out of the encirclement before the smoke-like devil monarch arrived. Everyone else's attacks from afar missed their target as well. Continue chasing after them. If we continue this, the space they have will only shrink. Fuluorzi's expression remained calm. He transformed into a great rock and spread his wings, chasing after the dark red greatsword once again. The other experts did the same as well. However, the 9 underworld's devils seemed even more anxious, and they were already feeling extremely anxious. The demon race and Buddhism's target wasn't just the Earth Devil's reincarnation. It also included Yang Zhaoge and the others. However, to the 9 underworld's infernal devils, the Earth Devil's reincarnation might fail if they couldn't end the battle as soon as possible. They could clearly feel the Earth Devil's aura growing increasingly unstable within the dark red sword light. Within the Divine Vessel's cabin, Yu Zhunbei, Long Xingquan, and Daoist Cloud Conquest had already left. They ascended the deck and assisted Feng Yunxing, Yang Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others in facing off against the enemy. Yang Zhaoge remained within the cabin. His hand seals were constantly changing, and he continuously unleashed one talisman after another, which landed on the tree in front of him. The tree was no longer green, and its branches and leaves had already withered. However, the ritual to seal the Earth Devil's reincarnation was nearing its end. Shijun and the others had a high chance of succeeding. But right at this moment, outside the cabin, above the deck, the floating lightning mirror suddenly trembled, and the mirror light dimmed. 7410.